Ever be.
Ooh, what's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Clarus.
And this is Daggerheart. Oh, well, the mics are working.
Your mic is working.
We did a dumb thing and decided we were gonna try and like raid Clarus's stream into the show. Mm-hmm. Forgetting that we can't do that because mics and cameras and stuff.
Well,
Hi, how you doing? I never made a video for the bottom, so I left it blank.
Oh. Well, you can just have the map on it, I guess.
Yeah, we'll get to the map in a bit.
Fine.
Everyone, tonight we are joined by guests not playing Shadow of the Dragon Queen, the Dragonlance game that we play every Saturday at 1 p.m. EST. Tonight we're playing Daggerheart, an open beta of a new TTRPG system by the fine, gorgeous folks over at Darrington Press, a subsidiary of Critical Role. That's right, they do be a corporation now, and corporations are not your friends.
Wow.
So do not trust them. Even though
very wary.
Our friends work for them.
We're just giving shit.
I only make that joke because the people who work there, I don't trust you. You know who you are.
No.
I adore you, but I don't trust you. Taylor Gunner's raiding in with 31 people. Holy shiza. Yo, we're just getting started here today.
What's up?
Taylor Gunner, thank you for the raid. College Bro, thank you for bringing that group over.
Appreciate that.
You're raiding into Canada's first actual play of Daggerheart. We're calling it.
I think that we should just claim the title of Canada's first actual play.
Canada's first actual
Fuck
play.
you, Blackwater D&D.
Canada said it first.
We'll just say that we're Canada's first good actual play and see what happens.
Wow. I mean, you could choose violence.
Contentious.
You can do that.
Definitely contentious.
Other people are talking, so I think now's a good time to introduce yourselves. My name's Nerdy. I am of NerdyNightly. I am that person. But to my left, I have one of my favorite people on the planet.
Hi, I'm Fariha of Fariha.
Fair. You know what? Fair. That one's on me.
Yeah, I do a lot of Overwatch, I do a lot of cosplay and music and comedy and analysis-based content, but I'm happy to be here. Thanks
I'm
so much for
happy you're here.
having me. I'm happy I'm here.
Yeah, you might know Fariha. And everyone, weren't you all part of Relay 2? No, you weren't.
Well,
You
did the test.
The,
Yeah.
Yes, the free.
Everyone,
Yes.
I've actually rolled dice with all of you before. Not as many d12s as we're gonna roll tonight, but
I don't think I've ever rolled a d12 before.
Me neither.
ever.
When
No,
do
I
you-
definitely have.
When do you roll a
There's
d12?
too many weapons that are d12 damage.
I'm
Only if
I've
you're like
only
a
been
barbarian.
a
like
caster,
Master Raid,
yeah.
It's
Great
only-
Axe.
Yeah.
I'm a
I think that's
caster.
it.
Oh, there's like no spells that are d12s, are
No,
there?
I don't think so.
Nope.
There's
That's
Crown of
wild.
Stars for. I just played this.
For
I just
Druid.
played a wizard,
Oh, for wizard. Oh, okay.
which is
Okay.
4d12, 7 modes.
40-12?
That's wild.
It's a seventh, 6th level, 7th level.
Meanwhile, the
slot.
wizard's like, I cast 19d6. All right, Brian.
Me, Brian Kling, coming to you live from the same spot I always do, and that's it.
That's this chair.
You're like, this is my chair.
I claimed
do not
it.
move.
We're going to talk about our characters as we go through the first probably hour of this. While we get settled, talk about the system, order food is going to be character creation. So, Clarus, introduce yourself, but not your character yet, because we're going to get into that.
Sup? You just probably saw me if you were watching my stream. I did Baldur's Gate, and then I ran downstairs to do this. So, hi, I'm ClarusPolaris.
Where are you?
And that's
Your
it.
boy.
Yeah,
How are you?
it's your boy.
Yeah, Act 3.
Fuck no. I just killed a bunch of the Dwegar and then rode the boat. And then had a boat fight.
Wow.
I had a boat
Yeah.
fight. It was
Yeah,
all
love a
good
boat.
times.
We
Yeah.
love
Did you do the kick?
I pushed the guy off.
Yeah!
Spoilers!
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
You've been there.
It's fine.
I haven't done it that
You
yet.
haven't
though.
done that?
No, I've only played high charisma characters. I have not
Yeah.
yet had to do most of the combat in the game because I am just that good.
Well, good thing that was a bit. We just improvised that whole
Yeah.
thing, and that's not a real part of the game.
oh my
Sure.
god, like we're gonna do tonight with
TTRPGs
Daggerheart.
are
Vote to find out
improv.
what's real.
A boot. Introduce yourself.
No.
I would rather not after that.
I will leave.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Ellen, or Shalish.
Hey, what's up, Ellen? She was talking to
here.
Ellen DeGeneres, who is a known watcher of our channel. Okay.
Yeah.
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 Feelings are powerful people.
I've had 4 or 5 coffees today, and We're gonna find out
Those
how
are
that
rookie
works.
numbers, honestly.
Oh my god.
4 or 5. The way that you talk about my cups of coffee makes it sound like I'm drowning in it.
You are.
How many coffees do you have a day?
It's like 3 cups that are
So,
like this large.
My opinion on coffee is that if it is in a single container, it is a cup of coffee.
Interesting.
one-
And so, not to bring up the boycotted company, but like a Starbucks Venti, a Grande, and a Tall are all a cup of coffee to me. Does that make sense?
I hear the words that
They-
you're saying individually attract.
I drink about a half a pitcher full of coffee a day,
Probably.
plus
Okay.
gamer subs.
Yeah.
So, and maybe a kombucha on top of that. So my caffeine intake is prolific.
Through the roof.
It's called
Should be
autism.
studied. It should
Yeah, I
be
was about to
studied.
say, it's also like
This
neurodivergency.
podcast is brought to you
Yeah.
by autism.
Like self-medication.
No, it's actually brought to you by MistyMountainGaming.com. MistyMountainGaming.com will probably be selling a lot more D12s soon if this system takes off.
Yeah, just a pack of D12s.
Yeah, and
All
I'm
different color.
honestly, I think I'm the only one at the table who's read the entire book. But I think it might. MistyMountainGaming.com is a website where you can buy the accoutrement necessary to play your favorite TTRPG system, which after tonight might be Daggerheart. We don't know yet. But if you want to buy the things that you need to play the games, go to MistyMountainGaming.com and use coupon code NerdyNightly15 for 15% off your order. That is a coupon code, meaning you get a discount. So
What?
thank me.
Oh my god.
I demand thanks.
Free money,
Basically free, yeah.
Yeah.
That's girl math makes that free.
I'm pretty sure that then you can buy more dice, and
yeah.
then the more dice that you buy are free.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
So this is gonna be a little bit different than our usual D&D streams. We're gonna be talking to people in the chat a lot more.
What's up, chat?
So I'm gonna be watching chat. If I'm looking down, it's because I'm watching chat. I want you guys to ask me questions. I feel like I have a pretty good handle. I have consumed. I was part of the closed beta, so I have been looking at Daggerheart materials from Darrington Press for a few weeks now. I was under NDA, so I did not talk about it at all because I'm a good boy. And I've been under a lot of NDAs in my life, and I know how to not screw up future opportunities. But having said that, if you guys have questions about the system, I want to help out as much as I can with people in this, like, understanding this initial process. I posted a short earlier, kind of starting to explain how initiative works. We're going to get into that when we do combat later. There's a lot about this system that is, I think, really easy to follow once you kind of understand how it is inspired by other systems, but doing it in its own way. And so if you have any questions today, please drop them in the chat. This is going to be a little bit less formal. We're going to have a lot of fun. The goal here is to beta this, not to, present the single greatest one-shot in Daggerheart history. The game's not even
That's not
done
what
yet.
we're doing today?
No.
Oh,
No, we are going to spend...
Damn.
Well-
I came with my A game.
Yeah.
I gotta go now, you guys.
I actually have a thing.
Brian finally brings his A game to our channel.
Yeah.
On the not show.
Shout out the Dragon
so.
Queen. Fuck that. What's that all
Yeah,
about?
Yeah.
Pen and Leywin, what a dumb character.
What an idiot.
What a
Yeah.
fucking, like...
Oh, I'm gonna block things with my AC. Oh, fuck.
Ben and Leywin's your dumb character. Like,
Yeah,
some
dumb-
people have a dumb stat. You have a whole
Just
dumb
dumb
person.
character.
Oh, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? Let's just play this fucking nerd. I don't know.
Fucking nerd.
So we're gonna start off with the character creation. Our players have all taken a look at the system. You guys aren't all super fresh to this. We did decide to look at it a little bit beforehand so that this didn't take us 3 hours. And so they've already made some choices, but we're going to talk about some of the choices they didn't make as we go. But we're going to start with Michael Kioski in the YouTube chat. Drop in, Nerdy's approach to coffee is how Daggerheart handles money,
Yes.
which is true.
Correct.
Daggerheart has a unique money system that you don't really have to keep track of every coin, which I think some people will be dismayed by. Laura Bailey.
Hey, she helped make this, so can't be that bad.
Yeah, but if you have seen her in campaign 1, oh my, she's a greedy goblin. No, Vex is a greedy goblin. I should make the distinction. But yeah, no.
Hates to haggle,
Yeah.
famously.
Famously.
So yeah, money in the system is done in handfuls. Handfuls, bags, chests, hoards, and fortunes. And so you just kind of are like, most things cost a handful of gold, I guess. Everybody's carrying around, I guess,
Fistfuls of gold.
fistfuls of gold.
Yes.
Because I don't know how you keep track of anything smaller than that.
Yeah. It's like, here's the thing. I like to think of it as when you're watching some kind of like fantasy show, whatever it is, and somebody
Did you go
doesn't.
get a cookie?
I was hungry.
We are like 5
I
minutes
was like,
into
oh,
this
he's probably
stream.
his charger or something. Ah.
Oh, you
Also
left your
fine.
ribbit upstairs. Okay.
Oh.
Spoilies.
Oh, you gave me stuff. No, I have to sneeze, but I need to explain myself. It's like when you're watching a fantasy show and they pull out a little sack that has gold in it. You don't know how much is in it, but it's just a little sack of gold. That's what I think of as a handful.
Desalden is saying
It's just a little sack.
they really enjoyed.
Clink, clink, clink. I can hear the clinking. It's
Wait.
approximately.
You know what's interesting about that though?
What?
Is that Daggerheart, unlike other TTRPG systems, or at least the one that it is the most drawing an inspiration from, has races of so many different sizes that a handful of gold, specifically in Daggerheart, has so many different meanings.
There are many races that are like maybe 2 feet tall, so it's like I can hold maybe 2 coins in my fist.
I feel like it is like with the little
It's a
sack.
little sack.
It's like
It's a sack, yeah.
people like grab it and then they like weigh it.
Yeah, They're like I can
fondle the
hear-
sack.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ah,
It's a lot of
Oh.
this.
They're like, yeah, okay, that'll do.
We
try
have
to
our
keep it
next
sexual.
TikTok. Ellen and Claris fondling the sack.
You gotta.
6 minutes in, demonetized.
I mean,
Oh,
we
that
posted one of her
happens all the
touching her
Yeah.
boob for like a Mean Girls joke yesterday, and it got like 30,000 views across all of our socials. So
Did it get demonetized though?
no,
Hey.
Not yet.
that
Yes.
stream that stream is demonetized.
Oh well, yeah, that doesn't surprise
But it was
me.
you know.
We're degenerates.
Yeah. All right. Should we start at the very beginning? Welcome
A very
to
good place to start.
Daggerheart character creation. I recommend going to daggerheart.com and
Oh, good
downloading
call.
the materials
Oh, no, I don't have
if
that
you would like to follow along with us. I do not have a bunch of visuals ready for the stream. Mostly because I got them yesterday and I did not have time to build that. So we are going to go through the character creation of Daggerheart.
Can I have a sheet as well?
What kind of sheet do you want?
Like a physical sheet.
I have
Oh,
one as well because my phone is tiny.
yes. The printer is upstairs, so we're gonna
Oh,
have
I
to go
thought you
get
printed
them.
off everything last night.
No, because I don't know what. Okay, so let me print off. This is actually a good
I'll
chance
go
to
get
bring this
them.
up.
Yeah, I'll go get them. That's
In Daggerheart,
This is Canada's best actual play stream.
fine. Best,
best
top
one.
tier,
Number
professional, number one.
shut up, Shailesh.
Can't be beat.
All right, so the way we're going to start this is by talking about the fact that every single class in Daggerheart has a unique character sheet in order to help facilitate leveling up, in order to help facilitate your sheet not having a bunch of empty space for shit that you just don't need, because you're never going to need certain things. They
50
have
feet of rope. Sorry.
Well, everyone does get 50 feet of rope. That actually is kept.
no, I know.
But
Very important.
oh, this is 39 pages.
I think I say no.
For
It's
this
actually
character
39 feet
sheet?
of rope.
No, for this is wait. Where are just the raw character sheets? These are all
Yeah.
pre-made characters.
Yeah, we just need
Soy prepared.
Some
Claris, talk to chat while I work for a second.
some chat.
I meant more like see if they're saying anything.
It was a threat. Like, got a bone to pick
Oh,
with you.
there's
they
a whole
know,
there's
they
a
get
whole
it.
quick start adventure that you can just run. I should have just done that.
That would have been smart, but we're gonna do our own thing because we are professionals here.
Why did I come
We
up?
like to make it difficult on ourselves.
We work harder than we really need to.
Always. Always.
Have
That's
you
why
met
we're
us?
Canada's best.
Yes, exactly.
It's about the effort, not about the outcome.
Effort doesn't
Yes.
equal victory, dumbass.
I'm gonna use that.
Okay,
I'm gonna
anime character.
That's from Soul Calibur.
Michael Kioski says the Critical Role one-shot characters were amazing.
They were.
They were hot.
I
So
think I
hot.
might be a furry now. You know,
Yeah, Dummy Mommy that Marisha brought was...
she knew exactly what she was doing.
What's up,
and
bunny?
That was rude. I was not ready for
Yeah.
that. So.
All right, so I'm gonna print these off.
Oh yeah, go
what
grab
are?
them.
Let's go around and let's start with our classes. So Fariha,
I will be playing a bard.
a bard.
Ooh. Which
Um,
is what's the two things that the bard is a combination of?
It's a bard.
No, the deck sets.
yeah.
The card
Yeah.
sets. There's like a name for it.
There is
They are the schools of grace and codex.
Yes, Grace and Codex.
There
That's
we
what
go.
these symbols are. I
Yes.
see. And so I get to take these cards as a part of the spells I have access to, or the abilities.
Yes. So when we'll get to that phase of this, choosing your domain cards is step 10 in this process. So we're gonna do the entirety of the entirety.
Yes. We're going to walk everybody through it. If you would also like to create a character along with us, please feel free. You can do so over on Demiplane. Very easy. It's a good time.
The site is really good, actually.
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super intuitive. Like prompts you for everything, step by step.
I like prompts.
All right. So I'm printing a bard. What else am I printing? Who else wants a physical character sheet?
I would like one. I think 3 of us.
Clarus, you're playing
I'll
a.
take it too. Yeah.
You'll take one. You'll take one.
I think
and
I'll
you're-
take one because I don't actually know what this is going to look like once
Great,
I
yeah.
finish
So
this
what
thing.
class are you playing?
Warrior.
Okay, we have our warrior.
That's a rogue.
You were so close.
So close.
Clarus, what are you playing?
I am playing a ranger.
What's this? A ranger. Sort of his guard.
Oh my god. Never ends. You're playing a ranger.
Yes, we're gonna see. A lot of people say that ranger is the worst class in D&D.
A lot of people are correct.
Well, we're gonna see what Daggerheart does differently with it.
And you're playing a
Druid.
druid.
You? A druid?
Yeah.
Never.
I
For everyone at home, that was sarcasm.
famously love. Oh, it's not wisdom here. It is
Oh.
Instinct.
instinct. I'm an
Right.
instinct.
I think those are
girly.
printing. If they're not, it's because you just have to turn the printer on.
Great. I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
You got some good instincts over there.
And oh gosh,
Came
what is
dressed
it?
for the occasion, I see.
Oh yes.
He walked up to me and was
Franken
like,
Bean says Hermione Ranger. That's very funny. Vietnamese says, I did not expect stacked and caked to be so accurate about Bunny last night on Critical Role. I do agree. She was stacked and caked. Wiffle Possum, thank you for calling us the best Canadiana stream. I hope that the Canadian government agrees with you because Bill CR11 makes our lives real fucking weird as content creators. Yeah, are there any questions in chat about how the system works while we wait for our character sheets to show up? Good talk. Cool. Vietnamese says, I want to see how monks translate over because I love monks, want to play them. There isn't really a monk class.
I noticed that. I was like, because part of me was like, maybe I'll do monk. And I was like,
There also isn't really an unarmed strike class. There's not unarmed strikes have a set amount of damage in this game that is at any level above 1, probably not really going to hurt anybody. The way that the system works here, you're basically going to be using your unarmed strikes to deal stress to then hopefully wipe out your opponent's stress and end up attacking their HP. So at this point, I don't really know.
Can you try again?
Did you turn it on?
Yep.
There it goes.
Oh, thanks.
Told you.
I mean, I one of the midnight rogue has that like move between sort of shadows ability, which does remind me very much of a shadow monk.
but is that like part of the rogues? Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, there's definitely skill. Like I think that you could probably create a multi-class warrior rogue that has something similar to what a monk is like, maybe. You can't multi-class till later in the game, though.
Level 5, right?
Is it level 5?
Yeah,
I think it might be.
5. You can do it.
But it also makes me think: isn't monk appealing because of its action economy?
Mm-hmm.
How would that translate?
That's a good
over
point.
these? Yeah.
There is no action economy in this game.
Yeah.
The action economy is a lie.
It's free for all.
Kind of. Yeah. Free for me. You guys make it free for me. Yeah, we're gonna get into combat a little bit later. Let's keep talking through. Let's do our character creation. We don't need the. You guys have already made some choices, so while we're waiting for Clarus to bring those pieces of paper down, let's talk through this 10-step process. Sorry, 14-step process. It's a long one. Step 1: is choose a class,
Yes.
which we've all done. Step 2 is to choose a subclass. Each class has a number of subclasses to choose from that help better define what kind of focus you'd like your character to have. And in this case, I'm going to start bringing up the fact that we have a bunch of cards. I printed them all off. They're in black and white. I'm sorry I don't have all the colored ink in the world. And they're just on paper. But I printed off every card. This is going to be a level 1 and 2 one-shot, but I printed off all the cards to level 10 because I wasn't thinking. And when I was cutting them all out last night, I was like, wow, I gave myself way too much work. But the subclasses are... You guys don't have those yet, do you?
We do.
I've got mine now.
You have your subclasses. Okay, Fariha, what subclass under Bard did you choose?
I don't have mine. Circle back to me later. I don't know where I would see that.
The
Or is
Bard
it? Oh,
card?
is it these two?
Yeah, so you have to choose between those
Oh.
2 cards. So basically, every class has 2 cards.
Yes.
They should say foundation on them, right?
That's right. Yep. Okay.
So you have 2 foundation cards. One is going to be the Troubadour, and the other is going to be the
Wordsmith.
Wordsmith. That's what it was.
Yes.
What are you
I-
choosing?
I will take the Troubadour.
I'm shocked. The musician is playing a Troubadour Bard. If you've never seen Fariha play music on Twitch, it's pretty fantastic. Highly recommend.
thank you.
Your Toad shit is my favorite. The worse you are, the more I enjoy it, which is a terrible thing to admit, but
No.
that
it's-
Toad...
I have a horrible power within me.
I'm surprised you're not playing Toad, because there is Foam Grills, so you can play a mushroom character in this game.
Oh, next
Yeah.
time.
Just talking a Toad voice the whole time. Drive me crazy. So the 2 styles of Bard in the game, you do get the Wordsmith, who are much like Teller from our Dragonlance game, storytellers, writers, poets, Shakespearean wannabes. And then the Troubadour is the musicians. You know, you have your Taylor Swift, your Ed Sheeran, because he's in fucking everything. I don't know. The Weeknd. Lin-Manuel Miranda. I would like to play as Lin-Manuel Miranda. I'm so ready, you guys. We're gonna go fight. All right, Brian. What are the 2 warrior classes?
I got Call of the Slayer and Call of the Brave.
Ooh.
Call of the Slayer lets me on a roll with hope, which that was
Okay.
14 with hope.
With hope, we're gonna have to explain that in a second, but yeah.
I'm just getting myself into the anyway. You may choose to place a single 1d6 Slayer die on this card instead of taking a hope. You can store a number of 1d6 Slayer dice equal to your proficiency and can pick up any number of these dice and roll them when making a weapon attack or damage roll to add their value to the total.
Dope.
Discard any you use this way. At the end of a session, clear any remaining Slayer dice on your sheet and gain that many hope.
Yeah. So you are playing Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's Call of the Brave, which is when you fail a roll with fear, you gain a hope. Once per long rest, before you attempt something incredibly dangerous or face off against a foe who clearly outmatches you, describe what ritual you perform or preparation you make to clear 2 stress and gain 2 hope.
Rad. Let's just explain hope now, since we're still waiting on Clarus. Basically, every time I ask the players to make any sort of ability check, attack roll, anything like that, rather than roll a d20, in this system, we're going to roll 2 different looking d12s. One of them, they are going to predetermine as their hope dice, which will probably be this one for me because it's my like cute sterling silver one. And then this is going to be my fear dice because it is a bardic dice covered in flecks of blood. When I roll, I'm going to take the 2 numbers, right? I just rolled a 2 on my hope dice and a 6 on my fear dice. That means that I rolled a total of 8 with fear. So what that means is that the DM, which in this case is me, or GM, they use GM in this game, the GM gets to take a fear token, which they can use to impact the story in different ways. And you fail, typically, on a 6. You can succeed with fear. You can roll like an 11 and a 10, but the fear is the higher dice. And so you will get a 21, and you will succeed on your check. There's 2 sheets I printed for me.
Yes, there is all of the races. There's the play guide, there's the equipment, and the character creation.
Why did all that print? No. Oh, well, just hand that stuff over to me.
All right. We'll need it all, so...
Yeah, so Michael Kioski in the chat says the GM doesn't roll duality dice. Do they? No. This is an interesting element of the game. The Dungeon Master, or the Game Master in Daggerheart, is still playing Dungeons and Dragons. I roll a d20 for all of my checks. I roll a d20 for my attacks. I do not get to roll duality dice. Instead, only the players get to roll duality dice because the Hope and Fear system is only a player system in Daggerheart. It is not a DM system. So in that way, it is an imbalanced TTRPG system, which is used to help kind of facilitate a different kind of play within the structure. I'm in the Baldur's Gate 3 category. I need to fix that.
One day we'll get that.
There's the one that's not D&D, right? There's like a tabletop RPG category.
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
TTRPG.
Right. I hope so.
I might have to get my charger later. Oh well.
Is it just TTRPG? Or is it actually like tabletop? It's not TTRPG. Tabletop RPGs. Let's go. We're in tabletop RPGs now. I fixed it. Thank you, in TS. I appreciate that. So you do the game is imbalanced in that way, in that the players get to roll with a different mechanic than the GM does, but it has reasons, which we'll get into as we play. Mm-hmm. Clarus, will you tell me what your subclass is?
Yeah, that's one of these.
Did you not choose this already?
No.
Great.
No. We're gonna go with Beastbound.
Beastbound.
Hell yeah. So the two choices are either Wayfinder or Beastbound. Wayfinder seems to be to help with damage and also like adventuring in terms of like places that you've been, you have a familiarity with, which very cool. Mm-hmm. And then Beastbound is you have an animal companion of your choice.
Yeah. So do you have your animal companion choice?
I would like an owl, please.
You get an owl.
Get an owl.
I actually don't know how that works.
There's a take the ranger companion sheet.
Cool. Well, I'll have to find that for you.
Yeah.
I would look that up in your computer.
In my computer?
Yeah. You downloaded the materials, right?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll send it to you.
It's all on, it is all
Just
listed
Daggerheart.com,
on, no, on,
No, you don't want to download that. Here, I'll just...
Demiplane.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Let me go into the Ranger here.
Just need to verify my
Ranger
account.
Ranger Companion. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to, explore some of those mechanics. Why not?
Oh, wow. This is going to be... You're going to have to make some shit up, because we are supposed to have already figured this out.
Great.
Interesting. Your companion has its own
Levels.
traits.
Yeah.
That's wild. And Shayla, while I send this to Clarus, will you please introduce your...
Subclass?
Yeah.
All right, well, I am doing a druid. The two different types are Warden of Renewal and Warden of the Elements.
It's in your Discord, babe.
Warden of the Elements seems to be a little bit more of a damage choice. You get to pick fire, earth, water, or air, and that gives you a little bit of fun.
Our Avatar: The Last Airbender reactions come out every Monday and Friday until...
Good plug, good plug.
Gotta plug it.
But today I am going to take Warden of Renewal, since we're a little bit light on healing. And I can spend some hope and heal some hit points, or I can clear some stress for everybody today.
I need that.
I am gunning to die, so I really...
Good to know, good to know, good to know.
off.
I resent your choice.
I am not going to feel bad for killing you then.
See that choice, and I am ready to disturb your shit.
All right, with our subclasses chosen, we are now going to get into the Borns, with our heritages. Basically, there are a bunch of different kinds of Borns.
Our Born identities?
Yeah. So, funny story about Born Identity, or the original Born. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city. No, when I first joined Equity and SAG as a union actor, I had my biological name, my birth name, David J. Weens, is my acting name. And then when I joined SAG, there was like a problem with it, and like, because the unions only want you to have one person per name. And so I was like, fuck, well, I'll change my name. And I chose David Webb because my grandfather's last name is Webb, and I wanted to honor him. He's a good dude. And David Webb is Jason Bourne's real name, and I did not know. And so I knew, I just forgotten. And so I think I was like at Comic-Con, in New York Comic-Con in like 2013. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm like David Webb now professionally. And my friend was like, oh yeah, Matt Damon? Oh, you think you're so fucking special? Like, so
You got
the
shamed.
Bournes. Basically, there's a bunch of them. There's Wanderborn. There's Slyborn. There's Orderborn, Wildborn, Loreborn. These are all heritages that give you different bonuses. One of my favorite is if you're a Seaborn, which means that you grew up by the ocean or on the ocean.
By C-section.
If you were a C-section baby. If you're a platinum gay.
Born of no woman.
That's a joke for the tribe. That's a joke for the tribe.
Yeah.
The Seaborns get to they get a second, or they get an additional action in their rests. So where other people get to choose 2 actions, repairing their armor, healing some hit points, stuff like that. Seaborns actually get 3, which I think is a pretty incredible little heritage bonus.
Pretty nice.
Have you guys chosen all of your heritages?
I have.
Lay them on me so I can hand these cards out.
I got a Slyborn.
Slyborn, let's go. That means that you have advantage on any rolls where you're negotiating with criminals, detecting lies, or finding a safe place to hide.
Ooh la la.
I took Seaborn.
Hey.
I just figured, I'm playing a ribbit. I should be Seaborn.
Can you hand this to...
Of course.
Thank you. Clarus, what are you taking?
Whatever is the third in your hand.
You are Wildborn.
Perfect.
Hey, that makes sense.
That makes total sense.
Wild
Great,
card
love that
for
for me.
Wildborn.
Yeah, we haven't talked races yet, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Shales, what are you born?
Well, I'm gonna zag because I was originally gonna do Wildborn, but this I will do Wanderborn.
Great.
Ooh.
Michael Kioski says there are... can you be Lestibornus? And I will allow it.
The GM says they allow it.
I will allow Lestibornus.
That is a joke only for our Mistborn community. Hi, book club. I see you.
Can you be Mistborn?
Can you be
Can you be
Mistborn?
Mistborn? That should be in the game. I think they were like, we'd get sued.
Probably, yeah,
And also,
probably.
I don't know how that would make sense in the system. All right, so then let's go around and I think that... Wait, we haven't said races yet. When do you choose your race?
I think you do.
Oh, this is
early on.
Heritage's Ancestry and Community card. So that was the
Yes.
community side of Heritage. Let's go to Ancestry. Let's go around and say Daggerheart does not have any level of bioessentialism in it. Basically, what that means is that there are no evil races, there are no good races. They're just races, and how they interact with the world around them is up to the story that you're telling. This also is part of why you can fuck whoever you want. Any race can have babies with any other race in Daggerheart.
Hell
How
yeah.
that makes sense, considering like a bug and a mushroom can have a bug shroom.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? It's fun. But I think that we all chose single race characters. When you do take multiple races in Daggerheart, it does mean that you only get to choose one of your ancestry bonuses. You don't get the bonus of both sides of your family. So you do have to choose one. Fariha, what are you playing?
I'm playing a Clank today.
What is a clank?
A Clank is an automaton come to life, usually created for a purpose by somebody. Yes.
Or like naturally, magically.
Naturally. Oh, yeah. Beings built from clay or wood or stone to resemble humanoids, animals, or even inanimate objects.
Yeah. The art for the clanks in the playtest materials is so cool because you can be like a clank centaur, and I think that's sick. Brian, what are you playing?
I'm playing a ribbit.
Yep. What's
Oh,
a ribbit?
yeah.
Frog people. They're pretty cute. They look like frogs or toads or other forms of that thing.
What are the other forms of that thing?
There's frogs. There's toads. There's the other one.
Frodes, togs,
Frogs,
you know.
Togs. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, right. I forgot about trogs.
Trogs.
Yeah.
You know, the famous trogs.
Yeah.
You know, all of them.
Would you say that lizards would classify in
Those
there?
are lizards. They're not frogs.
Frankenbeans brings up a great point. Maybe it's like Pokemon, and the child is the race of the mother. That actually kind of works. Like, Daggerheart used the Pokemon breeding system, but everyone can breed with everyone. Yeah.
Does that mean that there are dittos in this game?
I mean, maybe.
Unless
You
you're
can have like a
Maybe we'll have a
clay
changeling in the game tonight. You don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
At level 1, a level 1 changeling fight.
just a larva.
Yeah, so ribbits are those of ribbit ancestry resemble anthropomorphic frogs with protruding eyes and webbed hands and feet. They're amphibious, which means they can breathe and move underwater just as easily as on land. And they have long tongue,
Yeah.
which they can use their long, powerful tongue to grab onto things close to you. You may also mark stress to unleash it as a finesse close weapon that does D12 physical damage.
So that's what that tongue do?
That's
Yeah, for a moment there, I was
tongue.
like, am I reading smut? Because this is like,
Long and powerful
That,
tongue.
as a
God.
weapon, that's a pretty great weapon.
it's
Right?
a great weapon.
One of the things that's interesting about Daggerheart is there isn't a lot of cooldown for skills. So you can kind of, like, you could not take a weapon and just be a tongue warrior.
Well, you still need to mark stress for it, which I don't know what that
That's
means.
true, because you don't take stress for a normal attack with your weapon.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's
Die
actually a
if
good
you
point.
max your stress.
So if you max your stress out, basically, God, there's so much to explain. Daggerheart has multiple different kind of HP pools that you have to keep track of. Obviously, you have your health points. For most of you, you'll probably have between 3 and 6 health points to start out with. Depending on your character, your starting health is class dependent. And you can get bonuses from leveling up and from other things. But all the classes have a starting health. You also have stress. Stress is less damage to yourself than health, but you can take stress in a lot of different ways. There are skills that you have to spend stress to use those skills. Basically, it's the stress on your tongue to lash out with it. Causes you a little bit of harm. You can take emotional stress by failing a roll with fear. As the DM, can give you stress for that. You can also take stress from certain abilities and from certain attacks. The stress mechanic fills up, and then once you're at full stress, you can no longer use any abilities that mark off stress. And also, anything that hits you that causes you stress post that point takes a health point.
Oh, okay.
So you only die when your health reaches 0, but keeping some free stress is a really valuable thing. The way that attacking works in this system is that when you take damage, you calculate the total number of damage, right? So say I roll 2d8, and I roll, say, 5 and a 4. So I rolled a 9 plus a +3. So I rolled 12 points of damage. What you're going to do as the player, the first thing you're going to do is look at your armor slots. And you're going to see, do I have any armor slots left? Basically, you have an armor score, and you have a number of slots that you can mark off every time that you take damage to reduce the amount of damage that you take by your armor. So say I rolled, I said a 13? No,
Use
12.
12,
So
yeah.
12 damage. Say you have 5 armor. You can tick one of your armor slots to take that 12 down to a 7. The reason you might do this is because you don't take damage the whole number. You take damage in either minor damage, major damage, or severe damage. The minor damage threshold, say what's your minor damage threshold?
I don't have them
It
down,
says
but for
starting.
example,
You're starting, it should be on your sheet.
on my sheet.
Yeah. It should say starting.
So my minor damage threshold is 4. My major is 9.
So for you,
If I took
if you take less than 4 damage, you take a stress. You don't take a health point.
instead of health points, yes.
But you wouldn't use your armor to reduce the attack because you can't get it under 4. So you're...
Well, actually, I could change it from a major wound to a minor wound.
Right. So a
which
major
means I
wound would be 2 health.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So you don't get very many health points, so they are very valuable.
Yeah.
So the difference between 1 and 2 is actually very large. So I actually might consider using my armor to reduce the damage from major to minor, because that's half the amount of damage as it would have been.
And once you fill up your armor slots, basically you can no longer use your armor for the rest of the time until a short rest or a long rest, where you have to use one of your downtime actions to repair your armor and get those slots back. They do not just regenerate on their own at any point. This is a game where I think that DMs are going to have to build in ways for players to take a lot of rests, because everyone's very squishy and you can die very fast.
At first, yeah.
But also because you need to reduce stress somehow. you're gonna want to be able to have time to kind of like clear things off of your sheet. But we are still going around the table. So, Clarus, what is your race?
My race is fairy.
So shocked.
I know. Those of fairy ancestry are winged humanoid creatures with insect-like features. Wings, I can mark a stress to take flight until you next roll with fear. While flying, your evasion score increases by 2. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Luckbender. Should have been a bloodbender. Once per session, after you or an ally in close range makes an attack roll, you can mark a stress to allow a re-roll of the duality dice. If you do, you have to take the new result.
Micah Kiyoshi says, would you say that you're ribbit for his pleasure?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timpanous Moth in the Twitch chat is saying, I'm contemplating the coinage Daggerhead for those of us who are right now living and breathing this game. I like that. I would say for the last week and a half, I've been a Daggerhead while I've been trying to read all of the shit they've sent me.
You could also say you're a Daggerheart, at that point.
Now you gotta change. You gotta distinguish it so that you can. It's got to be something that you can subreddit.
Right. Of
Yeah,
course.
r/Daggerheads
Yeah,
is different from r/Daggerheart because r/Daggerheart will be moderated.
Of course,
And
yeah.
r/Daggerheads will be a cesspool.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
I love you, Reddit.
So you've been on Reddit before.
I'm mostly banned from subreddit, so
Same. Yeah.
How do you manage that?
Congratulations on being
by just being like a content creator,
I posted
Reddit
on
will be
r/cosplay
like, don't.
and they were
You're
like,
just trying to
no.
promote yourself on here, and I'm like, okay, bye.
Yeah.
You can't post
Whatever.
yourself.
I can't. You can't push yourself.
All right.
What are you doing?
Easy.
Shalish, what are you playing? What's your race?
I am playing a Firbolg. The little, they're big. They're actually pretty large and tall.
But they're just a little guy.
Emotionally, they're a little guy.
Yeah.
Firbolgs resemble cows in a humanoid form, typically recognized by their broad nose and long ears.
And wear hats.
And they have a feature of natural calm. So whenever I should mark a stress, I roll 1d6. And if I roll a 6, there's no stress.
Let's go.
Oh, just anytime.
Vibes.
So you
Wow.
can have like free spell
Just
slots basically.
A little,
Just
just a stoned
casual.
little guy.
John Schmidt in the YouTube chat brings up armor has spell slots, and that's kind of a good way to think about it. Your armor does kind of have spell slots or like damage slots, basically until your armor's domaged. You get to choose when you use your armor though. You do not have to use it when you're attacked. All right, let's get into number 4. This is there is a handy dandy character creation sheet that you get with your stuff. You guys don't have it, but I
you
only
have
printed
the
up one
sheet,
because I didn't feel the need to print it 5 times. But the 4th step in this is to set your traits and evasion. The way that this works is that unlike rolling in D&D or set array or standard array or point buy, you just get 6 values. You get a +2, a +1, a +1, a +0, a +0, and a -1. And you basically just choose which those go to. Now, obviously, your spellcasting ability, you're probably going to want to make +2. I have a feeling that makes the most sense for most characters. Warrior skills, guardian skills, the martial skills are considered your spells in a way. And so for no matter what race you have, you do have a spellcasting trait for the magic of being unstoppable or whatever the magic of your race is.
Because everybody
classes.
has or almost everybody has the opportunity to take spells, correct?
Yeah. Or, yeah, I mean, all the cards are kind of spells, kind of not, It's one of those, is raging a spell or not? You're magically taking half damage, you know what I mean? It's one of those kind of questionable.
Yeah.
Do you know where to find the trait that is your okay, it says suggested, I guess.
Yeah,
Suggested
I've just gone with the
ability.
suggested traits because I don't know.
I think
It should say on your card.
It should say on your, it should say on your subclass card.
the Beastbound. Oh, spellcast agility. Yeah, that makes sense. While I was upstairs, did you go over the different trait.
She has not.
No, we've not yet.
Cool. Okay.
I'm gonna do that now. While I do that,
Yeah.
babe, will you start the road of food procurement?
Gotcha. Do you have their orders, or am
No,
I just
we
gonna
do.
like?
You're gonna
hit-
hand the phone around.
Great. That's totally fine.
So the 6 traits in this game. Oh, I don't actually have a character sheet in front of me. No, it's fine. I'm gonna pull something up so you have yours. The 6 traits in this game are as follows.
agility. Sorry, I just was.
Oh.
So I was excited.
Agility, which is for when you want to sprint, leap, maneuver, or other.
Other.
Strength,
Other.
for when you would like to lift, smash, or grapple.
When you like to smash.
See, I think of
It's
smashing
sometimes
as
it
more
takes,
of
like,
a
the strength
dexterity
of
It should
thing.
be a
Sure.
dexterity thing. It's all
Honestly,
angles.
yeah, I don't think of smashing necessarily as being strength. I think of smashing more as being like
Presence?
instinct plus presence meets finesse.
Sure.
I think it should be agility.
agility.
It's not about how fast you go, Brian. I know that that's
it's not.
how you live your life.
I
but-
get.
I mean, it does specifically say agility is maneuver.
Yeah.
If you want to do a bunch of different positions,
If you're
you
doing
want
the
to be one of
full
those,
Kama Sutra,
like one of those sex scenes from A Court of Thorns and Roses.
Or like you're on a swing and one of you's upside down.
Oh man.
yeah, agility. You're gonna need agility and strength for that, though.
Oh, that's true.
like yeah,
That's
yeah.
I dated a girl who was in Cirque du Soleil, and
Very
that
fun.
swing was wild.
But you need instinct too, because
A lot of ropes in her bedroom.
instinct has navigate and sense.
Yeah. So no. Next up is finesse. So okay. So it's agility, strength,
We're done with
Great
this.
finesse. People are like, I'm here to like know what's going on, and you guys are just making jokes. So
Us
number 3 is
never.
finesse, which is control, hide, tinker. That's gonna be your rogue skills. Number 4 is instinct, which is to perceive, sense, and navigate. Number 5 is going to be presence, which is charm, perform, deceive. And number 6 is knowledge, to recall, analyze, and comprehend.
I do appreciate that. Like it's not like intelligence and wisdom. I've always found like a little like silly. Whereas this is like
Really?
it's like knowledge. I mean,
I think more the differentiation of like nature being a wisdom and one of the intelligence is like tracking usually is used by an intelligence one. I think.
Interesting. Because
Yeah,
I
it's
think that
Specifically,
I'm,
like
Yeah.
getting funky
I think
with
that
it.
I am
Versus
intelligent, but
street
not
smarts.
wise.
and I am not intelligent.
That's true.
But like I
you're
also
not
wouldn't
wise.
say I'm knowledgeable. Yeah, I never just said I was. Like
I'm trying to think, like agility, your legs fucked up. Strength, no. Finesse, kind of. Well, if you remember to be. Instinct, you have
Here-
good instincts. I'll give you that
do
one.
I?
That's your
sure,
plus 2.
Sure. That's sorry, me as a person, not as my character.
Are we mostly just taking the recommendeds? Is that how we're all kind of playing our characters?
Well,
much.
my recommends are +2 agility, which I think is the right thing to do. +1 to finesse, which for a ranger does make sense. +1 to instinct, which for a ranger also makes sense. 0 to strength, 0 to knowledge, and -1 to presence.
-1. I
No
guess you have
charisma.
to put it somewhere.
Yeah, you
Why
gotta
do you?
put it somewhere.
What is it with you and playing charisma-less characters?
Because I'm terrible at being charismatic. No people presence at all.
I just love like harvest, no charisma.
I actually might adjust a little bit
Okay.
and do the -1 to strength because I'm just a little insect.
Cute.
So
Yes.
yeah, that's
Yeah, the
I'm-
fairies in this
I'm-
game aren't your traditional fairies. They're like cute little bugs.
They're like Pan's Labyrinth is what I thought.
I want to.
yeah.
I want to
Right.
play a campaign in this where I get to be a player, and I want to play a fairy who's a little bee, and his people have always told him that male bees shouldn't leave the hive, and that there's nothing out in the world for them, and only female bees should leave the hive. And he's a little boy bee who decides to buck the matriarchy, and go out into the world and discover who he is and his own.
Does he-
Find his
Is
strength.
it the
Does
bee
he learn
movie?
how to be yourself?
No, but he does discover that Ray
falls in love with a
Liotta,
woman.
may he rest in peace, has been stealing honey from the other bees.
Oh gosh.
In a great performance as himself as Ray Liotta in that
As
movie.
himself.
Yeah, Ray Liotta plays himself in the court scenes, and it is honestly like sentimental now, obviously because he passed, but he's great in those movies. Cataclysm, that is a great name. Cataclysm says, to be or not to be. I want to be.
We are choosing to be in this instance.
Threx says Hulk is not known for his dex. That is true. He just breaks things.
He smashes.
Like Scarlett Johansson.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so how do I input them?
Oh,
Okay,
man. God, their sex life must be so strange.
Probably.
Somebody fucked the Hulk. And I can't wait for She-Hulk Season 2 to reveal who.
You think they're getting a season 2?
I mean, if they can find a way to do it for less than $150 million, maybe.
Well, now they
How much
have
it cost?
No, they spent $230 million on
I'm
She-Hulk
filled
Season 1.
with rage.
I
Oh,
know.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, She-Hulk Season 1 cost more than Dune Part 2.
Yeah. That's insane.
Like, even if you like it, I'm mixed on it, right? I think there's things I like, but there's things I don't.
Yeah.
But no matter where you fall on what you think about She-Hulk, they spent too much money. Like, there is no argument on any level for the amount of money they put into it. Same with Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion was like $160 million, and you're like, where did it go?
She-Hulk's budget is close to a like Avengers Endgame budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's
Crazy.
crazy. Crazy.
I shocked, I tell you.
Wow.
Yeah. Baron Nisa says, "Ouch, that actually hurt me. I wanted a season 2." Yeah, I think we're more likely to see She-Hulk and Hulk show up in a movie.
Something else. Yeah.
Proper movie.
Yeah.
For sure.
Brian Bell asks if my character's songs will be "I'm Just B." I'm just B. Oh my god, I could like make his journey like Ken's journey in the Barbie movie.
Oh my
but he's a
God.
bee and it's a hive instead. That's very funny.
Christ.
Is his name going to be Ben?
Oh my god. I'm just Ben. Anywhere else they'd step on me. That's something I kind of want to see if it is Stella stepping on me.
See, it writes itself.
Right?
There you go.
All right, just me wanting to get stepped on. All right, next up in our character shit is record your starting evasion score. So you should have a starting evasion score. This is probably going to change soon.
Cool.
Your every class, much like HP, has a starting evasion score, which will change once we get into our armors and our weapons. Step 5 on this is to set your thresholds and hope. You should have your starting thresholds already, and take 2 hope to start the game. I get 2 fear, but you all get 2 hope.
Oh, I thought you were just being nice.
No. You always start the campaign with 2 hope, and the DM starts with 2 fear.
Gotcha. Okay.
Step 6, we're going to choose our starting weapons. This is a list of weapons, of equipment. There's not a huge selection. It's pretty bare bones.
It's pretty bare butt.
But when you look at it, when you really look at the starting equipment, I actually think there's a lot more variety in here than in something like honestly, Dungeons and Dragons, where I feel like your starting weapon is really just what dice you roll.
Yep.
This is really interesting, right? The battle axe. Let's start there. It is a strength weapon. It's a melee range, which is there are no ranges in Daggerheart in the way that are measured in actual distance.
Yeah.
Your ranges are melee, very close, far, and very far. Mm-hmm. Melee close, melee very close, close, far, very far. Melee is basically within 5 feet. They even in the book they do go into like kind of the same distances as Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
But for the theater of the mind element of Daggerheart, they've kind of changed that. Mm-hmm. So a battle axe though is a melee range strength weapon that does D10 plus 2, right? 2-handed. If you want to do a little bit more damage, right? You want to go up to a D12 plus 2, you can take the Warhammer, which is similar. It's a strength weapon, melee range, but it is a D12 plus 2, so you take a -1 to your agility. All of these weapons have a base version, and they have a larger weapon that does more damage, that is cumbersome in some way, and so it impacts something else. There's a lot of give and take as you go through your weapons. Do you all know what you're taking as far as your weapon? Mm-hmm. Fariha, what are you taking?
I got a rapier and a dagger.
A rapier and a dagger. So, because Fariha is going to be using her dagger as her secondary weapon, her rapier, rather than roll 2 attacks, she's still only going to roll 1 attack, and the dagger in her offhand is going to give +2 to the rapier's damage.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually curious because if you have a two-handed weapon,
Yes.
how does that work?
Well, so a two-handed weapon is going to have 2 damage more. So, for instance, like a rapier is a presence weapon.
Right.
So that is what bards are going to use. Whereas I don't know if there is actually a two-handed presence weapon on the list.
I don't think so.
There is not. At all. That's interesting. Maybe in the magic weapons. I only have the physical ones. Or no, wait, no.
Find, like...
The scepter is one-handed. Yeah, there's no two-handed presence weapon. So basically, like, you're trying to find something that matches up with your skills the best.
Yeah.
For her, a rapier being a presence weapon, you get a +1 to agility because it's a small weapon, and you get a D8 of damage. The battle axe is a two-handed weapon, but it gets a D10 +2. So you're trading off. Basically, she's getting a D8 +2 for wielding a rapier and a dagger. And the two-handed battle axe is going to be a D10 +2 with nothing in the offhand because it's a two-handed weapon, right? You can also take shields for your secondary weapon. You can attack with your shield in Daggerheart. Like if you take the round shield, which is a one-handed offhand weapon, all shields are one-handed. You get a +2 to your armor score, and if you would like to hit someone with your shield, it is a D4 of damage. But if you want to take a tower shield, you can do a D6 of damage.
Okay.
But it is -2 to evasion because you get a +4 to your armor score. So basically, you kind of have to look around and see which of these weapons and weapon combinations is going to A, work with your scores the best, but also B, provide the evasion and armor traits that you would like to have.
So the big thing for me
Yeah.
is that I have an ability as a warrior called combat training.
Okay.
Which lets me ignore burden when equipping weapons, and I may place primary weapons in my secondary weapon slot, and I always add additional physical damage equal to the value of my level when I attack.
So you can dual wield, basically.
But if I have a two-handed longsword,
Yes.
can I still dual wield those, or is that...
No, you can't dual wield the two. So if it has a burden of 2 hands, you can't dual wield because you have to use 2 hands to...
Right. So I probably need...
Did you order?
Yeah.
Did I?
I don't know.
Oh, you need to... I haven't put yours in yet. Here, give it.
You know what I want.
Yeah, I got you.
Aha, I
Tails,
see.
can you pass that?
I'm
Sorry.
so sorry. Thank you.
Berenice says only take 1 Warhammer. If you take 39.99, more weird things may happen. Michael Goski says, I believe Santa Claus wields a 2-handed presence weapon, but his subclass is Call of the Slayer. Very funny. A giant gong maybe says AKL, 2-handed presence, hit with either the beater or the drum. Sykin _DM says, is there skills you can develop to change the ability you use to handle weapons? I'm thinking of FFG having to change from brawl to presence for lightsabers. So you can upgrade every time you level up. You have the ability to upgrade your stats. There are 3 levels of stats. One is from level 2 to 4. One is 5 to 7, and then I think it's 8 to 10. I might get those thresholds wrong. Basically, you can only upgrade each one of your 6 stats once per... no, those are the right sections. So, like, between level 2 and 4, you can only upgrade your strength 1 time. Between level 5 and 7, you can upgrade your strength again. And between level 8 and 10, you can upgrade your strength a 3rd time. So, even if you start the game at a -1 strength, by 10th level, you could have a +2 to strength if you wanted. Or you could start with a 2 in your strength, and by the end of the game, you could have a +5 to your strength. But so you can change them throughout the game through that mechanic by leveling up.
Cool.
Improvised weapons, Cataclysm. I haven't found anything about improvised weapons yet, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in the book or in anything about improvised weapons. So that is something that we're gonna have to get to when.
That'll be a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of questions that I honestly I would love to talk with them about. Be like, hey, how does this work?
Yeah.
Some of my biggest questions, just in case somebody from Daggerheart sees this, is like I really don't understand how you could do PvP in the system, which was a question that people also had about Candela Obscura, and it might just be that Spencer Stark doesn't like PvP, which is fair, right? Like I think that that's a choice thing, but I do think that in games like this, PvP happens And so some kind of guideline around how that would work would be nice.
And also, if you are running an NPC in a fight.
Yeah. If the GM has an NPC in a fight, I really don't know how that works.
Could
And
just be like switching back and forth between 12s and...
well, but it's more the
20s?
problem of, because of the way that the initiative order functions.
Yeah, because there's no order. It gets passed between the players and the DM.
I could basically, like in our Dragonlance campaign, I could just have Darrett attack 12 times, and there's nothing that I can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's just it's sort of a weird initiative thing that I didn't find good answers for in the book yet. So those are two kind of things that I'm curious about moving forward. The game's not out yet. This isn't beta. This is an open playtest. The game's not coming out this year even. It's going to come out next year.
Yeah.
So these questions are not criticism so much as like just things that right now I don't know yet, but will probably be solved by the time the actual book comes out.
For sure.
I have another question about weapons.
Drop it on me.
It says I ignore burden. What is that?
Oh, then you can probably take a two-handed weapon as one. So burden in this is how many hands you need to do something.
Oh, yeah. So I can dual wield two weapons.
You probably could wield two. Yeah.
Okay, cool. If I read what I'm looking at, then that would have made a lot more sense.
That's crazy then.
Yeah, that's very fun.
Then I can do the thing I wanted to do, which I do love. I do be loving.
Cataclysm says sometimes you just gotta grab the chair and bash someone with it. I agree with that. Threx says PvP can be really tricky in TTRPGs. It can be, but it happens enough that I think that it's something that you kind of have to account for.
For sure.
So, some of Critical Role's biggest moments from campaign 1 at least are I'm thinking of the Grog Percy moment about the skull, right? It's not that either of them were being bad players. They were both being great players, but it came down to a PvP moment that is fantastic. It's one of my favorite like moments from that whole season. And so I think that when you're doing like high fantasy stuff like this, it can come up. Movieverse says, I think it is important to provide constructive criticism on this game. Critical Role and the game builders say they want to make the game the best it can be and want feedback. I feel like criticism is fair game. Yeah, of course. All of this is coming from a place of love. Like I've said, we know developers on this, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm like a hater or anything. I think there's a lot of stuff here that's really fun. I like the Hope and Fear system a lot. I'm skeptically optimistic about the initiative system, just because I haven't played it yet. I'm hoping that we love it tonight when we get to the actual like one shot of the night. But right now I'm kind of just enjoying getting to know the system. I'm having a lot of fun with it, and so I think that there's a lot that I think there's a lot here. It's also a 400-page book that I read yesterday, and so if I missed a paragraph, I might have just missed something. You know what I mean? Like if something didn't stick in there, that's kind of how it goes. John Manx says, I was wondering earlier, are the weapon ranges just the max range, or can you not fire a bow from melee, for example? That is a great question that I don't have an answer to.
Well, let me take a look.
I'm assuming you can fire a bow at any range, but you probably take disadvantage. The system is kind of built in a way where the GM can just impose disadvantage when they want. So I think that I would give you disadvantage for attacking with a bow at melee range. But if you really think about it, if you draw a bow on someone at melee range, the chance that you're going to miss is really low.
Yeah, as long as I have enough room to do this.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Syken DM says, wow, 400 pages. I'm exhausted just looking at the length of Critical Role videos on it. Honestly, the one shot last night was great.
It was very fun.
I'm a big Oppie stan now. I will die for that little frog with his fucking puff pass stick.
I know.
I really enjoyed their one shot.
It's also like easier to understand the framework of the game when you see it like up and on its feet.
Yes, for sure.
Well, because one of the criticisms that I gave them when I did the character creation beta was that I was like, this is really cool. I like a lot of the choices. I don't know what any of this means, so I feel like I'm just kind of choosing numbers because I only had the character creation. I didn't have any of the actual game at that point. So I was like, I don't know what I don't know why I gave a +2 to presence. I don't know how this affects anything because I don't know how the game is played.
Yeah.
But I did it. And so I think now that I've got the full book, a lot of the stuff that I did during that character creation makes a lot more sense now. And I think that's only going to improve as they put out more stuff over the next year.
I also I love that how accessible they've just made the sheets.
Yeah.
With descriptions of what you would use agility for or what you use instinct for.
Do we all feel good about the weapons that we have?
Yes.
All right, let's get into our starting armor. There's only 4 pieces of starting armor in the game. You can have leather armor, which is light, gives you a +1 to evasion, and has an armor score of 3. You can take a breastplate, which has no bonuses or negatives, just an armor score of 5. You can take chainmail armor, which is heavy. You get a -1 to evasion, but you get an armor score of 9. Or you can take a full plate armor, very heavy, -2 to evasion, and -1 agility. But you get an armor score of 9. So record which armor you're taking. I'm assuming, Clarus, you're taking the leather, right?
Yes.
Is anyone taking full plate? Yeah. I feel like if you're the Seraph or the Guardian, the full plate is pretty great. What are you taking?
I'm taking the chainmail. I think my character would find it amusing that she can jingle jangle a little bit as she plays.
Trying to sashay away to the rhythm of her song.
I am taking just the breastplate.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Standard.
Also leather for me.
Yeah, I want to be able to move a little bit.
So I do have a question.
Yeah.
About the shields.
Okay.
So the round shield says that it's a strength melee weapon. It's under weapons.
Yeah.
What does the trait? How does the trait affect?
If you would like to attack someone with your shield, you will roll a strength attack roll.
Oh, but only to attack.
Yes.
Oh.
The protective,
Right.
the bonus to your armor score does not.
Beauty.
Yeah. Are you taking a shield?
Yeah. It says to pick 2 starting weapons. The thing is, I can't really use a shield with a bow, but I just was kind of curious to see how it worked in terms of the games.
You can with a crossbow. You could be a shield and crossbow ranger.
That's true. What is the different? Where is?
So the crossbow, basically, you just a short bow gives you a D8 +2, and a crossbow gives you just a D8. So you basically you'd be losing 2 guaranteed damage on every roll in order to have a +2 to your armor score.
Is it still agility?
It is a finesse weapon.
That does make a difference. No, we're just gonna go play with the short bow. But I wanted to ask about the shield for specifically that feature.
Great.
Thank you.
So then step 8, you're going to take your starting inventory. Now, the Daggerheart system has a few things for you to choose from. You do get 50 feet of rope, so take your rope.
Yes!
Enjoy that.
It's so important.
And then you also get either a health potion or a stamina potion. So a health potion clears 1d4 health. A stamina potion clears, I believe it's 1d4 stress. So you can choose which one you'd like to start with. I think that most people probably take health potion unless you have some very stress-inducing abilities that you would like to use more of in combat. Then the stamina potion is probably going to be the one you want to take there. But if you're a wizard, take the fucking health potion. Under that, you're also going to see on your secondary character sheet there, you are going to choose between 2 objects that your character carries with them. For the warrior, I believe it's a sharpening stone or a picture, a drawing of your lover.
Which is what I have taken.
Yeah. So you have those French made cards that they used to sell to Judd in Oklahoma. You just have a little nudie pic with you at all times.
It's
Don't look.
What are you looking at?
You used to date a fun girl and you can just see all of her stock.
Is that a mushroom person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody likes to party.
It's just that low angle.
Oh God.
What are the? It's actually spelled Stanima, according to Taliesin Jaffe. Very funny. What do you have to choose between, Fariha?
I have either a romance novel or a letter never opened.
Ooh, I like a letter never opened.
I
That's
got that
good.
one. It's a good one.
Yeah.
A romance novel's funny too, though, because you could be like, I just am carrying 50 Shades of Grey with me.
Just a book of
It's all about that smut.
Helps me get through the lonely nights. in
Oh man, the
forest.
guy who's reading fucking Akatar in Kronk voice on TikTok, very funny.
What a bamf.
Clarus, what do you have to pick between?
I can either pick a trophy from my first kill or a seemingly broken compass.
Okay, what are you carrying?
I'm gonna get a compass.
It's seemingly broken though.
Seemingly broken.
It actually leads to the Black Pearl. This is Pirates of the Caribbean, kids.
And then the stream goes down. Oh no.
And show what you have to choose between.
I have got either a small bag of rocks and bones or a strange pendant found in the dirt, and I think I'm gonna go with the second one there.
Ooh, a strange pendant found in the dirt. I love that. What does your
Ties in-
pendant look like?
It's probably little and shiny and just like a little piece of polished glass, but my character that's gonna tie into something that we make choices on slightly later.
I love that. Then you're going to choose your descriptions. Let's just go in a circle. Fariha, describe your clank. Give us a name. They have name and pronouns much later, but let's just do all of that now. Let's do step
Sure.
13 and 9 together.
All right.
Give me your name, your pronouns, and describe your clank.
My character's name is Callista, and her pronouns are she, her, and she's made out of wood. But do you know how a small rig moves when you loosen it, and it's like both stiff and very agile at the same time?
A small rig?
Like a small rig, like do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what that is.
Do you mean like on like a tripod?
Like a tripod thing.
Oh, okay.
But it has like multiple arms, and if you tighten it, it's very rigid. But
Yeah,
then
yeah,
if you
yeah.
loosen it, it can move in any direction. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
fluid.
yeah.
That's
Like that. And she has these clothes that are very flowery, but also trying to look more expensive than they actually are. And her eyes are kind of like this little light that's behind these wooden lids that move, and she's the color of oak.
Okay, so we have cute ass Pinocchio.
I love that.
So, my character's name is Amadeus Limey. He's he him. He is a frog-looking guy. You know what?
He is a frog. He is a frog.
I think he's got more like not an orangey like hue. Like, you know how like some frogs have fun colors. More like an orangey kind of like cool thing.
It's very poisonous.
I lick him.
I like it. You are paralyzed and in extreme agony for 24 hours.
Roll
before-
and
for
then you
lick.
die. Yeah.
roll your duality dice for me.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, it's a 16, but
with fear.
with fear.
Yeah, so you actually
Good.
just
Fear.
die. You have to start the process over. New character.
Alright, new character.
Bring
Yeah.
her back up.
From the top.
So Amadeus is sort of like, kind of like, you know, he's got a very kind face, chubby cheeks for a frog, I guess. You know, if they have cheeks, yeah, they do. You know, got like a scar across like the bridge of like his nose thing. But like you can see in his eyes that like he's a bit out of his depth. You know,
Okay.
he's a bit out of his depth. He's the kind of character that if you've been in any bustling town, you've seen his face on a wanted poster. Why? That's a story that we'll find out later.
Love it.
Great.
Clarus, who are you playing?
I'm going to be playing Fifi.
Oh, Fifi the fairy.
Fifi is spelled F-I-P-H-I. Just to make it fun. Fifi is they, she. We went over Wildborn. Beastborn looks like a kind of almost like orange-ish yellow.
Orange
Very
team.
yeah. We're going with a theme here. Humanoid for the most part, but has like an extension that comes off of her back, kind of like that glows, kind of like a firefly. Yeah, that's like very bright, vibrant colors. Very like small features, like when you think of Pixie, like sharp and angular in the face, and like kind of weirdly long fingers.
Okay.
And she's small. She's probably just under like a foot tall.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just a little guy.
Just
you're so tiny.
very, very small.
All right.
Yeah.
Of the long fingers.
You're gonna be taking a lot of stress. Because to use your wings you have to mark a stress to use your wings.
Yes.
So getting around for you, because I think that
I have an owl.
the book. Oh, interesting. The book says that you have to be that
Yes.
fairies are between 2 and 5 feet.
Yeah,
But
they
I don't care what the book says.
I was like, they messed around with it on the live stream last night,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
fuck it. I can do what I want.
Is your owl like a normal owl, or is it a slightly larger than normal owl?
I imagine it's slightly larger, like
We're going for like a big barn owl.
big barn owl that like I can like hang off of by my feet and use my hands to still shoot my bow.
What's the name of that owl from Ocarina of Time?
The
Oh,
annoying as fuck one.
Yeah.
Kabora, something like that.
Gabor.
Yeah.
I
Oh my
hate
God.
that
Is that your
guy.
owl?
No, fuck that
It's
guy.
like every time we try and go into
I'm actually, it's the owl from Ocarina of Time, and
we
fucking,
literally have to like spend 5
always-
actions just to talk to your damn owl.
and I'm the,
Okay, Pora Gabora. Yeah, you're right.
I'm the.
Hey,
Oh, it's,
listen.
Yeah.
But the problem
fuck
is that
that
if you
again?
press A too many times, he just starts over.
I know.
Yeah.
The worst.
And you can't fucking skip it.
Meanwhile, I'm mashing B.
All right. Nintendo will sue.
Yeah. Nobody
Let's
else
be
would
careful.
have. Yeah, but Nintendo
We can get away
will.
with a lot, but Nintendo will fuck us up.
Yeah.
I remember when this was a couple years ago. Nintendo was like, "We will take down every streamer who restreams the Nintendo Direct."
And then everyone
was like, "Fuck you!" And so everyone restreamed it, and they were like, "Fuck, this went the wrong way."
Yeah.
But it's fine because everyone will still buy their games. Shaylish, describe your.
Druid.
Druid.
What was your race again?
Firbolg.
Oh, right. Describe your cow lady.
Yes. Well, we have very small over here, so we have very, very tall over here. I have named her Fluttershy. She, or her, and is probably about 7'5", 7'6".
Let's go.
She's big. She's broad.
Mommy.
She just kind of got this like dopey, just happy to be here expression on her face at all times. And she's real cute.
She's cute. She's like very long lashes.
Yeah, like the cow lashes,
Yeah.
and like the brown eyes, and like her ears kind of just like slope down, and it also looks like she's never really like met a hairbrush in her life. Think Highland cow.
Love it.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear.
Little
We're gonna do a Scottish accent.
right.
For the hate.
My name's Fluttershy. All right. Then step 10 in our process is to take domain deck cards. Every single class has access to 2 domains, and they do overlap. So you might be a warrior, your friend might be a guardian, and I believe that both of those have access to the blade domain. I might be wrong about that. I don't have everything memorized yet.
Hi, Donkers. I see you in the chat.
Donkers
you.
is here. What's up, Donks?
I see you,
Right,
Donk.
so
We love you.
But yeah, so you like, for instance, the Guardian has access to Valor and Blade. At the beginning of the game at level 1, you do get to pick a card. You get to pick 2 domain deck cards from either deck. You do not have to pick one of each. You can choose to focus on one domain. You will be able to pick another card at every level. You will then have a loadout. So basically, at all times, your character will carry up to 5 cards, which are the spells, basically, that they can cast, or the, what is it called when it's just a constant?
Feats?
No, there's a word for it.
constant.
Yeah,
What?
a spell that's just always going on.
Oh, concentration.
Oh, passive.
Passive.
Oh.
Passive things, spells. These are your domain deck cards. You can only have 5 on you at a time. This does not matter until level 5. After level 5, there are mechanics around having to switch things out at short or long rests, or using stress to recall a spell from your
Hot
vault.
swap.
Yeah, you can hot swap in this game by using stress. But for today, you guys are only gonna have we're gonna do our level 1. We're gonna do our character creation, then we're gonna do a level up, and then we're gonna play some game. This is taking longer than I thought. Sorry, everyone. But so yeah, you can hot swap later, but we won't deal with that today. Today, just pick 2 domain deck cards from either of the decks that you have access to.
What's the little symbol in the top right corner?
That is your recall cost. So if it is in your vault, when you do have more than 5, that is how much stress you have to use to pull it out of your...
So yeah, you can swap it out immediately if you're like, it's worth taking the stress to do so.
So like in combat, I can just
Yeah.
stress I need this.
Yeah.
But you won't be doing that today. We won't have enough cards.
Yes. Yes.
You only do that after level 5.
Where are the
Right,
decks?
because all of my cards will fit in.
Yeah.
Where are the decks?
I've got
Bone and Sage, or I should have.
Those are the only 2 you should have.
Yeah.
No,
Are they not in front of you?
We don't have any here.
No.
Oh,
No.
I've got them here.
I have 2
What are
through
those?
10
No,
levels.
these are subclasses.
Oh, cool.
And I've
okay.
taken some of the bone because
Oh,
they're
Cards
'cause we
should
share
be
one.
over there. Are they not?
Is bone the two daggers over crossing?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So I took nimble from
And
that
then
one.
what
All
is-
of the cards should be over there somewhere.
Yeah, no, I see there's
Can you hand me
different
the
symbols.
subclass ones?
This one looks like a shield. Does anyone have a
So,
symbol that
it
looks
would
like
be
a
the
shield?
two
No.
that-
The
have
shield is
Sage,
Valor.
which is the
Okay,
spell.
so no one has that. Then we've got one that looks like a hanging icicle, kind of, with extra icicles.
I think that is
Oh, Here, this one we're both gonna want. So these are ours.
Yes.
And then we've got some wings with a moon over top, and then like a starburst. What does anyone? You guys, you got them all?
No, I got everything I need.
Freya, you got your cards.
I
Great.
got one.
Okay, just checking.
Here we can
I feel like if you're watching this right now, it might look like this is very involved. It kind of isn't. This all feels pretty easy so far, right?
Yeah, we're just kind of taking time to
Yeah.
explain it and ask.
If I had
Yeah.
organized the cards better, it would be a little bit easier. But I think that one thing this does really well is that I think the character creation is straightforward.
I agree.
Yeah.
As someone who like sometimes struggles to like learn new like board games and stuff, like
Yeah.
I feel like I've had a pretty easy time with this one. May I look at the bone things? Because
Well-
I doubt we'll take the same ones, but while this card is in your loadout, add your agility score to your evasion. I already get stuff for evasion, so I think I'm
I
okay.
have the domains pulled up if you guys
Ooh,
want me
yeah.
to go through it.
Do we want to read out the different
Yeah, why not?
domains?
Sure.
Sure. We have Arcana, Blade, Bone, Codex, Grace. Please let me scroll. Midnight, Sage, Splendor, and Valor. So Arcana is going to be a circle of like little lightning bolts. Blade looks like a hand axe. Bone is 2 crossed daggers. Codex is a book with flames coming out of one side.
Oh, shit.
Grace looks like a little butterfly. Midnight is like 2 crescent moons and then 1 more crescent moon like that. A little thing. Sage is like a Triskelion.
A what?
It's a triple spiral. I know that because it's tattooed on my body.
It's like 3.
But she won't
like,
tell us where.
I can't show you. But
It is there, I
not on the
promise.
internet. Splendor is the bottom half of a sun shining down, and Valor is the shield.
Amazing.
Yeah, so each class can pick from like 2 of the different stacks. I don't know if I want either of the any of the bone ones. So let me look at Sage. You guys already know yours, right? So do we want to go over those?
Yeah, read out what spells you took.
Oh,
You know?
So-
Okay, great. Then it's just me. What did
I
take?
got the Book of Ava, which allows me to do a power push, which is using a spellcast roll against a target in melee range, and on a success, they're blasted back to a far range and take D10 magic damage. It also lets me use Teva's Armor, which is to spend a hope in order to give a target I can touch 1 + 1d6 to their armor score the next time they spend an armor slot. and that can't be stacked. Or Ice Spikes, which allows me to make a spellcast roll to summon Ice Spikes within a very far range. And so you can treat that as a ranged weapon against a target or a group. On success, it deals d6 damage.
Great.
And then also Inspirational Words, which allows me to mark a stress to either, for an ally, clear a stress, heal a hit point, or gain a hope.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's so cool.
very cool.
Yeah, clearing stress and heal. I think that I feel like we're all conditioned to be like, oh, I've got to heal. Like, health is the thing. I think that the more we play this game, we're going to discover that it is just as important to manage your stress. Because it is how you do big things. And also, if you do big things to the point where if you take 1 damage, you take a hit point, like that point gets really dangerous, especially because this game focuses on like mobs and like there's a lot of getting attacked by a lot of small things. In the mechanics.
What a great metaphor for real life.
Yeah.
You can manage your stress.
Manage your stress.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
You die by 1,000 cuts.
The bard is the therapist. And I know that I say that D&D isn't therapy, but maybe Daggerheart is.
Maybe.
Brian, what spells did you take?
I took Nimble, which when this card is in my loadout, I add my agility score to my evasion.
That's sick.
Oh, damn. That's nice.
All right.
What's your
That is
evasion?
nice.
12.
What?
That's pretty good. Because I'm rolling d20s, so.
12 out of 20, it means that you're more likely to fail.
Yeah.
And I took Not Good Enough. When you roll your damage dice, you may re-roll any 1s or 2s. If I do, I must take the new result, even on a 1 or a 2.
Yeah. Awesome. What are you taking, Clarus' spells?
I picked 2 from Sage.
Okay.
So, first one is Gifted Tracker. Make a spellcast roll to track or ask the GM 1 question you'd be able to learn about a specific creature or group of creatures based on signs of their passage. If you spend hope before the roll, you can double your spellcast trait as the modifier.
Great.
Very cool. If you encounter any creatures you've tracked, your evasion against them is +2.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like that's pretty nice. Especially if, depending on, like, you know, I think these can be relative to the kind of campaign you're playing as well. But yeah.
I don't know. I feel like no matter what kind of campaign you're playing, if you're a ranger, you should be ranging. You know what I mean?
If you're a ranger, you should be ranging.
It's on the player
yeah.
at a certain level. It is on the player to be ranging.
And then Vicious Entangle is my other one. So I have 1 ability and 1 spell.
Great.
Vicious Entangle, make a spellcast roll against a target within far range. On a success, Roots and Vines reach out from the ground, temporarily restrain them, dealing 1d8 physical damage. On a success, you may also spend a hope to temporarily restrain any enemies very close to your target.
Damn. So to explain the ranges, the range melee is like basically touching you. Very close is within 10-ish feet.
Friends.
Close is within 30 feet. Far is within kind of like 90. Very far is like 120, 150. And anything beyond that, fuck it. You probably can't hit them with a spell.
In one of the videos that they put out, there was like the really helpful comparison is like touching distance. One of them is like the length of a standard pencil. One of them is like the length of a standard
If you're using minis, yeah.
paper.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. If you have a map, yeah.
Unless
Yeah,
you're, like,
this
theater
is,
minding.
I think this was,
That's about 30.
this is close, and
Yeah.
then this was far.
Yeah.
And then very far is just,
Is anything more?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of think of it like the movement mechanics of D&D, although movement in this game
It's
works very
great,
differently.
just don't sharpen your pencil. Like,
Yeah, your close distance keeps getting shorter.
the longer the campaign goes on,
You do
as you get older.
You do not get to move for free in this game in combat, which I think is an interesting part of the mechanic. If you move in combat, you have to roll for it, which gives the DM the opportunity for you to roll with fear and for the DM to get their turn. So that is a very it can be moving across the battlefield can incur more than just an opportunity attack in this game. It can incur an entire DM turn.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with all of the decisions that you make. Not to give you more anxiety and therefore stress. What spells did you take, Shailesh?
I like Clarus, I have also taken 1 ability and 1 spell. So my ability is Nature's Tongue.
Okay.
So basically I can talk to plants and animals. I make a instinct roll. They will give me information that they know. But if I roll with fear, then their limit might be limited or come at a cost. It also has an additional like buff if you are spellcasting within a natural environment. And then on the other side, that was my Sage that I pulled from, and then on the other side is the Arcana. And I took the spell Unleash Chaos.
Ooh.
Nice.
So a little bit of a possible attack roll, and spellcast roll against a target, and you channel raw energy from within yourself and unleash against them.
Nice.
All right.
Michael Kioski in the chat is right. I misspoke. You can move within your close range for free. If you want to move beyond your close range, that is when you have to roll for it.
Yes.
So basically, if you want to dash. All right. That is very cool. That is going to be step 10. Step 11, I don't think we're going to do on camera unless you guys already have some thoughts on your background questions. But it's to answer the pre-provided background questions. If you guys have something you want to say for that, go for it. But the character sheets do have different background questions for each class to just get you started in your roleplay journey. I think for people who are experienced at creating characters and do a lot of background story writing for their characters, these will be a little bit rudimentary and probably not specific enough for the kinds of character that you want to create. But I do think that for new role players or people who are coming from number heavier systems and are not used to a system that is as role play heavy as this one, I think these are a great starting point to kind of help you see what kind of game this is. This is not a big number cruncher. This game is a narrative driven story focused game. And I think that putting these background questions on the character sheets is a really good way to start. The step after that, unless anyone wants to say anything about that. Then the step after that is to generate experience. Straight up, in the closed beta, I left this blank and I put in my notes at the end of it, I did not fucking understand experience at all. Didn't know how to do it. But that's on me. Now with the full book, I understand a lot more. Basically, instead of having proficiencies that are set, like D&D has like sleight of hand, I think is one. Maybe it doesn't. I might have just made that one up. But like acrobatics, stuff like that. In Daggerheart, you get to choose what your proficiencies are, and you do that by making them up based on the experiences you think your character has had. Our friend tweeted that she had a goblin whose two experiences were fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
They had a +1 in fuck around and a +2 in find out.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Very brilliant. And so I think that you guys get to choose what experiences you want. You get to give +2 to one experience and +1 to another. But a character that I made, Mel, a Dracona Seaborn, had a +2 in sailing and a +1 in fishing. Because that was kind of his whole life. He didn't have a lot of other experiences. He was kind of a boring dude. Ready to not be boring anymore.
Love
That
boring
is fair.
dudes.
Yeah.
So just being boring. Something to it.
He was ready for adventure to change that.
Got a blank slate, baby.
The food is almost here.
Great.
So, do we want to go over experiences before or after our break?
Well, we're almost done because part 14 is create connections, which we probably won't do for this stream because we're already kind of running a little bit long.
We'll assume that we all kind of know one another.
For the sake of the one shot, yeah. We're
Yeah,
for a bit.
for a one shot, yeah. And like I think that for one shots especially, at least having one relationship already established in the party is so helpful.
Yeah.
Even for a long campaign, I think someone either knowing of one of the other people or even knowing them closely can be super helpful, as opposed to you arrive at a bar and you're in a tavern and something happens.
You're attacked
to
by
bring
draconics
you
on the
together.
street.
Sure, yeah. Which like works great, but sometimes like especially for Daggerheart, it feels much feels more roleplay heavy. And so I think like if you've never experimented with like already having a pre-established relationship before a campaign, this would be the system to test it out in for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game really pushes you to be pre-connected. I think that part of that is because it's only 10 levels. And I feel like they're like, don't spend like 4 levels trying to figure out your party dynamic. Go in strong. That's up to you. If you want to do that, do it. If you don't. Screw rule books. If you don't like the rules, throw them out.
Yeah.
That's how I play.
Fuck this.
even in Critical Role did their first live stream, their one shot last night, and even in that one shot, they used a homebrew rule that's in the book, where if you double the severe damage on an attack, you get to do 4 health instead of 3. But like even they were already kind of doing that with the game, and I think that that's the nature of TTRPGs is not necessarily being so stuck in what the book says, as much as we all love to throw around the word raw. Because who doesn't love to do it raw? But there's that element of it that's like, I also want to make the best experience for this table and this dynamic that we have here. And I think that this is a game, as a last point before we go to our break, and then we'll come back and we'll do some actual playing. This is a game that seems to be really built for role players. And I think that it's not surprising given the company it comes from. But as someone who loves improv and has grown up in the theater, I'm very excited to play this. So let's go eat, and then we'll come back in like 20 minutes and we'll play. This doesn't have a title. This one shot. This one shot.
Did you have a
Canada's number 1.
Yeah.
Canada's first actual play of Daggerheart.
Best first,
Best
only
first.
one.
Best,
The only one.
best
favorite
favorite, best favorite role-playing game.
The bestest actual play ever.
Yeah.
Seen
ever.
by the
Yeah.
most people.
Yes.
Move over, Critical Role.
What even
Dimension
20?
is the 20th dimension?
No.
The 20th.
Has Brennan Lee Mulligan ever answered that question? What are dimensions 6 through 19?
Yeah.
Good question.
All right, bye.
Do you want to throw on?
And we are back. Welcome to Nerdy Nightly Plays Daggerheart here with Roleplay Relay. No, Roleplay Relay plays Daggerheart here at the Nerdy Nightly. That's what it is. I'm joined by my good friends and attractive people professionally, Fariha, Brian the Kling, ClarusPolaris, and Shaylish. You're all professionally attractive. Shut up.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna do that. Announce myself as that from now on.
Professionally
attractive.
For those of you who, I think I'm going to put this up on the Roleplay Relay YouTube channel as 2 separate videos, character creation and this. So before we get into the world, let's go around really quick and give our character names and a very quick description.
I'm playing a Clank Bard. Her name is Callista, and she's kind of like this Pinocchio tragic character who is taking on the mantle of her old maker as living on as this inspiring musician. Yes.
I'm playing Amadeus Limey, the ribbit warrior, and he is a vagabond of sorts with dented up armor and a bit of a rude streak, I guess we can say. I don't know. We'll find out how he is.
Great. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and I had to throw it in there at the beginning. You gotta remind people several times throughout the video. Anyways, you know what to do. I'm playing Fifi, who is a fairy ranger. She kind of looks almost firefly-ish, yellow, orange, warm tones. Is like a glowing bit on her back coming off. And she travels the wilderness with her owl companion, Hulong, who is a big barn owl. And she's also like a foot tall.
Hulong?
Hulong.
What's that from?
What?
Hulong.
Hulong? I don't know. I went with oolong, but like who for the owl part. What?
I think it's clever.
Thank you.
That's very funny. That is very funny. All right, and
I liked it.
Shale?
Hey, what's up? I am playing Fluttershy, the Firbolg Warden of Renewal Druid. And she's very large, and she's about 7'5", 7'6", and just really beautiful doe eyes and dopey ears, and just is happy to be here.
I also did the Beastbound subclass. I don't know if because that's in a separate video, so.
Go watch the character creation. It was fun. We had a good time, and I feel like we learned a lot. But for now, let's get into tonight's session of... No, I'm not going to fucking just fully on steal this thing. No, this is going to be a one-shot. Let's go. Daggerheart. Let me put on...
Some music.
Yeah, music's going. I think I'm going to try just a little bit.
Go for it.
In the kingdom of Melodia, split in twain by the Riven Shaft Mountains, there are 2 different kingdoms under one king. On the coast side, there is plenty. It is a bountiful land of rain and greenery, of temperate climes and beautiful shores. The people live well, protected under the watchful armies of the king, who keep the dangers of the world at bay. But if you soar over those mountains, past the snow-topped peaks, to the land side, inland, the king's eye is not quite as apparent. It's not always present. Instead, the people fend for themselves. And the monsters that come from the mountains are an ever-present danger. The terrain is difficult. The forests are dense. The rain is sparse in some places and too much in others. The chaotic winds that howl down from the tops of the mountains change the temperature from hour to hour. And the people who live there are a hardy bunch. You have ribbits, clanks, humans, elves, dwarves, furbolgs, all. who have transpositioned here from different parts of the continent, farther inland, across deserts, rivers, streams. And in this inland country, there is a small town called Kunkel. Kunkel sits at the edge of a lake that you four have been slowly passing around as the penultimates, a new group of adventurers who have recently found each other and spent the last few days journeying, harvesting, building, cooking, sleeping, fighting. And because of those fights, mostly victories, a couple of escapes, you are now level 2. In your last adventure, you leveled up, and so you all get to go through the process of leveling up.
Hell yeah.
So let's do that. Who would like to level up first?
I know what I'm taking.
Great.
So I decided to add a permanent hit point slot
Amazing.
to my sheet. That seems useful. And I increased my minor damage threshold by 1.
Great.
Yeah.
And did you take a level 2 domain card?
No.
Sorry, you have to do that. Here, I have them all right here.
Oh, right, because there's different levels. Yeah.
You can take another level 1 if you'd like another level 1. But pass those around, find your domains. Who else knows what they would like to, how they'd like to level up? Freya?
I increased my presence up to a 3, and I also upped my evasion by 1, so I'm back at 9.
Great. Awesome.
It says we gain an additional experience. Is that also a plus 1?
You can add an experience, yeah, if you'd like.
It says that we get 1.
No, I just mean just add 1.
Okay, and it's
Yeah.
a plus 1 though.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
It's hard to do the additional experience because we haven't actually played anything. We're pretending that we played something. So imagine have a brief imaginary adventure in your head and give your character an experience from that to give a plus 1 too.
Okay, I am increasing 2 unmarked character traits by 1. I'm going to buff my agility to 3 and my strength to 2.
Right?
And I'm gaining a proficiency.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And Shales, how are you leveling up?
I am taking a buff to my character traits. So I am upping my agility by 1 and then my instinct by 1. And then I am also adding 1 hit point slot.
Great.
And I am taking a new spell.
Take a new spell.
Take a new spell. Doing it.
Right. What's your new spell?
I'm taking Cinder Grasp.
Ooh.
Dang.
I can potentially deal 1d20 magic damage
Amazing.
and temporarily catching it on fire.
Spicy.
What are you doing,
Do
Clarus?
you guys need the stats?
No.
Or you picked them? Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. I decided to take from the bone Nerchamp. That's a joke for like 2 of you.
It's really just for Torquilles.
It's really and you.
I drank out of that mug when I was
That's
when I was
true.
visiting.
You have seen the mug.
Yeah.
It exists.
She drank from the boner.
Yeah, from the Boner Champ.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Demonetized.
I took Ferocity.
Okay.
When you cause an enemy to mark any hit points, spend a hope to temporarily increase your evasion by the number of hit points you dealt. This bonus lasts until after the next attack that targets you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Brian, what spell did you take?
I took 2 when we started because I was in.
No, you get a third at level 2.
Oh, I start with 2 no matter what.
Yes, you start with 2, and you got to take a level 2
Yes.
or another level 1.
Oh,
So you do
I
need
do need the
those.
bones.
Them bones, them bones. Is there only 2 for the bones?
Yeah, I think there's only, for the second level, it seems like there's only
Oh,
2
okay, cool.
for each.
So give me
Is there a
ferocity
symbol?
back when
I
you're
got them
done,
here.
but you could also take ferocity if you wanted to.
Which one's ferocity?
The one that I took, where when you deal, when you damage HP, you add that.
I won't want that one.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Where is?
Michael Kiosi says, "Hey now, I've heard the tale of how Nerdy the Boner Champ defeated the Hydra in Hades." And AKL says, I wonder whether these two kingdoms, not alike in dignity, in fair Melodia will break into new mutiny.
I am good. I have chosen Reckless.
Fun.
You may always mark a stress to take advantage on an attack roll against a target.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
That's actually great. Advantage in this game, in case you missed the character creation video, is you add a d6 to your roll. It does not affect the hope or fear element. It is just a d6 to the total. And disadvantage is you have a d6 negative.
All right.
As we level up on all of these, it should be noted that the Demiplane website does make it incredibly easy. The loadout is like fully all there for you. It's all free to use. You just have to sign up.
Also, if you are using Demiplane, great site. I have created a couple characters on there. You can give feedback to the system through your Demiplane account. So in your account, if you would like to help with the beta test element of this, you can go into your character sheet on that site and send feedback straight back to Darrington Press and the team over at Critical Role.
Hell yeah.
They probably need a moderator for that. Critical Role, if you need someone to read all of those before you read them, to delete all the crap, I'm used to going through YouTube comments, so I can help.
Yeah.
Is there a pile of these? Is it just these?
Yeah, just those.
Yes.
And what spell did you take?
I took the spell Thought Delver, which allows me to peek into the minds of others with a single hope.
I love that. All right, remember that you all start with 2 hope today, and I have 2 fear. The penultimates, on their way to Kunkel, are anticipating that they will run into a man named Erasmus. He is... What?
It's the 1-2 punch of Kunkel and then Erasmus.
What's wrong with Erasmus?
It's like Christmas,
My
but for
favorite
your
part.
ass.
I didn't even think about the ass part of it.
The gift that keeps giving.
I thought the name Erasmus was really cool, and now I'm like, oh, Erasmus? Fuck.
This is just Pervon all over.
Just do your Erasmus.
His name's Erasmus. He runs the inn in town, and he is also known to many as the mayor of Kunkel, even though they did not elect him. And he might have some work for you all. And so in your efforts, now level 2 adventurers, to find the next chapter of your journey, you have been traversing around this massive lake and waking up this morning, knowing that you were only a couple of hours outside of town. You head into Kunkel. As you're walking in, what strikes you at first about Kunkel is that despite the number of structures, you see immediately 12 to 15 houses, shops down this main road. There's not a soul in sight early in the morning. It is an empty street in an empty town with no sound and no people. At the hour where people should be up, starting their day, beginning to move about. And I'm going to move us over to the map screen. So this is the main street of Erasmus that you guys are coming upon here.
Sorry,
of Kunkel. I can't believe I fucked up so bad. I've made my greatest mistake.
Yeah.
As you head towards this almost abandoned main thoroughfare, what would you like to do?
I'm sorry, I just need to do one thing here.
Do we spot any notable landmarks or any particular buildings that stand out?
You do see the inn. It is the largest building in town. It sort of stands right. Where is the inn? I believe it's technically that one. You see it has a large chimney that stands above, probably a full story above the rest of the building, which already stands a full floor above everything else. There are a variety of shops on either side. It's a 40-person town, but it looks like a lot of foot traffic has come in here, and so it is the kind of town that people hit up on their way out of town, on their way to their next adventure, as you are yourselves.
Okay.
I think that I'm just going like window to window, leaving just like wet nose prints on all of the glass.
Roll it.
Smearing it along.
Roll a. What is it called? Roll a.
Perceive?
Yeah, roll a perceive duality dice for me.
The first roll.
Fun. First roll.
Okay.
Let's go.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Okay. Oh, okay. 19, 20, 22 with hope.
Okay, well, mark that you have a third hope.
Nice. Let's go.
As you are walking, you check the first couple of houses and shops as you enter the town, and you see a variety of, general goods and whatnot, but they seem mostly abandoned. But when you peek your head into this window here for the inn, and you look inside at the main room, in the far back, in the darkness of the shadowy inn where no lights are lit on the main floor, you do see something dart up the stairs quickly.
I think it's a cat. I think we should go find that cat. I think that the cat just ran up the stairs, and I think that we should go ask the cat where everybody is, because I can talk to it, and cats are usually pretty cute, and they like to cuddle, but sometimes they have claws, and I just think that we should probably go ask the cat what happened here.
Wait a minute. You can talk to cats.
Yeah. Or dogs, or birds, or budgies, or oak trees, or lizards sometimes too. Sometimes fish,
wait.
but they sound a little bubbly.
Don't any of you think it's weird that we don't see a single soul in sight?
I whisper to Hulong. Yeah, it's like really, really strange. Oolong is very concerned.
I didn't quite clock that till right now. What do you suspect everybody went?
Maybe they're sleeping, or maybe they're hungover, or maybe
there's a holiday.
maybe there's a holiday. There's a holiday.
Well,
Maybe there was some kind of event last night. Do we see any footprints?
They're hungover from the holiday.
You see general footprints. It is a dirt road. But this is a town that's had a lot of foot traffic over time, so trying to decipher. It hasn't rained anytime soon,
I don't know why
so
I pictured
yeah.
like a snowy town.
No, it's very. It is near a river, but it is a
Okay.
dirt road in front of you. You can see there's a lot of like coming and going, but there's nothing that strikes you immediately as being like this morning.
Okay.
I imagine we should best start getting.
Best you better get.
Best you get moving.
We better start investigating. See if we can find anything. And with that, he takes like his halberd.
Okay.
He just has this halberd and a sword, and he just goes smashes into a window and just like starts crawling through.
Into what building?
The one with the cat.
I follow through the window.
I would like to fly with Hulong
Yep.
up above the rooftops to see if I can see any creatures.
Roll a perceive for me. Roll your duality
Got to be
dice.
terrified.
Oh my gosh, I get to pick which is the good one and which is the bad one.
Yeah, you have to do that.
Okay.
This will be the next 40 minutes of the stream.
That is a 14 with fear.
All right. This is awesome because that means I get a fear. Which I'm very excited about.
Oh dear.
And you see like the curtain flapping on one of the upper windows, but other than that, you don't see anything inside. Other than the fact that you notice there are no lights lit inside the
Any buildings.
second floor. Yeah.
Do I see that cat anywhere?
Are you gonna go up the stairs?
Yes, I'm gonna go up the stairs.
All right, yeah. So as you are walking across this tavern entrance, it looks like your typical tavern. There's a bar, there's stools, and there's tables and chairs around. There's a dartboard on one of the walls. It seems like, based on how many times these chairs have clearly scratched their way through the floor, this is a pretty lively place typically. And
Erasmus, are you around here anywhere? Erasmus! Erasmus!
after the third time you say that, you hear something move upstairs.
What does it sound? Does it sound like it's like...
It sounds like like a bedpost shifting
Oh.
on the ground.
Well, there he is. He must be getting up. Must have been sleeping in.
From the top of the stairs, you hear a gentle, "Hello."
You must be Erasmus.
Yeah.
Where'd everybody go? We're here to meet with, well, you.
Who are you?
Well, my name's Amadeus Limey. Sorry, I sneezed.
Sorry, did you say Blimey?
Limey.
Oh, that's your name?
Yes.
Okay.
And my friends are here, but we're a bit confused as to where everyone is.
Okay, come up. Come in and come up.
Callista tries to crawl in through the window, avoiding the sharp glass to not cut her clothes.
Are you decent up there? Is it safe to come up?
Yeah. Just come up quick before anyone sees you. Did you break a window?
Well, yeah, nobody was here.
The door wasn't locked. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, come up.
Why didn't you lock the door? People could have broken in.
I don't think it would have changed anything at this point, but come upstairs, please.
All right.
I'm so sorry about them. I'll see what I can do to.
It's okay. Everyone,
I'm just gonna poke my head out the window and yell up to Fifi, like, "Oh, we found your Erasmus, and also I think that he has clothes on, and also maybe he'll answer our questions, and also you should come down and come with us so that we can all be here together and meet him all together, even though Amadeus already met him, but he was just yelling up at him. So yeah, come on."
And suddenly the one shot is 7 hours long.
You just hear a woohoo in response.
You know, I
And
have
then,
to...
like, gliding. Like, I'm, like, hanging from the feet of Hulong and...
Like paragliding, basically?
Basically, yeah. Because it's really stressful on my wings to fly myself. So I make my companion do it for me. So Hulong just, like, dives through the glass with me hanging on.
Roll a finesse check for me to see if you're able to get your feet up over the glass at the bottom.
Okay, hope 9.
All right, so as you're going, you do you scrape your leg. It's not enough for you to actually have any damage, but it's more that kind of scrape where it stings so much for no reason, even though you can barely see that anything happened. Yeah. The next couple of days when you put your pants on in the morning, you just have a moment of oh, that's right. Fuck. Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta ask people, not everybody sleeps with clothes on. It's...
Yeah, come on up. Hi, Amadeus?
Amadeus Limey.
Oh, yeah, hi, and you are...
I'm Callista.
Is your friend okay?
Are you okay?
I'm with one finger just gently
she'll be
massaging the
alright.
area.
All right, you guys seem like you're okay.
Yeah.
Is everyone else okay? What happened to them? Are they hungover from the?
No, they're
from
all
the
up
party
here.
last night?
Everyone, I don't. These are. Do you have a name or just these? This is Amadeus and Callista and Fifi and.
Oh, I'm Fluttershy. I'm so sorry. I forgot to
Fluttershy. Yeah. This is them. Yeah. Hi, welcome.
We've taken to call ourselves the penultimates, and then we strike a pose.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these are the penultimates. Hi. Yeah. We might want to keep it down just a little bit. You guys feel normal?
What's
And you
going
see
on?
the doors are creaking open at the top of this inn, and inside each of these rooms, there's 3 or 4 people kind of looking out at you.
I slept a little weird last night, and my neck has a bit of a pain in it, but other than that, I'm feeling pretty
Your
normal.
leg always has a pain in it.
Okay.
My neck?
Yes.
Why are all these people?
Well, maybe if it
congregating?
was
like
sleeping
3
on
days
rocks all the
now.
time.
That is
well-
the point.
Things have been a bit weird in Kunkel lately.
So,
Well, I don't really have a better term for this, but we have
Do you guys have diarrhea?
no.
It was the first thing that I
mean,
thought of that was,
sometimes.
if there's not a better way to put it, because sometimes you need to make weird metaphors, and that's what I've discovered while I've been walking around with these people is that sometimes people
How
are
is
hard
diarrhea
and
a
embarrassed.
metaphor?
I think what Fluttershy is trying to say is that there's a pill for that. It's pink.
Okay.
Or rice.
No. So our problem is a little bit more literal.
Is diarrhea figurative?
Oh, I was talking about
No,
diarrhea.
I meant more. Okay, so there are some kids in town.
Rapscallions.
Yeah, I mean they're not really kids anymore, but you know they've always been.
Oh,
the
they grew up,
boys.
did they? Yeah, they always grow
Yeah.
up too fast.
Yeah.
We call them the piss bin bandits. Yeah, I know. That's why I was hesitant to like tell you.
Bandits of
Piston.
Kunkel.
Yeah, well, okay, so piss bin. No, yeah.
Piston.
How did they get that name?
And you kind of hear people in the room start to kind of like chuckle a little bit. Well, here's the thing. So when they were younger, when they weren't allowed in the bar, they tried to make hooch one time in the piss bin behind the bar. And so we called them the piss bin boys. We thought maybe if we collectively shamed them as a community, they would grow out of the way that they were behaving and realize that there's a better way to be.
Does that work?
Clearly not.
Sometimes it backfires. Clearly.
Something happened.
Piss.
Oh,
I thought that was the diarrhea.
Oh.
No, you guys
Backfire.
brought no
Oh,
weird.
sorry.
That's a different backfire.
Michael Kioski, thank you for the super chat. The town is in dire straits.
I mean, I created the piss bin meta, so I can't even be mad.
No.
Yeah, so a couple weeks ago, the last of them turned 18. And then they started acting really weird. And we're not sure what happened. They went to, they had like a bonfire down by the lake. And when they came back the next morning, well, they were just so violent all of the time. And at first it was fine because we were able to handle it, but then they left. And we thought, you know what? They're going to go out in the world, they're going to get their asses kicked. They'll come back better off for it. But they came back with a bunch of weapons yesterday.
Fun.
Yeah, no, not fun.
No,
They're just acting very aggressive, and we hid from them. And so we thought, when we heard noise outside town, we all thought that they had come back. But you're not them, so...
That really seems like a very strange, irresponsible adult choice to have made when the children are probably your children, and you should probably teach
Well,
them
not
the
mine
right way.
children, but also, you can only teach them so much when they have a crossbow.
Teach them how to aim.
children.
No, that's a bad... honestly, them not being the best at it is kind of the thing that saved lives yesterday.
Do you have any ideas to their whereabouts now? Did they run off again?
They disappeared in the night, so we're just kind of... But they don't seem right, if you know what I mean. Like, look, they've been aggressive for a bit, but they seem... I don't know.
Would you say they seem possessed by something?
I don't know what possession is.
Animated by something other than themselves?
Like, drawn?
No,
I like cartoons.
Okay.
You know, the
It's
little
called
books that you
anime?
flip and...
If
And
they're
they
not
move.
right, are they left?
Sure, yeah, they're acting real left lately.
Did they give any indication that they're looking for something? Or other than just bloodshed?
No, see, that's the strange thing. We can't really understand what they're saying. It's like they went away and...
Speaking in tongues.
No, just the one tongue. But they're saying weird shit.
Is there a cat here that we could talk to? I thought I saw it running in.
No. There's some cats in town, but they're not in this building, no.
Oh. I wanted to talk to a cat.
But he said there's some around, so we just
Well,
need to find
we could get you a cat. Anyway, we just wanted to warn you about the danger in case they come back.
I mean, I doubt they're any match for us, as Amadeus sort of stretches, puts his halberd behind his neck.
I mean, honestly, you do look pretty strong.
Are we beating up children? Is that what our group does?
Oh, well, they're 18, so that it's probably fine because those are adults in some societies.
Yeah, I did
I
design it so that it would be above the age of consent.
Of course. Do they? Are they of age to drink alcohol?
Everyone is of age.
Great. I'm just checking.
what does that have to do with
Well,
anything?
back home, you're not supposed to drink until you're 18 or 19, depending on which half of the forest you're in. It's very confusing if you ever move.
Do sometimes
knows
the
what you're
people from
referencing.
one area of the forest wander over to the other area of the forest so that they
Yes.
can go drinking?
Exactly. And so the rule makes absolutely no sense because you
seems
just
so
cross the tree.
arbitrary.
I know. Very strange place I'm from.
So-
Canada.
Kamloops.
Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Canada forest.
I've heard of Canada.
Yes, very weird.
That's far away. You've traveled a long way.
So,
Cold,
Erasmus,
I hear.
Yeah.
Yep.
do you have any idea
Yeah.
where these piss-bin bandits went off to?
No, I don't. Unfortunately,
So you just locked yourself up here and didn't get any useful intel.
we did not lock ourselves in. The door was unlocked. We just
Well, if you were
stayed
hiding,
together
why wouldn't you
so that we would be together in case they attacked again.
Strength in numbers.
so
Smart.
that they could kill you all at one time.
Well, it's more a hope
that-
that if they came up the stairs, we could like throw shit at them down the stairs
Right.
before they could get up here.
Oh, and then when they died, nobody will have
It
to
felt
worry
like a
about
defensible position.
digging a grave.
Of course.
'Cause that's a lot of work to dig a grave for everybody.
I've never done it. Have you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I've
You
got great
would need
news
a
for you.
small grave.
Now that
Very small.
the
Very easy
penultimates
to
are
bear.
here,
I would-
you can all go about your lives as normal.
Okay. Yeah. No,
That's
that's.
another anime post.
Are you gonna like get rid of them, or
Of course we are.
could you not kill them?
Well, what do you think getting rid of them means?
I don't know. Like figure out maybe what happened, or maybe if like a stronger force could like show them how dangerous the world is, maybe they'll wise up. You know?
Like, give them a spanking and discipline them.
Yeah. If you, I mean, like spank them. Yeah. No. Why not? Yeah. I'm down with that.
But if
Have they
they
been-
do put up a fight and we do have to kill them, that would be okay.
I mean, that's gonna be up to you and your god, probably.
I just mean, like, you guys are not going to be upset if, obviously they seem very
I mean,
dangerous.
we'll be sad.
I mean,
Very sad, yes.
what
Is this the parenting I've heard so much about?
Yes. You don't have parents?
Not in the classic sort.
Okay.
Should
What
we
are
maybe...
you?
We don't have to get into that.
Okay.
That's very rude.
Is
I
she
think that
possessed?
that's really rude, and that's kind of
Okay.
ungraceful of you to say.
Do you not have any
I
clanky?
meant literally nothing by it. No, I've never. Oh, a clank. Oh,
Oh, yes.
I've heard about a clank.
There you
Yes.
go.
I've never seen a clank.
Well, here I am.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Well done.
Okay.
Good job.
I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just confused, and it was we had a rough day.
No harm done.
Yeah.
Would it be good if we station here and spent the night? Is that when they usually show their faces?
I mean, yeah, we can just like hang out all day. That would be fine.
I think we have to find a cat.
I think
Cats are very, very good at seeing things.
perhaps our time would be better spent if we went down to this lake and investigated this bonfire site. While we wait for them, that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's down by the lake, so it's not hard. It's the lake.
This is why we keep you around.
Because I'm the smart one.
Yes.
Strategist.
Oh, I thought it was for their tongue.
Well, it depends on night or day.
What?
Okay. I mean, I think that sounds like a really good plan that you just came up with, and then that maybe also we could also do your plan, but maybe we could do the one thing before we do the other thing.
We'll be in the periphery of things, so I think it works out.
What about
yeah.
lightly maimed? Would that be okay?
I mean, I felt like I already kind of gave you the green light to kill them if you have to, so
I'm just trying to explore options.
I will still be sad.
Heavily maimed?
Sad.
Sadder.
I guess, like, I will be less sad if they're only lightly maimed, but then,
Oh,
like,
Sliding
it's
scale.
like a scale, yeah. It starts at lightly maimed and goes
So
to...
you would prefer lightly maimed? if
I would prefer
possible.
unconscious. Like, if I had to, like, start somewhere. And then I would go to, like, lightly maimed, then heavily maimed,
There's a
then
hierarchy.
dead. Yeah.
So we wait.
It's
until they
Maslow's
take
hierarchy of
a nap.
wounds.
Unless they don't sleep.
Right. Well, you all go about your business. That way, if they come back, they'll be distracted with dealing with you, so we won't miss them, and then we'll come back after we investigate the lake.
And
don't
once
kill
we
you
fix,
first, yeah.
yes. Once we fix your problems, we'll all each take a handful of gold from the community.
And maybe a cat for this one.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank
A
you.
handful sounds great. Okay. Like, whose handful, though? Like, your hand? I'll happily give you a handful.
No.
I think a handful proportionate to our largest member would be suitable.
Fine. Yeah, I see you there. Fine, 4 handfuls of gold if you can figure this out.
And any magic items that you
Negotiations.
might have stashed away would be most wonderful.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's Kunkel.
Apparently we don't have anything here.
You don't have the sword of Kunkel?
The sort of. I wish.
The
That
lance-
sounds so
The
cool.
lance of Erasmus?
We got the lance of Erasmus right here.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. The piston. The piston of piston. The piston piston.
So you guys, you see as like the titters of a crowd being like, maybe they can figure it out. And then you as you're like going back down the stairs towards the tavern, you do hear one woman be like, I really would have preferred it if you said don't kill my son, but like I feel like you could have been. And you hear your husband be like, yeah, I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit harder. I didn't fucking sleep.
Callista shouts back, "Don't worry, I have my 48 feet of rope."
I usually give you 50, but okay.
The Adventuring Guild. They send you off into the world and they're, you get 50 feet, you get 50 feet. Oh no, we only have 48 left.
like-
Oh no.
Oh God, I'm sorry, we ran out of.
It's like when you're at Home Depot and they have the spool of rope. And then they
The
run out.
last bid is like, yeah, you know that someone took more than the 50 they were
And when you get it home,
granted.
they always have measured so poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always measure your rope.
Yeah.
Always measure your own rope. Yeah.
Yeah, don't measure someone else's with their permission. Like that would be
You
good.
have to know your own
Well,
length.
with their permission, you can measure someone else's rope, but don't measure
Without
someone
their
else's rope
permission.
without permission.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Don't measure anything of somebody else's without permission. That's weird.
So we have 50 feet of rope, but there's a lot of different types of rope with different girths and purposes.
Would you like to roll for girth, Brian?
I
Is
would
that
like
what
to
you're saying?
roll for the girth of my rope.
Right, roll for the girth of your rope.
With,
It's not about the
if you
girth
get
or
fear
length
out
of
of
your
this,
rope.
I don't know.
That is a 13 with hope.
Wow.
It's an all right rope.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It's an alright girth.
You're worried if you're looking at it being like, this is not as girthy as I'd like. If all 4 of you are hanging from it at the same time, it might snap. You know, you
So
don't know that's gonna hold that
It's
weight.
not like one of those like thick barnyard. You know, I actually don't know. It's
No, it's more like a.
not like a shipping, like
Yeah.
a dock rope. It's like ship line.
Yeah, it's something that you can hold in your hand easily.
You know, you might tie a tent up with it.
You could rappel with it.
You repel.
Yeah, but you couldn't all rappel on it because you didn't roll high enough.
It's firm,
But
but average.
because of that, you do get to take a hope. So
I can
enjoy
take a
that.
hope.
Yeah,
I can take a
you
hope.
rolled with hope, so you get a hope.
Yeah. Keep that.
I'm hopeful.
We're gonna need it.
Hopeful about your rope.
And so you head off towards the lake to investigate the bonfire of the Pispin bandits.
I'm flying with Oolong.
Always.
For right now, yeah. We're observing a thing. A vantage point from up above seems useful.
Tell me, what is Hulong's strength?
Oolong's strength. Wow, okay. Companion. So there's a section on the sheet. Thank you, Demiplane. The companion has like its own thing. Abilities? No. Stress? No.
Did you level up your companion, by the way?
I did. Which is why it has armored ×1. Your armor score increases by +2 when your companion is in melee.
Oh shit. Okay.
Pretty fucking nice.
I mean, you have to put your companion in melee,
Yeah, it's always gonna be with me.
and you're a ranger.
Yeah. So in melee range with me.
Oh.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes
I read
sense.
it as when your companion's in melee with somebody else, but you're right. You have the correct read on that.
It doesn't have the like stats.
Mm-hmm.
It has evasion. It has.
Did you not give it stats?
I don't think I was given the option.
I think that we have to come up with that together, but I don't want to do that right now because it'll take too long. So
Okay.
I don't understand how making the ranger stats work yet because it's a new system. So that's something we learned today. I need to
No
look into ranger stats. All right. So as you head down towards the beach,
I would like to try to not be seen in case they're there.
okay.
Like be like
You want to be stealthy.
Like, you know Kronk in the Emperor's New Groove?
Are you singing as you do it?
I think he's like making little noises like.
All right, then roll a finesse check with disadvantage.
I would like to ask to add one of my experiences to this.
Do it. What's your experience that you're adding?
Didn't see nothing.
Didn't see nothing. All right, and so spend a hope to roll.
Oh, I have to spend a hope to add that?
You have to spend a hope to use an experience.
Great, I love that. I just want to use that.
So,
and
use your hopes. You're going to gather them quickly,
Yes,
so
you
don't be
wanna
afraid to,
be-
Disadvantage, I roll twice or add a d6?
Disadvantage, you roll a d6, and your experience, you add your bonus, so...
So many dice to roll. Well, that's definitely going to be with fear.
No.
That is, I believe, a success, though. I actually don't know. That's an 11. It's a 12 with fear.
All right, so as you are going, you find your guys way down to the beach. Since you're the only one who said that you're being stealthy, everyone else is just kind of walking, and one of you is flying on a literal owl.
Yeah.
Running commentary of like, oh, I like that tree. What type of tree do you think that one is? I think that it might be a birch or maybe a maple.
But beside this, being great at being stealthy, but just kind of failing in the fact that nobody else is being stealthy with you.
Around, like, the people around you, like, you're reducing them to
This is a great example of the hope and fear system where you can succeed, but with fear, so you kind of have like a consequence. The consequence here with your fear is that you're not really helping the rest of your party be stealthy, you're just being stealthy. So if anyone were to be paying attention, they would see your very large friend and other friends just kind of walking, chatting about the forest. As you come out of a little thicket of trees at the edge of town, you find yourself on a rocky beach. It is dark stones that are small. It's comfortable to walk on even if you don't have shoes, but it isn't that like fine sand beach that you find on the ocean. And you see out in front of you this vast lake, just miles across. Beautiful blue waters lapping on the rocks of this beach. And you see along the beach a variety of bits of driftwood, long logs that have been pushed ashore. A lot of them have been dragged up on the beach to create little campfire areas with different bench to be used as benches and things like that. And you do smell the like acrid, smoky smell of a campfire to your right down the beach.
We don't see any
You don't see anybody right now.
Or bins or boys or bandits.
You do not see piss, bins, boys, or bandits.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay, so that campfire smells really stinky, and I don't really like to smell it. But we should probably go get a better smell of it if we want to see what happened with them and see if there was anything funky that happened, or maybe they just ate some weird cheese.
Well, what does it smell like to you? Smoky. Just smoky. I'm going to walk up and get a better look at things.
Amazing.
So, unaffected by the smell.
Would you like to roll
Right.
a perceive check for me?
Sure.
Would anyone like to help? So in this game, you can spend a hope dice to help an action, in which you would roll a d6 to add to their roll.
I would like to toss a help action there.
Awesome.
Ooh, wonderful.
Amadeus
Thank
is
you.
not helping because he's peeking out through a bush like this.
But also humming to himself.
It's like they're doing a Mission Impossible theme, like. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-dum-dum-dum.
You know what's weird? Ever since The Incredibles, my sneaky song is The Incredibles song.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why, but like every time I think of sneaking in a movie now, it is Mrs. Incredible.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just because of the part where she gets her ass stuck in the door, and you're like, God, she thick. But
Somebody at Pixar was really manifesting something.
Yeah.
somebody, no, multiple people at Pixar have mommy kinks,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
it is
yes.
apparent by the fact that
Those are all.
Yes, that is
greenlit.
apparent.
It
yeah.
tries
Also,
to
the
work.
mom from Big Hero 6 is fine.
But like, did you
Siobhan.
see Fanny in Robots? Like, come on.
I was not as sexually attracted to Fanny.
No, I
For
just
a
mean
variety
like
of
there's
reasons.
like a theme here.
That one's
You
more
know what I
comical
mean?
though. Like that's more of a joke, whereas like Mrs. Incredible and the mom from Big Hero 6 are just hot on like every level. Anyway,
What stat am I rolling?
Roll perceive.
Perceive. I don't see it anywhere.
Wait, what is it called?
That would be part of instinct.
Instinct. Roll an
Instinct.
instinct check for me.
Fantastic. With the +6.
With a no, you're going to roll the +6, and you're going to add it to her. And you spent a hope to do that, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Wonderful. Okay.
So in any
6.
I have a 5 and a 1. It's fear, and it's a 6.
Plus
All
6.
right.
So
12.
Yeah.
plus 12. All right, you. Okay. Yeah, you come up upon the fire, and you find a fire. It is dead, but you realize that it hasn't been dead for that long. It's from this morning, not from last night. Okay. But because of the way the rocks of this beach move, and your, relative new experience with the world, you just can't quite make out anything else about this fire that might be relevant at the moment. You're just kind of like, someone was here recently, which means it wasn't the citizens of Kunkel, but you don't know who it was.
I would like to fly higher with Hulong and see if I can't see tracks or signs of these boys.
All right, yeah.
Pisman boys.
Roll. I don't know how to use the beast companions. I should have spent more time thinking about that today, and reading about that. I'm gonna say roll a strength check for me, because Hulong.
My strength?
Yes. Hulong.
Oh, I put my -1 instead of my.
Hulong
0 there.
is like spinning around, trying to give you as many vantage points as possible, and so it's just about how well you can hold on to.
Okay.
You're a ranger. You have good perception, but it's more about how well you can hold on as you're kind of being like flung around in the sky.
So I took the experience hanging around.
If you'd like to spend a hope, you can add your proficiency. Yeah.
Lovely. I'm gonna spend a hope and add my proficiency. Okay, so
I love that you. Is it a +2 or a +1?
+2. I knew it would be very useful.
I love that your whole character is just flying around by owl.
100%. It's like Aang on his glider. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So I am.
Catherine
rolling...
Donkers knows that Aunt Cass is hot, and I appreciate Catherine for that.
I've never actually seen Big Hero 6, so.
Oh, Aunt
sorry.
Cass, man.
Sorry, Donks. Okay, so I roll with a -1 because of the strength.
Yeah.
But the +2 because of my experience.
Yeah.
Take away hope. And that's it?
Yep, so you have a +1.
Great. I have a +1. Ooh, okay. Oh, crit! No, wait. Is this a 6 or a 9? I can't tell.
what is it? Is it a 4? No.
No, it's a 6 or a 9.
Is it a 4?
Wait, what's on the opposite side?
Yeah.
I got it. It's a 4 on the other side. But their D12s don't have any uniformity.
Yeah, on the other side of it would be 9, because it would add up to a 13.
13.
Yeah, it's always gonna add up to
it's
one
a
more than the
4
total
on
of the
the other
dice.
side.
Really? Because this one's a 7.
On the other side of the
6 plus 7.
Uh,
Yeah, 6 is opposite the 7 on this one.
which is 13.
Yeah, 9 is opposite.
Okay,
of 4.
I would say that
Oh.
it's a 9 because that looks
Yeah,
like
no,
a
it's a 9.
Because there's a little boop.
Cool,
The
cool,
two
cool,
sides
cool.
of the
That's a-
D12 are
yeah.
always going to add up to 13, just like the two sides of a D20 will always add up to 21.
Okay,
Unless
it's
they're the spin
not a crit.
But it is a 69.
It is a 69.
Okay, so you got a 17.
This is my
18.
hope die, so hope was 9. So I get my hope back.
You get your hope back,
Yay!
which is honestly the benefit of using hope is oftentimes you will get it back on your roll. There's
Yes.
a 50-50 chance you're going to get your hope back every time you roll.
Yes. So I hang on and look around.
9 plus 6 is 15 plus 1 is 16.
Yes.
Yeah, you easily hold on. As you look around, you see that there are the beach, other than where you guys came down to the beach from Kunkel, the beach is far heavier tracked, leading further away up the beach from you than the other direction. You can't quite make out exactly what the tracks are because the shifting stones of this beach make it a little bit hard to perceive. But just based on what you can see, it does appear like if you were to keep going straight, you would go where there's been a lot more traffic into the trees, as well as down the beach towards this rocky part of the beach that where it almost looks like there's an overhang of land over top of a section of the water.
Okay. I'm going to. Can I see Amadeus? Is that?
Amadeus?
Amadeus, yes.
I think I'm hiding.
Yeah.
You can't see Amadeus. He is just gone. You might be able to make out the top of his head in a bush.
I have moved to the lake. I'm in the water now.
Amadeus is. You absolutely can see Amadeus.
Okay. So I'm gonna
He's
have.
a 5-foot frog floating. A 5-foot orange frog, just like. Taking his head out of the water.
Okay, so then
You know what to look for. An enemy might not, but you know what to look for.
Sure. Then I'm gonna have Hulong kind of dive bomb me towards him and let go so that I can land on your head.
Also, I just like to note that Amadeus has one of those conquistador helmets with a big feather on the top.
That's exactly how I pictured him.
So you have disadvantage on every stealth check.
Huge plume.
It's a really big plume.
Yeah.
It's dirty. It's not well kept.
You are one of the characters from Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, the music video.
Am I?
I mean, basically, you are John Lennon's fever dream with Paul McCartney's voice.
No, I'm going for more of a Ringo Starr kind of vibe.
The four of them have the same accent.
No, it's very, very slight.
It is not the same. It is not different at all. They're all Scouse, and they're the same person.
Goodness.
Except that 3 of them are talented, and one of them was there.
And one of them died.
Well,
2 of them.
all of them will
No,
die.
but
so.
back in the heyday.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you meant
It's they all will die.
2 of them.
Sorry, 3 of them have died.
So, chat, make
Wait,
sure
really?
that you
All
really
of that.
discuss in the
You heard that?
comments
The
here
conspiracy?
No.
Yeah.
who the one that was
Which of the
just
Beatles
there
are
was.
alive?
Yeah. No, who is the one that
And
was
why
there?
is it
And which 3
John
were
Lennon?
talented?
Oh, I didn't say which one isn't.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Which
That has
of the
to-
Beatles isn't talented?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
it's one of them.
Chat
Which
needs-
one was just there?
just present. Yeah, I'm going to land on Amadeus's head. She'll be like, I think I know where they went.
How did you see me?
I'm really good at that kind of thing with my I'm getting a sense that that he was supposed to be hidden. So I'm like, oh yeah, I just had an instinct because of how I've grown up and such, and so I just knew that you were there.
You have incredible instincts. My hiding place was impeccable.
It was certainly. Mm-hmm.
They're over there, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Shall we tell the others?
Yes.
Great.
My
Yes.
favorite thing about this character is that you talk so much with your hands.
I
But
don't
in the
know where
actual
that
game,
came
you're just
so just
When she's hanging, it's
Yeah.
with the feet instead.
Oh yeah, the feet move. They're very dexterous. Her toes are also as long as her fingers.
As
She can actually shoot her bow with her feet or her hands.
as
Hot.
our conversation ends, Amadeus just dips under the water,
Oh, okay. And then I have to take off and fly because I don't want to be in the water. So
and then as if with a flourish to the other 2, he just flips out of the water and lands Spider-Man style. What was your character's name again?
Fifi.
Fifi says that.
No. First, you have to roll for me. Please roll a agility check for me to
Okay.
see how well your 3-point land your flip out of the water.
Can I use another one of my experiences on this?
You can absolutely.
It's self-taught.
Sure, yeah.
It's a
Wow.
+2.
Burn a hope.
Oh my god.
This is where the experiences get a little bit dicey, because that could be anything.
I mean, you can veto it. You can say.
Oh no. I know. Here's my thing with it. I think the experiences being like that is a little bit dicey, except for the fact that you do have to burn a resource for it. So it makes it even if it's a little bit broad, it's okay because there is a finite amount of it that you can do.
That's a 15 with hope.
Oh, so you get your hope back.
Ooh, nice.
And yeah, you do kind of judder at the end because it's stone and you weren't quite prepared for your feet to slip in as much as they did. But you have a pretty decent 3-point land there, looking up at them as you inform them.
Fifi says that they went that away.
Huh?
Fifi said that they went that away.
Flutter's just been getting real weird with the campfire, just being Yeah, I wonder what's in here. I wonder if there's anything hidden. Maybe there's piss under here. There could be piss. We could find it.
How could you find
Why
it?
did I do this to myself?
That was all you.
I know, I just thought it was really funny. I was watching TikTok, and there was a TikTok
Don't
that
do
was
that.
just a scene from
gonna be a
Orange
legal
is the New
scene.
Black about the piss hooch.
Oh.
And it's such a funny scene, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna make them the piss bin bandits because they made piss hooch one time in the outhouse, and now I regret it. You find like drippings of meat. This was a fire that was used for food, not for piss. You don't actually find any piss.
No piss in this bin.
No piss in this bin, unfortunately. You do
They
find some
learned their
rocks. They
lessons.
clearly toss some rocks on it to kill the fire.
Sure.
But it was just a functional fire for them.
I licked the meat drippings a little bit.
They are
Funky?
so burnt. Like
Ugh.
it's
Lana, what are you doing?
I found this meat splatter here, and I thought maybe we could find out what they ate.
You're just going to lick the mystery meat?
Yeah. I lick stuff all the time. It's the best way to find out what it is. The best way to find out what it tastes like is to taste it. Why would I wait around to not taste it?
You know, that's some really solid logic there. I can't argue with Fluttershy.
You two terrify me.
Do you have a tongue?
Can you taste?
No, I don't, and I can't.
Oh, okay, so that's why you don't get it, because the best way to taste what you want to taste is to taste it.
You can
I'm
sometimes.
missing out on so much.
You
I'm
can
sorry, is that
sometimes.
sad for you?
I mean, what's it like?
Well, sometimes it tastes sweet, and other times it tastes sour, and other times it tastes good, and then
What did that
sometimes it
taste
tastes
like?
It tasted bad.
Oh.
Yeah, they burned it. They are not very good at cooking. Turns out that
see.
18-year-old piss bandits are probably not
gourmet
culinary.
chefs.
Yeah,
I think
master.
what you
No
really
Michelin
need
stars here.
is a more refined palate. I'm gonna lick it too. From afar, because I got long tongue.
You're just gonna show off.
You're gonna shoot your tongue into that fire?
Well,
Into like the
Yeah, you said
All
you were
right,
gonna do it.
yeah. You
Hey, Amadeus, what that tongue do?
you are assaulted by a variety of flavors as your
By some
tongue
salt.
lashes into all of the varieties of bits of wood. God damn it. Yeah, roll a finesse check for me.
$15 with hope.
You somehow manage to not splinter your tongue. And you are grateful for that, because getting a splinter in your tongue would have sucked. But yeah, you taste a variety of burnt things. Everything has that char flavor, but
The salt assaults you.
no salt. They didn't
No.
have any spices. They like put meat over fire.
The English.
They were definitely eating something smoky.
Very helpful.
I start humming Smoke on the Water.
I join in on a harmony. Oh, I go down.
very high
Oolong takes the like
It's actually
melody
my
and
wings.
he's like,
The beat of the wings is like that high hum of like.
Like a little like grasshopper cicada.
Yes,
all of a sudden
yes.
this adventuring party is doing a full-on performance on the beach and the bard isn't participating. Just watching horrified.
It just came to me. We should change our name to Deep Purple.
Why?
Why?
That's the band that did.
Oh,
That's the group of bards that.
Deep Purple Worm.
Deep Purple Worm.
Deep Purple Worm's a pretty good name for a band.
Deep Purple Worm?
Yeah.
you know what? If we were to make a band,
It's a D&D thing, but I guess, it works.
It works.
Whatever.
sure.
Okay.
Let's go that way.
Right.
I feel like I make like a side eye contact as they were like licking the fire, and I'm like, and then I fly in the direction that I think the people might have gone.
Amazing. As you
I go back to my stealth thing.
Okay, roll a finesse check. With disadvantage because you're wearing
You're
a
a
plumed
plume.
conquistador.
Yeah,
That's I'm gonna add my didn't see nothing to this again, if that's okay.
Yep, go for it.
Incredible.
That's a 17 with fear.
Wow. Wow.
You make a pretty loud splash as you leap back into the water to hide from the world. But you're pretty sure that, like, if they didn't hear the initial splash, you're pretty decently hidden.
I don't know if I thought that much about it.
Probably not.
So nobody took any knowledge in this group, huh?
No.
Is it bad like this?
Yep, exactly like that.
No.
So the morning sun is just glinting off his
Yeah. Oh yeah.
giant
He has
metal
this
cap.
bright. Yeah. He's
bright
visible
orange
from space
frog.
at this point.
Entering the tree line of blue and green.
Beautiful.
Flutter as we walk is like going to the trees and being like, great foliage. I love your bark here. Ooh, great work on this little knothole.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you meant that.
Oh, I love your knothole too. I think it's pretty and it's got like good texture. I almost called it a flavor because we were talking a lot about flavors, and now I'm thinking about
Yes.
flavors. And I'm
Oh
like,
my god,
hungry
please
as
don't lick
well.
the tree's knothole.
Without consent.
Yeah, if you want
I
to talk
guess
to
you
the
can
tree
talk to
ass,
plants, you can find out.
I can.
that is true.
The expertise in
Oh my god.
around
I
and
do
find out.
my
indeed
God.
have nature's tongue.
Do you have the experience naughty?
Not yet,
Oh my god.
but I do have 50 feet of hempen rope.
You guys have just abandoned your mission to do shibari in the trees. All right.
With consent, thank you.
As you make your way to this overhang, you realize that there is seems to be just like a space that you can almost feel a draft coming out of this rocky area. And as that draft hits you, you smell this stagnant air that it just feels like like when you leave a cup of coffee in the fridge for like 3 days and then you take a sip of it. And like it's not bad,
Never
but
done that.
it's so stale. And that's what the air smells like.
It's like when you eat French fries that have been refrigerated or gone cold.
Yeah.
And they're just
Oh
like
god, ew.
they've just reverted back to potato.
Yeah.
But like somehow worse.
Like
Yeah.
just raw
Yeah.
potato.
Worse dry.
I would
potato,
rather
yeah.
eat a microwaved potato.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, because that's just like a baked potato.
But then if you're really hungry, it's all you've got. So
you throw it in the
But
air
there's
fryer
salt
and
on them,
save
so you're
it.
like, fuck it.
yeah, they're fried still.
But yeah, there seems to be some sort of crack in this rocky overhang over the edge of the lake here, where you feel air coming out.
Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm gonna. Is there a tree? Is there a tree right outside?
Yeah, there's a variety of trees atop this overhang.
I'm just sort of gonna slide up to one.
Okay.
Hi there. Okay, so my name is Fluttershy. I really like your bark, and I think that you're really pretty, and I like that you've grown really tall and straight, and I think that that's really cool of the choices that you're making. Anyways, I was just wondering if maybe that if you had possibly seen anybody coming in here. I think that there's a crack, maybe a Taverne underneath.
Wow, that was a lot. Okay, so first of all, flattery. I see you. Well done.
I just mean every word of it, because, you know, it's not every day that you see a trunk that this straight. What are you, an ash, a poplar?
You know what? You got it in two. I am a poplar. I'm not typically a fan of the looks of the movers, but for a mover, you're pretty good looking yourself. I like your height.
I wanted to be really tall, and then I was really tall, so I'm really happy that you noticed. Thank you so much, and I'm really nervously sweating right now.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, there's always people around here. There's a whole, city. They took my brother, turned him into a piss bin.
I'm really sorry about that.
It happens. But lately, yeah, there have been some people down at my roots, just kind of, digging around. It's a little weird.
I do have to make an instinct roll as well.
Oh, please
the
make
way.
an instinct roll for
Says
me.
instinct roll, open bracket, 12, close bracket.
Oh no.
Nice. Okay. So it gives you a DC.
So with fear...
Let's go. When we finally get into combat,
17. I also think I'm going to add the fact that I'm just a friendly lass. Which is one of my experiences.
There you go.
So it's a 19.
the DC was 12.
Okay. No, I
Okay.
want more.
I want it
The spell
all.
worked. Like the spell worked. It's okay.
Is that I do have to burn a hope for that.
You do
right?
have to burn a hope to use your experience, yeah. Yeah, you're just like, yeah, no, like, there have been some people rooting around. It's a little tree humor.
Is this Owen Wilson?
Wow, yeah, there's been a lot of guys going in my my knot hole there.
Oh my god.
Wow, I can't believe it.
Woo! Oh my god, you guys, nobody's watching anymore. There were people in here earlier. That's so crazy.
Nobody likes the puns.
Punishing.
I was gonna say the
I
same thing.
cannot.
Wow.
Speed up.
I swear to God, you guys like practice and like have a list.
But yeah, that's kind of everything I know.
Can we hear any of this conversation?
No, she's talking to a tree.
Oh, I'm
And
fully
you're-
talking out loud.
You're talking.
You can
Right.
hear her side
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
On the
Just
day, it's just like,
It kind of appears to the rest of you like this, like your friend suddenly started hitting on a tree. She fully like,
She's also fully like it was like she was leaning, but it's just she's just standing.
yeah. There's no nothing to lean on.
as she got closer, you saw her like undo a button, like
you're doing such like a Bugs Bunny thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
more Lola.
Yeah, Lola, yeah.
Oh, darn.
Lola's body, Bugs' intelligence.
God damn it.
Playing stupid characters is the best.
It's pretty great.
Hey,
None of us took knowledge, right?
Amadeus is a very serious, troubled character. Very dark backstory.
What that tongue do?
so that's
What
you
that
kind of get the information that you're gonna get
feather
from the
do.
tree.
Okay.
He's flattered.
All I can think of is Tech Knight from
shivers.
Gen V. Did you watch Gen V?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not gonna. Okay,
No.
you know what?
No
It's
pull- no
fine.
pull for that.
Don't worry about
I
it.
would watch it. It's very good.
It's highly recommend.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So many hours of media to catch up.
trust me, I understand.
Like the 35 hours of Dragonlance here at the Roleplay Relay.
Go watch it.
Hey, I put that on in the background when I'm getting ready for my
Fuck
work.
yeah, we love being in the background.
Yeah, I don't
We
pay
love our
any
lurkers.
attention.
All right.
You don't have to, it's
What
fine.
would you guys like to do?
I'm just standing there like looking at Fluttershy.
I think you dropped something.
My respect for that one.
Your
maybe.
jaw. Pick it up. Very good. Did we learn anything?
It's that this tree is a popular, and he also seems pretty popular, but also that his brother, I don't know how trees have gender, but also that his brother went to become a pispin, so it really seems like he might have, like, personal...
Connection.
Oh, he's out for revenge.
Yes, we found the connection.
The trees are the problem.
Welcome to The Happening, the one shot.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Actually,
What's a twist?
Stephen King
It was the
in
trees
chat.
the whole
Oh
time.
my god.
Callista's wandering over to the. Did you say it was like a crag rock formation? That was.
Yeah, there's sort of overhang that overhangs part of the lake. And like it kind of like overhangs like this. And then underneath you can feel like there's some sort of like breeze coming out of this like splintery rock.
I'm going to go investigate and see how far I can look into things.
Absolutely. As you get in close, the breeze, you kind of follow the breeze in, and you see that there is a very tight slit in this rock that. I hate you so much.
It's a different word.
Tight, crack, tight.
We need to stop doing this at night. I'm so much better at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I mean, that's when you said something about a
white
strange
stuff
little guy
coming
with
out.
the weird white stuff. So I don't know if that's
I don't know if
You're
that
called
helps.
Nerdy Nightly.
Yeah, it's
only
true.
way.
Why are we streaming before 5 p.m.?
I know.
Because it's nighttime somewhere.
There's a tight slit in the rock, and there's a breeze coming out of it.
It's a crevasse. Is it
Yes.
Erasmus's crevasse?
I'm going to stick my hand in it.
It's where the piss goes out of.
You stick your hand into it, and you feel the inside of the rock is wet. And
Pull myself closer to take a look.
the breeze is stale and humid, and you see that like there's no light, but you could push your way through.
I just wish everybody. Hey, come and take a look at this.
I need to prep all of the words that I say before a session because this is terrible. And I started with Pispin Bandits, like that was my fault.
You
and
started
then-
with Erasmus.
I just wanted
It's
this
all
to be a
downhill from
funny
there.
campaign. I wanted it to be a comedic one shot because Dragonlance is so dark.
Look, I am laughing, so.
I know.
I'm crying a little bit. I don't know. I don't know
Oh
about
my god.
everybody
Okay.
else.
Yeah. So you
Come
could.
take a look at this. The air feels wet.
Yeah, it does. It's very wet. It's moist.
Is it, how large is it? Like, could I go inside of it
You
being...
could very easily. Yeah.
Okay.
Can all of us fit?
It would be a
Your tongue can
squeeze.
fit.
It would be a squeeze for you and Fluttershy.
Flutter? No.
You're not quite sure Fluttershy could fit.
I will go look. Be right back.
I'll go with you.
Great, let's go.
I'll go too.
Wait, no, you keep talking to your tree.
I'm gonna change my shape. I'm gonna do a druid thing.
Let's go.
Oh, okay,
There
that's
we go.
fun.
I'm gonna go beast form. I'm gonna mark a stress to transform into a magical creature. One stress.
What magical creature are you turning into?
Class feature. What is it? Clickable? No, it's not clickable. Is it clickable?
Oh,
AKL in the chat says moisture is not consent.
Christ. Get out of
point, good
here.
point.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh my God.
so I will turn into an agile scout, which is a fox, mouse, weasel, etc. It's just going to be like a little ferret, but like with like one like real like
Like a snake
One
eye.
drink.
little
Dangly
snaggle tooth.
Yeah.
Snaggle to them like a half-closed eye.
Yeah.
You guys are a little bit shocked because, you know, Fluttershy is so cute, usually. But there's just,
Oh my God.
there is something about squeezing all of that fur bulk into such a tiny creature that just makes it seem a little bit off. And you're like, oh my god, usually so cute, but that mouth.
Something a little funky there.
For the first time, you don't want to know what that mouth do, you know?
It's like it's akin to the most like oldest, crustiest white dog.
The eyes are trying to run away from each other.
Yeah.
So as this weasel, or this ferret, sorry, starts to lead you into this tight slit of a crevasse, they do keep like kind of like drifting off to the left until they bump into a wall and then find themselves straight from it and then
They're just leaning like perpetually on one side. There's a question in chat.
yeah.
Is there dark vision? Ooh. No, not something we've encountered yet.
No.
No.
There might be a race that has good vision in the dark. Like
That's true.
That might be a racial thing for a race that I have, because I don't know all the race's abilities yet.
Yes. We haven't studied each of them individually, but no, so far, vision and dark vision has not come up at all in Daggerheart. Very fun.
I
Yeah.
hadn't thought about dark vision. That's so fascinating.
And here's the thing, I don't really think that it adds much to gameplay,
Yeah.
if I'm being
I
honest.
do. I think,
Really?
Yeah, I think that dark vision really affects party makeup in a huge way. Because I think there's such a huge difference in characters who have it and don't for dungeon diving. And so I think that like when you, especially like if you have a party where like one character, there's only one character who doesn't have dark vision, either you light everything up for that person to see, and maybe alert all of the things that live in the dark, or you have that one person have disadvantage, but everyone else leads them around. Like, I think there's a lot of really fun ways to roleplay dark vision.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I definitely think like if you are in a group that decides to like make something out of it, that it can be something. Otherwise,
giants
I
are
don't know if it-
sick.
Giants? Yeah.
Giants get an extra health point, and all melee ranges are any melee weapon you wield has its range increased to very close.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, the only one I can think of maybe where vision would come up would be their like cat race, but I can't remember what it's called right now.
Katari.
But if there's nothing on there,
I played a lot of
don't
Katari
think-
when I was a kid.
What?
Atari.
Oh.
No, theirs is on. They have feline instincts. On
Okay,
any
yeah.
agility rolls, you may mark a stress to re-roll your hope die. If you do, take the new roll instead.
Yeah. So no dark vision so far in Daggerheart. There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Everybody does in their inventory have like a torch
Yeah.
listed.
God, the fucking. Oh wow. Fun girls can like speak through a hive mind to find out information from far away.
They're really cool.
The goblins are cute as shit. All right. Yeah. So you're either going to be in the dark, or you are going to have to light a torch or something. Obviously, the ferret can't do that, but
Amadeus will light a torch.
awesome. Yeah, you don't have a problem with that.
How I lit it? Who knows? Magic.
Yeah, it actually just has a switch on it. You just click
It's a
it on.
flashlight.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a torch.
Yeah.
This is my torch.
All right.
Yeah, there's just an arcane stone in there. It turns on. You get this like beautiful green light.
Goes.
It's very like easy on the eyes.
Yeah. You can use a stress to summon it back to your hand. And you start to realize this pathway that you're in, it's pretty tight squeeze for you, but you're at the back holding the torch in front of you so everyone can see any from this light that's coming through from behind. It starts to descend down, and you see that it is starting to curve around a little bit, and the light that you're seeing is ending at a wall because of this curve, and you can't quite see that far ahead of you. Are you following it down?
It depends on the ferret. I can't really get around anybody, I don't think.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of in, like, we went in first, so
Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna keep. I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
keep
keep
going.
going.
Great. Yeah.
I also have, as a agile scout, I have advantage on sneak, locate, and dodge.
Sneak, locate, and dodge. Okay.
Yes, I
Would
don't
you like
know
to
what any
sneak?
of those mean.
Would you like to sneak? No. This ferret is just.
So, you know like sometimes you see a ferret in like a macaroni
Yeah.
Tupperware. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of wiggles.
I'm
What?
sorry. What the fuck did you just
What?
say? I said yeah before I thought about what words went in my ears. When you see a ferret in a macaroni
Yeah,
Tupperware,
when they have like pet ferrets and they're doing enrichment for the ferret, so they grab the ferret and they just wrestle them in there, and it's just like full of pasta.
where in Alabama did you grow up?
You wrestle them in there.
Wait. So there's macaroni in the Tupperware as well?
Macaroni. Yeah, so it's like an enrichment activity. They get really excited and they just get wiggly.
So when Ellen's not watching Gen V or things, Ellen is watching ferret videos on YouTube.
The last thing that I would have expected to come out of this one shot was that you would tell me that people put ferrets
Ferrets
into
in
macaroni
macaroni
Tupperware
bins.
to wrestle them so that they get enlightened.
Here you go, guys.
Enriched.
All right,
enriched.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. DM Nerdy on Instagram, TikTok,
Send
Twitter,
all your weird Alabama ferret videos.
any ferret videos
Sweet home
this man
Alabama.
wants to see.
My
Wow.
family's from Alabama. I can make that joke.
You are allowed. Yes.
Yeah. So you get about 100 feet into this crevasse. It's still tight, still wet, and you start to feel like you're kind of getting close to where you would be under the city. In a strange way, you get this weird feeling that you're starting to get closer back to where you were, and ahead of you, you start to hear splashing noises. What would you like to do?
Never mind. I can't do that.
We can't see anything.
You can see maybe 10 feet ahead of you.
Does it go dark or does it kind of curve around and we don't
It's still
see where...
kind of curving off to the right slowly. So you can kind of see ahead of you, but you get lost in the curve.
Okay.
Like a Clint Eastwood movie.
I mean, I had, again, Agile Scout. It says agile, your movement is silent. And you can also spend hope to move places without needing to make a check, but I think I just keep wiggling.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like I'll pause for a moment and hold back and let Fluttershy. I was supposed to do Shutterfly and I was like, that's wrong. I'm just gonna kind of to the other two be like.
All right, are you
And let
sneaking or are
them
you just
go
going?
ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna sneak. If Fluttershy sneaks, I'm sneaking.
Oh no, I'm asking Fluttershy. Are you leading
Oh,
them
I was gonna be like,
sneakily?
let's wait here.
My movement is silent, but I don't think that it crosses my mind to sneak because
All right,
I am
sure.
just the cutest little idiot.
I will sneak and take stock of any place to hide. That might be a good tactical place to be.
Are you guys all waiting, or are you going to go with Fluttershy as she goes ahead to scout?
We'll wait a little bit.
So you guys are in the tunnel. You are going down, and the sound of splashing gets louder and louder ahead of you as you realize it's also echoing, which should make sense in this tight slit that you're in. And so you start to see a flicker of light ahead of you. And as you come around the last corner of this turn, you see before you the mouth of this tunnel opens up into a cave. And you hear the light splashing noises, and you can see that there's a flicker of some kind of a fire ahead of you.
Do I see any movement against the fire? People crossing back and forth?
Yeah, roll it's not perceive. What is it? These new
instinct?
things. Instinct? Is that what it would be?
Yes.
Yeah,
to perceive, yeah.
roll an instinct check for me.
Okay.
To see what you see.
9 with hope. 14.
Oh wow, yeah, you see you definitely see multiple things moving amongst the firelight. Don't ask. Shay, let's just move on.
Let's move on. You're gonna open a can of worms that we can't open.
Don't do it. It needs to stay closed.
A can of WYRM.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
I will circle back, and it's still tight in the slit?
It opens up ahead of you into where you saw,
Okay.
but you couldn't. There was like a hump of dirt, so you couldn't quite see. God damn it!
There was a hump leading out of the slit.
We're adults.
Are we?
Thank God we are. Otherwise, this would be really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So you couldn't quite make out anything ahead of you, and you didn't, roll high enough to get a full view of the situation. So, you know that there are multiple people around a fire ahead of you.
I think that I'm gonna back to the wiggly.
to
You're
one
just
side.
going one way and then the other way. I think I head back to the other three, and I do my best ferret mime of.
All right, everyone, roll a perceive check for me
Oh my God.
to see if you understand whatever the fuck that
You're
was.
just trying to get as much fear as you can. Making everybody
Yeah.
roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Fucking
9 with
worked.
hope. But I am gonna do, instead of putting hope there, I'm gonna put a D6 on my Call of the Slayer because I remembered I could do that instead
Do
of
it.
putting the hope.
Oh, I also needed to do the d6. I feel like we've rolled with fear many times.
You have
but
rolled with fear.
Oh, right, you're a bard.
You rolled with
Yes.
fear 7 times, so you can rally everybody if you'd like.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. I would... Yes, okay, so I rolled with fear again. It's a 16.
With fear?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you're like, I don't understand what the fuck. I'm gonna take that fear, but yeah, that wasn't quite high enough to understand the ferret sign language.
So...
15 with fear.
Okay, I get another fear.
Yep.
my God.
There's a moment where you realize that this ferret is trying to tell you something bad, but you can't make out what the fuck it's saying. And this moment dispirits you all for a moment. You feel like maybe you shouldn't have crawled into this tight slit. And
Listen.
this the darkest moment of your career as adventurer so far.
Wow.
And your clank says to you,
Listen, I know it's uncomfortable in here. I know we can't really see for shit. And it's clear that Flutter is trying to tell us something bad is ahead. She looks slightly panicked, slightly erratic, more than usual. And I really think if we're just on it, we can figure this out together.
Can't argue with that logic.
We made it into the slit together. We can make it out as well.
and with that, you
Like
all
a metaphor for life.
you all feel deeply rallied and ready for the adventure
Very
ahead.
deeply.
And so you all, it's a d6, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
slit.
deep.
D-slit. It's a
So
D6.
you all have a d6 that you can add to a future roll.
Yay, thank you.
Thank
That will
you.
be this one.
You've been rallied. And you're back, your rally counter should be back
to the 1, right?
No, your rally counter should be at 3.
Oh.
Because you've rolled 3 fear since then.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, we're fucked.
That's on us. I'm not gonna punish us for not remembering how to keep track yet. We're learning the
This is
system. We're
new.
figuring it out.
Yeah, we're figuring it out. Oh, do we maybe want to give the audience a brief insight into what that was?
That was the Bard class feature rally, where every 6 times that a party rolls with fear, the Bard can rally them in their darkest moments to give them a d6 on a future. It's a bardic inspiration, but for the whole party when things are dire, like when you're
In the
headed
slit.
into the unknown in the slit.
Yeah, deep in the moist slit.
All right, what would you like to do?
I'm feeling very inspired by this rally. And, I'm not flying anymore because I just rolled with fear.
Okay.
Where is it? Yes. Okay, that's fine. Just until you roll with fear. Okay, that's fine. So I'm no longer flying. But I am going to grab on to Hulong. And I'm going to fly to kind of to the top of the slit. Kind of.
It's like 6 feet above you.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the top and head onward. Shall we interpret whatever that was and move on?
Carry forward. Deep into the slit.
Onwards.
All
Lovely.
right, as you guys move forward, the pathway before you opens. Let's see if I can't get this to work.
Ooh. Got a different map. Let's go.
Ooh.
This map is made by Tom Kartos, who has a Patreon that I am subscribed to.
Hell yeah.
It's great. You see off to your left, there is a pool of water. Are you guys sneaking in, or are you just entering the
Wait, are we
slit?
coming from here?
Yeah, you're coming.
Is that the water?
Yeah. Or sorry, to your right.
Thank
my
you.
left. Are you guys sneaking in, or what are you doing?
I'm going to sneak in.
Great.
Sneaking as well.
I think knowing that there's people, I'm gonna be.
All right, everyone, roll a finesse check for me while I grab some stuff.
And can we add this dice to any roll? But do we have to do it when we roll, or can we add it after we roll?
Your bardic inspiration die. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a good question. What does it say on the ability?
I can spend this die to roll it and add the result to any action roll, reaction roll, or damage roll. Finish the countdown by the end of a session, distribute the garden value. No idea.
Okay. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I would say that you have to announce it then. Wait, no, use it after.
Okay.
If you roll a 24, then it's wasted. Yeah. You can add it after your roll.
Ooh, that's a 22 with hope, which I will put another D6.
So we're gonna say this is our clank friend.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
We're gonna put this here for the fairy. And then we have our
Good
frog boy.
I think so. Babe, is advantage a D6?
Because as a sneaky, I have advantage on sneak.
Yes, you get a D6 added to your sneak roll.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
Cool.
throw that down as our party. The tiefling is gonna be our. I don't have a furbolg mini.
Would you like me to roll for myself and for Hulong separately?
You are right now. You are a unit because he's carrying you.
Yeah.
So
cool.
one roll.
Great. Thank you. That is.
This cave is topographically like a womb, or so I've heard.
This cave is. It's what?
It's topographically kind of like a womb, or so I've heard.
A room?
A womb.
Oh, a womb.
Yes, we entered the slit into the womb of the cave.
It's
I
all a
regret
metaphor.
everything.
You should.
All right, that's another roll with fear.
You get a lot of those.
Oh yeah. I don't think I've had a single hope.
Ooh.
But it's a 16 for me.
Okay, we got a 16.
And if I'm finding a safe place to hide, does that count as sneaking for my
Yeah.
heritage?
Well, let's go around and see how well you guys do.
I got 22 with hope.
Great, so take a hope.
I took another D6 to put onto my
Great.
Slayer.
16 with hope.
Great, take a hope.
14 with hope.
Great, so you guys do a pretty good job.
Look at me.
You guys do a pretty good job sneaking into the front of this room, and you start to see what's ahead of you. In the water here, you see a number of rivets. These are small rivets. They are rather chaotically dancing around in the water. And then up here on this platform, you see there's a rivet, and there are 3 people who are lying down. 3 young boys who are lying down and seem to not be moving. And there's this one rivet who is standing over them with this staff, with this idol on top of it. And he seems to be doing some sort of like weird dance over top of them. As he is sort of like chanting under his breath. You can't make out what he's saying, but he's doing some sort of weird ritualistic dance over these 3 unconscious bodies, while the other rivets here are like frolicking in the water in a strange animalistic way.
Are they? What is it called again? Are they seasoning them?
Well, we know they're not British then.
They're a different nationality
They're
than
not
Limey
British,
is.
They're not British, they're ribbits.
Slightly different.
Oh my god. They have not yet noticed you, and you're at the lip of this cave. You're all being very quiet.
Are they speaking or singing?
These ones are just sort of like frolicking. He is like making these weird like ribbity noises with his tongue that aren't, even to you, don't sound like words, but are percussive and
Yeah, sick beat. Let's
I
go.
look back at you and I'm just like, I don't fucking know. I want to sneak up behind the dance singing one, and I want to try to attack him.
Oh, you're just going for it. Okay.
He's gonna fucking go for it.
All
Like
right.
I've got like my halberd like above my head, my longsword in my other hand, because I'm a dope ass fighter that way.
All right, we are now in
like-
combat, but there's no initiative. So let's all take a deep breath. We're doing this for the first time together.
All right, we're gonna figure this out.
You guys, you guys just tell me what you want to do as it comes up. If you roll with fear, it's my turn. Okay?
And if we fail a roll, it's your turn, I believe, too.
It can be if I want. Yeah.
Oh.
It can be if I want either, but yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
So I want you to roll. Are you just doing a regular attack with your halberd?
Well, here's a question, because I've got this thing, that my combat training, which ignores burden when equipping weapons, and I may place primary weapons in a secondary slot, and I always add additional physical damage equal to the value of my level.
Okay.
But we're talking about if you have a weapon in both hands, you add something else to that?
Yeah, you add a +2.
Okay.
But for the warrior, I don't know if you add more than that.
Right.
You add +2 if you have a dagger in your offhand.
Yeah, that's. I guess I'm just confused about this entire ability. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It does and it doesn't. What would
I
be
think
the
you might
benefit?
add the damage. I think you might roll both damage at the same time.
Well, it's just like what? Yeah, like
No, I actually do because you're. I think they're both. One is a D10 +2,
yeah,
and the other's a D8 +2.
yeah.
So I think that you get both of those if you hit.
Oh,
I think that is the benefit
yeah.
because I think it's so that you do that damage.
Do they both have to hit with different? Because they both have different abilities. Like one's a +4 because it's agility, and the other one's +2 because it's a strength.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah, I would say that they use the different abilities. Yeah.
Here, give me a sec. Damage rolls, calculating damage. It's an interesting question, right? Because it's like multiple. If for any reason damage should be applied more than once to a creature on your turn, that damage should always be totaled together. That doesn't help. Here's what I'm gonna say. You're gonna roll with your main hand attack, and if you hit, you're going to get the damage, but not the bonus of your offhand.
Sounds good.
So I'll give you the D8. This is not raw. I just don't have an answer, and I can't search a 400-page book for the answer.
For sure, yeah.
There isn't a Reddit thread that I can Google really quickly yet.
Yeah, they
So
haven't been made yet.
We're gonna say right now for the two-handed.
It has not been written.
You know what? I think I may have figured it out.
What?
Looking at this, because it's 1d10, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what this thing that I'm using here is telling me
Okay.
is if I'm making an attack with my longsword in my primary hand, it's 2d8 because I have two weapons. So it's letting me hit twice with the weapon with the damage from my longsword.
Great. Do
That's
that.
what it looks like. Rather than unless I'm supposed to roll 2d8 normally. I
No,
don't
do
know.
that. That sounds
makes sense.
just
Great.
perfect to me.
This is actually a great thing. It seems to be doing everything for me. Okay.
Oh, the app?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
If it won't let me set a second equipment, it's weird. It's not me. But anyway, I'll do the attack now. And it's just my d12s, right?
Yes.
And I also get to add +1 to the attack rolls to this.
Great.
Nice.
And I add
Hit me
my
with it.
thing. So, that's. I mean, it's. That's a. If I roll this, does it add to my hope or fear, or just to the roll in general?
To the roll
Just
in
to roll in
general.
general.
Just roll in general.
And
Yeah.
my modifier as well as just in general.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is going to be a 14 with fear.
Great.
Yeah, as far as I know, you cannot change whether or not it's hope or fear, like by changing the numbers on the dice.
Right.
As far as I know.
Sorry, that would be 15 with fear.
I just want to say a thank you to everyone who's following over on Twitch. Appreciate it. We do lots of TTRPG stuff, so hopefully you'll stick around.
I don't remember what their armor score is. I think
Remember
it's
what they're wearing?
their difficulty. Yeah, that just hits.
Great. And I get to do the attack before you get the chance to take the turn, because I rolled the fear.
Yeah, you roll your damage first.
Okay, so, and
Yeah.
damage is, 2d8 plus 2. But I get to add as well, these if I choose to, and also my level.
Is that a warrior thing?
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's 11 plus 2 plus. So 11 plus 2 plus 2.
Amazing.
So that's 15. And you know what?
Amazing.
I'm gonna roll both of these as well.
Wow.
15. That becomes 25.
Holy shit.
Dang.
All right, so you doubled his severe damage threshold, so you're gonna do 4 HP
Holy shit.
to
Let's
this
go.
guy. Yeah.
That's just like as he comes up, he just
Oh my
like
god.
like whoops, the halberd just like drags up and then like boom, and the sword just like as it like sort of like scoops up between his legs.
Oh,
And that's the
crotch
sword
shot?
like goes right, aims right straight for the back, just like.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. You do 4 HP in one shot. And so it's now my turn.
Wild.
He is going to turn around on you.
My mini is so comically large. Like,
And he's like even up on this like raised platform, this like rock that like slopes up, and he's like almost face to face with you because he's just a little guy, and you're like a big guy, and you just he kind of looks up at you and he's like, well, who are you? What are you doing here? Sylvana, I'm sorry, no! And he's going to attack you. He is going to... he is going to attack you with his little staff thingy. That is a natural 1.
that hits.
What's your evasion?
13.
He's like, oh my, what are you doing? Everyone! I am then going to actually spend, I'm going to spend 2 of my fear. So that gives me, because I had to use 1 action token, which I got from your attack, to attack back. I'm going to spend 2 of my fear to get 4 action tokens, and I'm going to use those to give each of them a movement to attack. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 4 other ribbits are just like, oh no, Sylvana, no, we've got to protect her. And they're kind of like splashing through the forest as they're making their way over towards you. They don't know about the other 3 of you yet. They've just seen this one large ribbit come in and try to attack their, and do a fucking shit ton of damage to their leader.
Yeah.
And with that, that's going to be the end of the GM turn. I have no more action economy, so it's you guys do whatever the fuck you want.
Just for the viewers, the like movement is like, I think you were loosely basing it on the squares, but that's not like part of
You can
Daggerheart.
You can move within your close range, which is 30 feet, which on this map is going to be 6 squares.
Yes.
Yes. So Daggerheart is built so that you can do it this way with a map, or you can do it Theater of the Mind and just say close, far, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm choosing, because we have the map that has the squares on it, I'm choosing to say closest 6 squares.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and so yeah, they all come running over to you. That is going to be, you tell me.
Callista's going to pull out her lever harp, and she's going to dance her fingers over the highest strings and play a little melody of da da da. And with that, you're going to see ice spikes, these big ice spikes rise from the lake, and they're going to swerve over to the ribbits and aim for the back.
Amazing.
And I don't know if it says it's able to be used as a ranged weapon against a target or a group. So do I roll as if this is a bow? Because it says on a success they deal d6 physical damage, but I don't know if it's in an area, if it's like selected targets. How does this work?
Sorry, read the card.
Sure. Make a spellcast roll to summon ice spikes within large ice spikes within a very far range. You may also treat them as ranged weapons against a target or group. On a success, they deal d6 physical damage.
So this one is a little bit too far from everybody else, but if you want to hit a group, you can hit these 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So roll damage against those 3 targets.
I think I need to.
You have to
the
roll your
spellcast.
spellcast first. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be my presence. So the duality dies.
Amazing.
An 8 and a 9. Okay, this is again with fear. So I get another round.
Hell yeah.
Actually.
Okay. And roll your damage for me.
All right.
That does hit.
Okay, and what would my damage be? Just a d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I add my rally die to this?
To damage?
To damage?
No,
Does it
not
look
to
like that?
damage.
Not
To
damage.
your original roll. You could've.
Oh wait. They can add this to an action roll, reaction roll, or a damage roll.
Yes, you can. I
Oh,
take it back.
damn.
We're learning.
All right. So
Yeah, add that to damage.
Okay.
all right. That's a 7 damage.
7 damage. Amazing. That is in their major threshold. So to those 3 little frog boys, you do 2 health.
Damn.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Amazing. That is my turn because you rolled with fear. I am going to. The leader is going to like turn to the ribbits that have run over from Isabel. There's more of them. Look over there. And he's going to point his gnarled finger over towards the mouth of the cave. Then, I am going to. He is going to use his lead by example. So I'm going to mark a stress on him. And that means he is going to call this guy over to attack you. And so that guy's going to swing his spear. He's like, get him! And so he's going to roll a 12 to hit.
No, just misses. 13.
Fuck. And he's like, fuck. So then I'm going to use a fear. I think I'm going to use 2 fears again. And I am going to. I need like tokens. This is weird. I am going to have everybody attack again. This time, he's going to. The pirate or the like ribbit captain is going to attack here first. Seeing that guy miss, he's gonna roll a 13.
That hits.
Yeah, he's so excited. It fucks him up. And so he's going to roll 2d8 for his attack. And he's like, take this! And it kind of jabs his like staff right under your gullet, hits you right in that soft spot on the frog. And you feel that. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Sneaking up on Stefania like this. And so he's going to do 13 points of damage to you.
I'm going to use one of my armor slots to knock that down to minor.
Okay.
Wait,
Wow.
13.
Just
Yeah.
things are nice and live on the internet forever. You really shook that spear there.
Did I do this? Fuck off.
So
I've done so much worse. I'm about to be
True.
fully nude on Amazon Prime. It
Yeah,
doesn't
you know
matter.
what? That's true. At
I
this
just got
point-
another audition for a nude role today.
So yeah, I use one of my armor slots and I take 1 point of damage.
Great. So you take 1 point of damage. Then this guy's gonna come over here beside you, and he's gonna attack you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's gonna come over and attack Fluttershy. 2,
I'm a little
3,
ferret.
4, 5, 6, and he's gonna attack you. So we're gonna have 3 more attack rolls here.
Oh, Jesus.
Fluttershy, that's going to be an 18 to hit.
And this is against my evasion.
That's against your evasion.
Okay, that'll hit, yeah.
And then there's one of them is a 5, and one of them is an 18 to hit you. So 1 hits you.
Okay.
And so the one against you, I'm going to roll first. That is going to be 9 points of damage.
Okay, that'll be another HP.
Okay. And then against Fluttershy, you see this like cute ribbit come up, and for a second you're like, "Aw," and then, oh, you're also a weasel.
Ferret.
You're a ferret.
It's so big.
He comes over, is like, "Oh my god, that tooth!" As he does 5 damage to you.
Okay, that is a minor.
For your weasel form, right?
It doesn't say.
You don't have separate HP as your weasel?
I don't think so. It doesn't specify. When you take major damage or greater, you drop beast form because I'm fragile in Agile Scout.
Okay, so you take a minor.
Yeah.
Oh, my iPad's
Okay.
gonna die. That sucks.
But yeah, it
I'm gonna
doesn't.
take a photo of this page so that I don't lose my stat blocks.
Marcus dress to transform into a magical creature equal to your level or lower from the available options you use.
All right, so that he just comes over. He's like,
Nope.
fucking big ribbits, and he stabs up at you, gets you in the butt a little bit. And that is the end of my turn. I have nothing else to do.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop the go from being like drop form as it's for I can drop it at any time.
Yeah.
And just be immediately towering over him.
He's just like, oh Jesus, fuck. Jesus was a ribbit in this world.
I'm really sorry about this. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna do a spellcast roll, and I'm gonna try and cast Cinder Grasp.
Great.
That is a 19 plus. It is a 22 with fear.
Yeah, I think it hits.
I might die.
I think it hits.
Yeah.
So
That fear adds up.
It instantly bursts into flames. Taking one. No, that's not a fiery looking dice. Where's an orange one? Oh, it's a red. That's good. No, that's yellow. That's better. No, that's orange. That's best. Takes 4 damage.
Amazing. So he's gonna take 1 damage. That's in his minor threshold.
And he is going to take an additional 2d6 magic damage if he's still on fire at the end of its action.
And so he's on fire now?
Yes.
Great.
Oh.
Frog is on fire.
So you actually have to like put out fires.
All right, well, you rolled with fear again.
God
so
damn.
I get to go. And unfortunately, from all the role playing we did, I have so much fear to spend. So I'm just going to spend it.
God damn it.
I'm going to spend another 2 fear, which is going to give me 5 turns again. And this time I am going to use a horde attack on Amadeus. So the 3 minion frogs are going to attack as one. That is going to be... Sorry.
No, you're good.
That is going to be a 15 to hit.
That hits.
Great.
Quick question: if I get another rally, can people have 2 of the rally dice? Because I know these 2 didn't spend theirs, but
Everybody gets a rally die.
everybody gets another one.
Oh, I did spend mine. It was on the sneak because I needed it.
Because I've had mine since my turn, but I don't know when to announce it because it feels like a roleplay thing.
Yeah, no, we'll
So-
wait till your turn then.
Okay,
But
later.
it's... Yeah, you rally on your turn then.
Oh,
I see.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
cool. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So that is going to be 3 points of damage.
I'm gonna mark another armor slot to take no damage instead.
Great, awesome. And then the captain here is going to make his move. He is going to... Yeah, he's just going to attack you normally. That is a 10 to hit.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't hit. And then the guy over by... so I'll just like slash around. And then the frog, the little ribbit over in front of Fluttershy is going to look down at himself and see himself like, oh, fuck. Oh no. And he's going to take his action to like get rid of all the flames. Don't like fire, like water. Oh my god. And that's going to be his turn. Who's next? You tell me.
I will. I'm gonna shoot my little bow at the. Well, ooh. I mean, like you're like kind of okay, but like I'm assuming you look like you've taken smits.
I mean, I'm still standing better than I ever was.
There it is.
But you know,
Maybe not better, but still standing.
for how long can one ribbit really contend against such madness?
God damn it.
I ask
Okay.
myself that every time you come to my house.
Oh my god.
Every time I say, I'm gonna say it.
Yep.
Nope.
This isn't Dragonlance.
Am gonna. I don't know what restrain does exactly in Daggerheart. Does
I
it
don't either.
stop them from moving or attacking or question mark?
If they're restrained, they can't move.
Train they can't move. Great,
Yeah.
just making sure. So that doesn't really help in this scenario. So in that case, I'm just gonna shoot my short bow. So I'm still hanging off of Hulong. So I'm gonna grab my bow with my toes and shoot it at the.
Hey, there's an Olympic archer who can do it, so
if
it's
humans
viable.
can do it, my weird bug ass fairy can. Do it.
My weird
picturing,
bug-ass fairy.
How big are these arrows? Is it like
They're
getting
very
a
sharp.
sliver?
They're like the size of my body. They're like a foot.
Oh, that's still pretty painful.
How are you
Still-
carrying them? Like, how do you get them out of the quiver at that length?
Do we ask Legolas where all his arrows keep coming from? No. No, we fucking don't.
Roll your attack.
Yeah, why are you trying to break the fantasy?
You're just taking a normal bow
Personal.
attack.
Actually, all my arrows are about this large, but they're just very, very deadly.
Yeah.
Every time we throw a toothpick away, you just collect it.
You see her sharpening toothpicks around the campfire,
It's
burning
my
the edge
collection.
over the fire so that it like stays tight.
Yeah, fire hardening them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes.
So I'm going to roll. So I roll 2d12. That is, well, you know what? At least it's hope. Okay, so 7, 8, and then plus agility, right?
Yeah.
So that would be a 10
You rolled with hope.
with hope.
With a 10?
Yeah.
That does not hit.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Did you move to that, or are you just staying in the mouth of the cave there?
I am currently at the mouth of the cave. I think that, like, seeing that did not do very well, I'm going to, like, woohoo at Hulong to fly higher, because I'm assuming the cave has a
Yep.
higher ceiling. So I'm going to go up
How far?
within keeping.
There's only like a 20-foot ceiling. It's not super high.
Yeah. Okay. So as long as they're still within my far range
Yeah.
for my bow, I'll go near the top of the
All right, who's next?
cave.
I think as soon as I transformed, I would look down at the sky and I went, hi! And then I went, Bob. And then I went, I'm gonna go, bye! And then I will run around and I'm going to head to Amadeus.
Okay, I need you to make an agility roll for me to see if you get around him without him attacking you.
Copy.
Oh,
Yeah. 19 with hope.
Yeah, you
Nice.
absolutely make it around him. You come running over this way to get to where?
Can I get scooch around so I'm beside this that
Other side?
Other side, yeah, to me.
There.
Round one round.
Further.
Yeah.
Great. Yep, you can get there.
And I am going to use my Warden of Renewal feature, which is regeneration.
Cool.
And I just smack you on the back of the conquistador helmet. And I go, hi! And you
Like this
are
rings.
going to
Yeah.
get...
well, you've got like a hoof, right? So it literally is like a bell.
4. Yeah, I rolled a 4 on my d4, so you get 4 hit points back.
Oh, I only needed 2.
What the fuck?
Should have used my armor slots.
That's
Later levels, that's like
crazy.
not, as much.
Yeah.
But right now, that's like
Well,
A lot
I
of
understand
help.
it's harder to go down, it seems. Like, that's why the death penalty seems to be so much
Because you
worse.
don't roll death saves. You
Yeah,
just
you
die.
die.
Yeah.
it's
can
not
take a
that
chance.
hard to go down at level.
No, but
Two,
like
though.
it's also like 4 points of healing. Like, I can go from rough to fine
Yeah.
instantly.
in the slit.
But that was also a
At
max
least
roll.
you hope it's 4.
I am going to make another attack against the big one.
Great.
The leader.
Wait, so you rolled for that?
It's,
Or do you spend
it's
hope?
not. Yeah, it's 3 hope.
3 hope to do that. Okay.
To heal 1d4 hit points.
Nice.
Cool.
I mean, that's a lot of hope, so it kind of... Because it could only be 1 HP as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trade-off
So
is
you're making an
interesting.
attack?
Yep, and that's gonna be a 12, 16 with hope.
Yeah, that hits.
I'm gonna put another D6 on my Call of the Slayer.
Great.
I think, can I use this infinitely? This my foundation, or is it once per session?
Does it say once per session?
It doesn't say anything on
What does it say?
It just says, on a roll with hope, you may choose to place a single 1d6 here, equal to my proficiency. And then when I make an attack or damage roll, I can pick up as many of those dice as I want and add them.
Equal to your proficiency.
So my proficiency is 2.
So you get a 2 to spend at any time.
I instead of getting hope, I can put a dice here.
But I think you put that dice down with a 2 on it to mark how much damage you get to do.
No. I roll 1d6, so I can pick up the dice and add them to the roll.
But it says equal. Read it again.
So on a roll with hope, you may choose to place a single 1d6 Slayer die on this card instead of taking hope. You can store a number of 1d6 Slayer dice equal to your proficiency.
Oh, so you can only store up until 2.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you can use it indefinitely then.
Yeah, the only reason I asked is because in here it says once per session.
But you have to use hope to use those dice,
Yeah.
right?
No, I instead of getting hope, I put one there.
Right, but how do you trigger it?
I can just add them to an attack or damage roll.
Jesus, yeah, you can use that for everything.
Like, it literally says, and can pick up any number of these dice and roll them when making a weapon attack or damage roll to add their value to your total.
So, but that sounds like
Crazy
you
powerful.
would have to add them before you know the outcome, I think.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
But if you, not to damage, because it doesn't really matter. Well, I
So-
guess, yeah.
It was 16 to...
With hope, yeah.
With hope. Great.
Yeah, you hit.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, please don't hurt Fariha.
I'm going to
We
pick up...
kidnapped her all the way to our house, so...
I'm going to pick up that d6,
fragile.
and I'm going to use the inspiration dice as well on this
Do
damage.
it. Yeah.
It's so many dice.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is going to be... I'm rolling... Oh, it's 2d8. Sorry, I'm going to roll. I was like... Is that with hope? No. Okay, so that's going to be 24.
What the fuck?
All right, yeah, you cleave this guy within his, he is barely hanging on as you watch as you get him on the other side. Because you roll a 16 or lower, you do take a stress because of his ability Powerful. So you take a stress.
Oh, okay. Also, yeah, just for that fight, I plant the halberd in to the ground and do a flip over top and slash down his back.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna be behind him now.
He's like, oh my god. Ow.
Should I have taken a stress from the last attack? Because that was a 15.
Yes, you should have, sorry.
Great, no worries. I just want to be consistent. And
How much stress do you have left?
I just marked my second stress.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, you plant your halberd, you flip over him, you fucking fuck up his back. He's not feeling great.
How much fucking health does this thing have?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, we asked no questions.
he looks
Slice first.
so deeply fucked. And so that was with hope though, so it's still y'all's turn. What do Freehead, do you want to go?
Oh, are we seasoning them now? I'm going to with a rallying cry. I'm gonna say we're going to make it out of this slit, and I run in front of.
Everyone take a d6.
A well-earned D6.
Yeah.
The guy closest to me.
Yeah.
And I am going to cast my power push, and I'm going to aim to knock him into like a bowling pin. Knock him into some of the other minions.
Sure.
Because it's
Yeah.
supposed
May
to push
I?
someone up to very far range.
To very far range. May I? So there's a thing that you can do where you can tag team somebody once per session. And I have 4 hope. I would love to tag team and assist with both mine and Hulong's wings in this push.
What
Okay.
if, what if I'm
Gust.
grabbing onto you as well?
We'll say.
And it's with my
How about this?
feet.
How about this? We'll say that you're going to jump up, grab onto the feet, and it's going to be a triple. As we'll get a pendulum back swing, push this guy forward.
Great.
Oh, that's amazing.
Love
A
that.
little tag team action.
Great. So I'm gonna spend those 3 hope, and
Wow.
how does that work?
So both of you roll your duality dice,
Okay.
and then we're going to take the better of the 2 rolls. Not necessarily the higher, because a 6.
Because fear or hope, we might.
affects things,
Yeah, we
right?
get to pick.
Yeah.
So
Sweet. Okay.
yeah. Okie dokie. Wow.
Right.
Definitely
I've got
not
a-
mine.
Is that a 10?
So I got a 7
with
with
fear, it's a 14 for me.
Or
Yeah, I got a 7 with fear, so we're gonna go with yours.
all right.
With
So
fear.
with fear, we have a. Sorry, what was it? 10.
I'm going to add my D6 to it as well. Can I do that?
Yeah. Roll.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
It's a 1. 15 with fear.
Counts.
You hit. Yeah, no, that hits. Yeah.
Great.
So
Yes.
So what? How does this spell work?
It says, make a spellcast roll against a target in melee range. On a success, they are blasted back into far range and take d10 magic damage.
Okay. Well, because of the tag team, I want to say it's 2d10. So roll 2. Each of you roll a d10 for me
Oh
for the
boy.
damage. And then he's going to come flying back and hit this guy. This guy's going to take half damage.
Nice.
So these two are going to be knocked prone.
I got a 9.
7.
So that's going to be
Woohoo!
16 damage on one and 8 damage on the other.
Hell yeah.
The guy who takes 16 damage.
I high five you with my foot.
That
Fantastic.
16 is a severe wound, and so you watch as your feet crack through this rivet's back, and you. As he's flipping in front of you, all time slows down as his head comes back around towards you, and you see as he's flying across the room, you have not kicked a body across the room, you have kicked a corpse. As the dead body of this rivet crashes into his friend, sending him sprawling to the ground, dealing a major wound to this rivet, who is the only one who hasn't taken any damage yet, so he's going to take 2 wounds
Nice.
for a major wound.
Cool.
And you have officially killed something.
Nice.
Congratulations!
Hell yeah.
I picture that whole sequence in slow motion.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
The
yeah.
tongue. The best part of it is as he's flipping around, he's dead. His tongue is just a little bit behind, so it's like this arc of saliva flipping through the air
Yep.
as this corpse goes crashing into his friend.
Yeah.
You have no idea if these ribbits are good or bad people.
No clue. Not a
Really.
Yeah. Yeah. So
It was
that's
clearly
a fun
casting a
thing
spell.
that can be done once per session
Clearly
by
the cause of the
everybody.
town's problems.
So we can each do like a
Uncle's
tag
problem.
team thing.
But you did roll.
3 hope. Yeah.
So everyone gets 1 tag team per session, and it costs 3 hope to do it.
Yes.
So
I have used
You
mine.
still have yours because Clarus used
Yes,
hers there.
I use mine because I took the hope, so
Yeah.
someone could like.
Yeah. Everyone can initiate it once per.
Okay.
Yes.
And there is an ability. I don't know who has it,
But
but
if
there
I
is.
do something, you could like tag team me, for instance. Like I'm not like out,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
but I just can't initiate that and take the hope.
There's a class that has ability that lets you triple team.
Yeah.
Which is very fun.
Yeah.
So
Team the slut.
Triple team.
this I'm gonna get rid of this corpse because it's dead. That is going to be that. It's now my turn because you rolled with fear. So I'm gonna have Yeah, I'm gonna have the captain guy here. He's going to like just fall to his knees. He's bleeding profusely, and he's just gonna like send up his final prayer and be like, Sylvania, I did everything I could for you. I thought I was a good soldier, but I guess I wasn't. And he is going to cast Out of the Holds. So I'm gonna use 2 fear, and it is going to call 2 more of these rivets up out of the water.
Oh no.
And they're going to pop out of the water, probably closer to him, so like right here.
They emerge from the womb.
This guy's going to get up, and he's going to turn. This little group is going to come, and they're going to do a horde attack on
Oh jeez.
Fluttershy. So that is going to be a...
Hi.
that is going to be a 10.
Yep.
Okay.
So-
Sorry, I want to make sure that I'm marking off the right stuff here. So that was 1, 2, 3. So 4 so far.
Just to double check. If it's meets it, beats it,
Yeah.
correct? And can you use 2 armor slots on the same sort of like reactionary thing?
I believe you can use 2 arm slots. On the
Okay,
same.
I would like to use 2 armor slots to drop that down to 8 so that this does not.
No, you can only do armor slots on damage.
Okay,
You
copy
use your armor
that.
slots to reduce incoming damage,
Heard.
not
Heard.
to make attacks
Apologies.
miss.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Is your base evasion 10?
9.
Oh, really?
I start at 8 and then I have my armor give me up to 9.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm
Rough.
So that
Squishy.
is going to be, it's going to be 12 points of damage.
okay, that is a major.
But you can use, use
can use
your
armor.
armor to, yep, my headset. Oh, that sucks. You can use your armor to drop that down to a minor if you'd like.
It was a 12?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think so, because even if I use all 3, 9 is my major threshold.
But your armor is
Isn't
5.
your armor 5?
So it would reduce it by
minus five,
5.
minus
Each armor
You
slot
can use
reduces it by
times.
5.
Heard.
So yeah, if you use 1, you
Okay.
can get it down to 7.
We're
What's your
learning.
major threshold?
My major is 9.
Okay, yeah. So if you use 1
it
armor
would.
slot, you'll take 1 HP.
Yeah, let's
Does
do
it
that.
go
Thank
down
you.
by 5 for every type of armor, or is it per type?
Your armor slot, your armor level will tell you. So like if you have
so if it
full
says
plate, it's
7.
9. If you have full plate and a shield, it's 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but then you
okay.
take like the -2 evasions or whatever.
Yeah.
Then
okay.
you
get hit
trade
more.
off. Yeah,
You'll get
Yeah.
hit more, but you'll
you'll be able
Also-
to have.
But
your
when you
armor.
do get hit, it's not for severe as often.
That's a pretty freaking sick thing.
mechanic.
I think it's fun.
Yeah,
I think
I
it
like
gives.
it.
I think it gives taking hits player agency in an interesting way.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
and you can decide to like sacrifice like getting hit for something like there's like you could come up with story reasons as to
Yeah.
why or why not.
Oh,
and
I
it's-
see the hit coming, so rather than take it full force, I angle my shoulder pad into it or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And take and let that blunt some of the hit.
Yeah, I think like it was the thing that I was a little bit skeptical of, but I didn't really want to like I wasn't gonna like make a TikTok about it yet because I haven't played it.
Yeah.
I see the Twitter feeds. People have not played this fucking game, making all sorts of claims.
Yeah. Of
But
course.
honestly, the armor thing in play has not slowed the play down at all. Like I don't really feel
No.
like it's gotten in the way of anything.
As soon as you get it, you're
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it takes
yeah.
1 second being like, no, it's a -5, and then after that, you're like, oh, cool. Yeah, no, I'm gonna use an armor slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also gives you more to do during downtime, which I think can give you more stuff to like. I think that like short rests are like, and we short rest, 30 minutes over, ba ba da ba ba. But like being like short rest, there's like things to do.
Yeah, and
Gives you
also
role play opportunities.
Yeah.
like story wise, like getting your armor fixed, that's important. Like, you know, like in D&D, your armor's just kind of good, and having to like figure it out and take care of it, I think is smart.
You
Yeah, I
just
think it's-
permanently have AC 20.
Having
But there's value in this game of taking care of it. It's not
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
tedium.
and like
Yeah.
having more things to weigh between for short rests is like, do I take some of my hit points back? Do I cure some of my stress? Do I fix some of my armor? Like, do I help one of my party members? You know, I think that makes it more interesting and like more dynamic for potential role playing.
Yeah, yeah, I agree 100%.
I'm gonna end my gym turn by just having these two kind of running up the stairs here. And that's where they're gonna end this turn. That is you guys again. What would you like to do?
I want to finish that fucker off.
Great, yeah.
Attempt to.
He's just in front of you, just like rocking back and forth. Like, Savannah, I thought I did everything for you.
That is going to be that is 12 plus 9 with hope. So that's.
I think 21. Yeah, I think that hits.
So I'm you know what? I'm actually gonna add the hope to my hope this time rather than
Yep.
take my die
You're gonna add the hope to the hope.
to the hope pool. And I'm gonna go for this attack. And that's gonna be 9 points. Plus 2. That's gonna be 11 points.
That is once more a severe wound. So you do another 3 HP to him as this like thing that is just like sitting on the ground, like rocking back and forth. You just bring your weapon up and crush his skull from behind.
And I turn my sword towards the other ones and all right, who's next?
And you do. But they're all looking at Fluttershy, so nobody sees this. You just like lift your sword up and point at their backs. And there's one that kind of like,
nobody to see
Everybody sees I wanted to go for the ones that were coming on the corner.
oh, you point at them.
Fair.
Great.
Okay.
Oh, that is kind of funny.
Who's next?
Who the fuck? Well, who's this orange ribbit? Fuck. Damn it. Okay, it's still your guys' turn, so.
Nobody else has anything immediate.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go ahead and take 1 stress and switch over to a brutish beast.
Ooh.
So I think it's like bear, bull, moose, etc. I think I'm gonna be a boar.
You could be a moose at level 2.
Yeah.
That's the most dangerous animal there is.
Yeah.
What is better than a moose?
That's
Apparently
a dinosaur.
a massive behemoth like elephant.
Yeah, a
mammoth,
moose.
rhinoceros.
That's what a moose is. Spencer Stark. People need to
Come to
understand what
Canada.
a moose is.
Come to Canada. We'll
like,
show you.
People are like, oh yeah, like a bear or a fucking moose.
I would rather run into like a black bear when I'm portaging than a moose.
And-
I would
anything.
rather run into a
Confirmed.
fleet of bears than because at
Than a
least they
moose.
might do their own thing. Moose are evil.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Aren't
It's like,
they like the height of this room?
Oh, they're so
yeah.
big.
they're mega,
No, they're
fucking
so big.
megafauna still.
They're
Yeah.
like, when you see an adult moose in the wild,
With, like,
they will
full
charge a car
antlers?
Yes.
and win.
Yeah.
Full,
Mythbusters did an episode.
Yeah.
Is like, should you speed up or try to brake if you see a moose on
you
the
should
road?
reverse. You should turn around and fuck off.
The answer was that
dive-
you are fucked no matter
Yeah.
what.
You should dive out of your moving vehicle. Like, no joke.
Growing up in Alberta, moose are the scariest thing.
Yeah.
I like cougar, mountain lion, bear. I don't give a fuck. If it's a moose, you're dead.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna turn into a boar.
Do it.
Just
Could've
as
been a
like
moose, but-
beetle eyes.
Could have been a moose.
And I
Could have been a moose.
Could have been a moose. That's the title of this episode. Could have been a moose. The one shot.
I do not know if this is a full like choice to do this or if I get to attack as part of this.
They're separate actions, but you can make both actions.
Okay. Okay.
'Cause there was no fear
Yeah,
roll.
there's no roll. I just take stress.
You guys can do whatever you want until you roll with fear, and I get to interject.
Yeah.
So it's really like you do you.
Okay. Then if it is okay, I will keep going with this, and I am going to just try to do a rampage.
Great.
So that is a strength, which is you add 1, but I am -1, so it's plus nothing. And that is with fear.
Great.
But it is a 13.
Amazing. That how many does it hit? What does
It's
a rampage
just,
do?
When you're rolling damage from an attack, for every 6 you roll, you may roll another d6. So it just is like an exploding
So who would you
die.
like to attack? The one in front of you or the one beside you?
The one to my right.
So this you
With the mason.
charge this guy. These tusks crash into him, pushing him back 5 feet.
Okay. I'm also going to roll one of my rally
Ooh, nice.
d6s
Nice.
to this. Neither of them are a 6, unfortunately, but that is a 4 and a 5, so that is 9 damage.
Yeah, that is a major wound. You turn and you rampage into this thing's chest. And as you shove your tusks forward, they find purchase under the ribs, and you lift briefly this ribbit off of the ground as you feel the like spine disconnect and hang limply as you drop this dead ribbit's corpse next to that of its friend. And this one is off of the board dead.
Nice.
Well, goddamn.
Congratulations.
I will, I think, if I rampaged, I would have moved a little bit, but,
Sure.
I'll just turn and, spin and...
Turn this guy.
Wild.
So, yeah, that is with fear. It's my turn. I think that these guys here are just gonna kind of they got their call, you know, they got the magical signal to come, and they ran up and watched the guy just get absolutely demolished. So these two kind of look at each other for a moment, and they're gonna be like, oh, Savannah, forgive me. And they are going to turn and they're going to start running back towards the water, with one of them being like, oh, we should have stayed. We should have stayed under in the pool. Jesus. Oh my God. Frog, Jesus, save us.
Yeah.
Savannah, we're sorry.
Freezes.
And they're going to flee.
Freezes, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not happy right now. They came to defend him. He's dead. They're fucking off. And so I think these two are also going to start to flee. They're just going to start running towards the water. Oh my God, you're right. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Savannah's mad. It's fine. Who cares? I don't want to die, man. I don't want to die. No, everybody's dead. No, Jimmy's dead, you guys. Jesus, Jimmy's dead. Oh, just see the way that boy went into his ribs. I'm so bloody. I'm covered in viscera and gore.
Cannibals.
I've never seen a boar before. They're so scary. And they're gonna start to flee. What would you like to do?
I would love to go over and see what's going on with these fucking boys.
Could I walk closer to the water? I'm gonna land from our tag team.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pull out the harp again, and I'm going to make ice spikes emerge from the edge of the lake.
Sure. So you're gonna like come to here and like see them flee.
Kind of like those barricade spikes you would see.
Yeah, I mean they're all close enough. If you want to hit them as a group, you can.
Yeah, I would love to. All right.
Roll your spell cast.
Oh my God.
That would be again with fear. That's
You are a master at rolling with fear.
helps,
You gotta
right?
switch your dice.
4. So that's a 14 plus. It's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that absolutely hits. Roll your damage.
And that's
Demolishing these frogs. They could all be really.
running for their lives.
yeah, it's a 2.
Oh my God. That is a reminder that they do things.
Incredible.
Oh my God, now the pool's attacking us, Savannah, we're sorry. I'm so sorry, I don't want to make you mad. But you rolled with fear?
Yes.
We'll just like, get under the water, swim, swim, swim. Oh my God, live to fight another day. Live to fight another day, you guys. Jimmy's dead.
Does anyone know who Sylvanas is?
Sylvanas.
Do any of us?
Do any of you have any experience in religion or anything that would get any book learning?
No, none of us have knowledge.
Wise
We're-
beyond my years.
No, that one doesn't quite apply.
Right,
Okay.
Do you have what are your experiences?
What is my third?
I'm just a friendly lass.
You only have one.
And I'm sure things can be mine.
Okay, yeah, no, neither of those help. What are your experiences?
Beyond my years, entertainer, and fast fingers.
If you want to spend a hope to roll a beyond your years,
Yes.
I will let you, but it's a high DC.
Okay, I'll try. Don't roll with fear again.
He just wants you to roll with
Well,
fear. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. What would that be? That would be the 12 plus the 2, right?
What? Yeah. So roll your d12s and add the 2 of your
Okay.
expertise.
Yes.
Your experience, sorry.
Oh my God! It's a hope. Yeah. And it's a 11. It's 13.
No, you can't quite remember it. You're like it almost sounded like they were praying to somebody. But you're not sure what that could possibly mean. As they kind of like flee into the water. And so you wanted to go over roll a insight. Nope, that's not what it's called. What's it called? Does someone have a sheet open?
Instinct?
Instinct check.
Instinct. Yeah.
Okay.
Or a knowledge check. I'll let you choose. Because analyze, well, no, roll an instinct check for me.
Great. That is much better.
I was gonna let you choose.
No, I don't think that applies. Not that great. That is a 8 with hope.
You walk over and you see there's 3 young boys there. They are lying like stock still on their backs. Their eyes are folded up, and all you can see is the whites of the bottom of their eyeballs.
Like, you mean their eyelids are like flipped?
No. They're just like they're like this.
Oh, I was like, remember when you used to do that thing where you like flip your eyelids over? I was like, why would they do that?
Where you used to do that?
Oh, I know what you
When
mean,
you were like a kid,
when
you
you're a
like
kid,
flip your
grab
eyelid inside
eyelids
out.
and you flip them inside
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
I feel so
did it
insane
too.
that I'm the only person who has no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
We do that all the time.
Yeah. It was just like.
And then they would just like
They look
look
weird.
at you, and you're like,
Yeah, it just looked really fucked up.
All right.
Yeah.
then I would like to pick the stockiest of these lads,
Okay.
and I would just like to like do a very like light poke with the tip of my sword.
Yeah, they don't really move. Like, they're pretty like rigid. You do see there's a little bit of a like weird almost green translucent liquid that's like kind of dripping out the side of their mouths.
Any of you ever seen anything like this before? They've got some green gunk, green goop.
I lean. I get real close. I just
Did they eat something weird?
sniff it. Does it smell funky?
Yeah, it smells funky's definitely a word for it.
Okay. Anything that I've ever smelled before, like over at the fire or anything?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm trying to think which of you might.
Callista's got her robe out. She's like measuring it next to her foot that's like laid down in front of her. She's like 1, 2, 3.
You unbound 50 feet of rope to count how many feet you had?
No. I'm just unraveling it so I know how much I have left.
Great.
Yes.
I love that. That is fucking. You guys are like inspecting these 3 unconscious boys. And Callista's just counting rope over in the corner by herself.
Yeah. Very
I
important.
need specifically 3 feet for each of them. Yes.
Could we try rifling through the like pockets and accoutrement of the head guy, the head frog?
Oh,
The head
yeah,
ribbon?
absolutely.
And like see if there's anything relevant in terms of information that we could glean from that.
Yeah, you find around his neck you find a symbol. It is of like 2 moons that are in crescent moon, and they kind of like meet like this, and they're connected by little spidery like lines of silver. It's a rather beautiful pendant that you know is a religious symbol, but you can't remember.
Is it an S for Sylvanas?
That would make sense.
I don't think so, because if it would be an S for Sylvanas, they would probably want like cool and magical things, if like that's like a cool and magical thing to do. So it would probably be like the S where like you draw 3 lines and then you draw 3 lines and then you connect the lines.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
that.
here, let me draw it in the dirt here for you.
Please, yes. I would like
So
an
you
example.
draw 3 lines like that, and then you draw 3 lines like that.
It looks like this.
I know.
Then you connect the lines like this, and then it's like it's like an S or like an 8 maybe. Maybe it's an 8. Yeah. Maybe they were going to eat them. Eat them.
While this is happening,
Yeah.
Amadeus is gonna root through the belongings of these 3 unconscious lads, see if there's anything on them.
Yeah, you find a handful of gold.
Nice.
Hey.
1 handful, so mark that you have an extra handful of gold. You find their weapons. They have like very simple spears. There isn't a lot on them. They're not even in armor. Like they were kind of like flitting about in just like light clothing that they were swimming in. So you find a handful of gold. That's about it.
Okay, I'll take a handful.
Yeah.
Then we go back to the stocky one. I'm in a full stab.
So who?
The stockiest of the lads.
Of the boy? Yeah. Okay. Roll an attack for me.
See if it wakes them up. Like it's clearly in some sort of trance. I don't have knowledge. Hurt them and they might wake up. We can ask them questions. It's a 7 with hope.
We're supposed to bring them
Oh,
back
plus
alive.
4. 11 with
No,
hope.
lightly maimed.
Okay.
named is
Well,
fine.
take your hope, and roll your damage for me.
Oh, let's take a die just in case.
Oh my god.
I never get to do this. I never get to just be a fucking degenerate.
I can't believe you're just killing this person.
Not killing, lightly maiming. Lightly maiming.
Maybe he won't make any piss buckets
That-
anymore.
Piss bin.
That's 13.
Very briefly, you see this flash of green energy behind the eyes of this man as he wakes for just a moment to go. As more of that translucent goo comes out of his mouth, mixed with blood, as he appears to pass on.
So you notice that Amadeus was genuinely just trying to like sort of like miss like anything important, but actually tripped as he went to do this and like sort of stumbled on a loose rock and just went right through the boy's like a major artery. I was like, you know,
Lightly maimed.
you know, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think it's like at the end of like the second or third season. There's this really brutal wrestling match.
Yeah.
At the very end, Frank's just like, and he just like leaves. Like that's kind of what the face like.
Damn it.
Yeah, you killed this kid.
Well, hopefully no one misses him.
Swear I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to lightly maim.
Like,
Maybe
I thought you were trying to wake him up.
and lightly maim.
Maybe we'd try to punch them from now on.
Have
a
we
good
tried
idea.
shaking or maybe putting a finger that we lick in their ear, or
There are many steps
maybe
before
putting
stab.
their hand in warm water, or maybe a smaller blade to stab them with, or maybe stab them like in the arm instead of the leg artery.
Well, I was aiming for that fleshy bit down in the lower region of the torso. You know, something painful
Where
enough.
all the
that'll wake them
organs
up.
are.
You were trying to
Where the appendix is.
stab him in his dick.
Well, you know, it's. I mean, better than stabbing him where I stabbed him.
I mean, maybe there's a lot of arteries and blood in that area, as far as I know.
Well, clearly.
I feel like dying to a dick stabbing would be even worse.
Well, there'd be a
You know what?
humiliation.
Could have been
for
worse.
us, right?
Could have been worse. Yes.
You
Well-
just carry that with you to the afterlife.
Yeah, I
Does
think so.
anybody recognize this? It's not an S, as
Yes, because if
already
it was an S,
previously
it would have the
discussed.
lines, and it would
The
look more
lines,
artsy.
and then it would be all
Yes.
connected.
Yeah.
It's more of an
Connected.
8.
More, it would look more
looks
like,
like
an
an
8,
eight,
yeah.
yeah.
And I don't believe they would call it saying 8 Vanis.
It looks fancier
Not even
and
what they would
honestly
say.
beyond these creatures. I don't know. It seems out of place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. It's very pretty.
I love that you just said these creatures about ribbits while you're standing next to a ribbit.
And Amadeus is not even like, he's just like, this does not see the comparison.
They're little and green. They're very different.
Yeah.
I'm orange.
Yeah. Very
I have a
different.
feather conquistador helmet. I'm better.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god.
I just go over to one of the ones who are still in some sort of fugue state and
Yeah.
just try like,
Yeah.
hello, wake up.
Yeah, you start to shake, and you see as you're shaking their body, the liquid it starts to like come out more and more, and as the liquid that is in their mouths and in their like esophagus and stomach starts to get shaken out of them, they start to cough, and
Like a little baby.
as you turn them over to the side to pat them like a baby, this like translucent goo starts to come out of them faster and faster until finally they take this huge deep inhale of a breath as this like translucent green sludge finally stops coming out, and they just kind of start to like dry heave into it as their eyes kind of roll down.
You should probably see your doctor about
Yeah.
that, or maybe maybe not a doctor, maybe a nurse practitioner, or maybe an herbalist or naturalist or a homeopath,
Or if,
maybe
if we need to just get the liquid and stuff out of them, just hang them upside down until it all falls out.
Oh, who are you?
yeah,
Who
that's
are you? Who are you?
Did that seasoning taste bad?
What? What? Yeah,
did
yeah.
you try and
Yes.
drink the pee?
That was one time! It was... They told... Oh my god, they told you. That was... We were 14 years old, and we... Fuck.
So you are the
curious. I
Pispin
like a
boys.
lot of things.
Look, we weren't... No.
them.
No, we're not, okay? We're not. It was 4 years ago. It was one time, and honestly, the hooch was pretty good, so...
Well, maybe they wouldn't be taunting you so much if you weren't harassing the town.
Yeah, why are you
What do you
trying to
mean?
hurt people?
Well, you've been going into town with weapons and threatening the townsfolk.
I don't know.
What's the last thing that you remember?
Well, we got tired of being made fun of, and we took a boat out onto the lake, and I don't know. We were gonna leave. We were gonna go to the city, and then you guys. Oh my god! And he looks over. He's like, Steve. Oh my god, Steve! And he comes over, and he's like, what happened to?
The frog
frogs killed
people
him.
did it.
Casualty
He's
of
dead?
war.
He's that the one who is not the one who was stabbed.
Oh, well, he might. Steve
Oh,
might
Steve
be fine.
is fine.
The other one.
I'm not very strong, but I am gonna try and like hold him like by his legs and just sort of dangle him around so he pukes out the blue stuff.
Why are you doing this? Just oh my god! And this like liquid just starts coming out of him so fast as he's fully upside down, and he starts coughing and trying to breathe, but you're dangling him by his ankles.
Gravity.
Gravity.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes it go faster.
What is happening? What is happening? Oh my god! Put me down! Put me down! What are you doing? Why?
We just need to get the gooey out of you.
Oh
Try
my
and like
god!
lift him up and like check
Cal!
to see if all of the goop has gone.
And now he's looking over at the one who's fucking dead. And he's like, Cal! What happened to Cal?
Oh,
Exact-
some frog people.
Casualty of war.
Yeah, it was the frog people. They did it.
They
The
said,
frog people definitely
got-
did.
Who
we
are the
got-
frog people?
They
The
were
ribbits,
ribbits.
but not that ribbit.
not me.
Definitely just
Definitely not
ribbits.
that ribbit.
Very different from me. Smaller. Not with this brilliant complexion. No hats.
What is this game's equivalent of a deception check?
Deceive.
Presents, I think.
Yeah, roll. I need you to roll. I need you three to all roll presence checks.
What is this like?
Because the only person who isn't talking is the bard.
I'm
so,
just
like-
playing a somber song in the background.
Counting the rope.
But as I play the somber song, everybody gains a hope.
Oh, I'll take a hold.
Oh hell yeah!
Great.
Is this like to like convince them that like it wasn't us?
Yeah.
Can I do something funky? Can I add a -2 to this because of one of my experiences?
What is your experience?
Known criminal.
Yes.
Wow!
You can absolutely add a -2 to this.
Ow!
Not your longsword that's dripping with
But I
blood.
rolled the
Well, I'm like,
best roll I've had.
that is, it's still pretty decent. It's
Nice.
still a, it is a 6 + 5, so that's 11. It's 9.
God damn you guys.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my god. I got a 22
Okay.
with hope.
I rolled a 6 with hope, but I'm also adding the other rally dice for a 10.
Okay. And you were with hope or with fear?
With hope.
They're definitely like very questionable for a moment, being like, I don't know if I believe this story, but then you really do manage to convince them, and the fact that you all rolled with hope saves
Fair.
your ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
As Steve is like, but just put me down.
Okay.
He falls and like cracks his head
Straight on his head.
on the rock of this cavern, and he's like,
He's
"That's not
concussed
quite
for
what I
life."
meant." And he just crawls over. He's like, "Kel," and he like picks up his friend and he's like cradling Kel's the upper body as Kel continues to just bleed out onto the ground around. And he's like,
so
"Is it those rivets there?"
Yes!
Yes.
Very bad.
Bad. Yeah, very bad.
Yeah.
Very, very bad.
but without a doubt, they definitely did something pretty gross to your mouths.
Yeah, look at all that stuff that came out. Nasty business.
Oh yeah.
They were chanting over
Yeah.
you before we saved the day.
Yeah, and then
And
goop came
praying?
out of your mouth because we came in to save you through the slit.
I think we saved you from a
The
ritual.
slit?
Yeah, the slit. Yeah.
Okay.
Slit in the rock.
We're going to have to go through this slit on the way out.
It's fine.
You'll see what I mean.
But you should
Never
definitely
been in a slip before.
tell your parents that without us,
like
you'd
you've never
probably
been
be
in a
dead
slip
with
before.
goo down your throat. So they probably owe us quite a bit of gold.
Handfuls.
Heaps even.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll tell.
Hordes?
Horse?
Is there something going on in the lake?
This lake? I don't know.
I don't know. We were out on the lake when the last thing I remember. And Steve's like, yeah, the last thing I remember too. We were out on the lake and
Maybe the ribbits were living in the lake and they just like stole you.
Do you live in the lake?
Me?
Not all ribbits are the same.
Uh-huh.
We've been traveling together for like weeks. Have you ever seen me live in the lake?
I mean, earlier you
do know.
you got it pretty comfortably.
That's because I was hiding.
I did know.
Of course,
I
of
was being
course.
sneaky in case there were assailants in the woods. We had to deal with.
And one of them just kind of goes like, there is a cult.
Oh, do they have like a badly made S as their sign?
I don't know.
Does it look like this,
It's-
but not like this?
Oh, that's the yeah.
Yeah.
Is you hold up the pendant that you found on his body?
No, I'm pointing at the S.
I know, but he's pointing at what she's holding. Like you're like holding up this drawing, and behind
The
you,
real
Fifi
thing
is
is
holding up the
this
pendant, and he's definitely pointing at that. But you're like, oh great, my drawing's perfect.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's Sylvania.
Oh, that was the name.
Oh, Abanya.
Sylvania.
Bunny, isn't that's that thing where you go to the town and then,
And then they
people
whip
keep trying to
you.
sell you a
A
Bunny?
brothel?
No, you go in and you get hot, and then they hit you with sticks.
A massage?
It's Abanya.
No, it's Sylvania. She's a kind of a kooky undergod.
A Pookie undergod?
Kooky?
Oh.
Does she have something against pispins? And
It
their
was
boys?
one, and now Kel's like, it was one time. Like people are so
Wait, Cass
obsessed.
just came back to life.
No. Oh wait, no.
Steve.
Steve, yeah, Steve is like.
No, wait,
Like
that's
I said.
Steve.
It was
Yes,
one time.
yes, with his death throes.
Yes.
Because
His dying breath.
in Daggerheart, if you die, you get to either choose to live and you lose a hope forever. You choose to die. And you go out with
In
a
a
critical
blaze of
hit,
glory.
or you can roll the dice. And so his blaze of glory is that Cal comes back to life for one moment to go. It was one time.
Incredible. So, I'm sorry, you're saying there's a cult in the lake? And you
Well,
went
not
on
in the lake. They're around. They're far around the lake. But
Well,
if they're
they might be
kidnapping
in
people in the lake,
now.
then. But that's where all our food comes from.
Oh, no.
Well,
Oh no!
I mean, I wouldn't eat it. You saw that stuff that came out of you.
That was in me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
you.
that.
Oh,
all
gross.
this
The goo.
is in you.
I want to
And you're saying we attacked the town?
Yes, that's what they said.
They were all
hiding from
hiding
you.
away in the inn.
Okay.
They're
Well,
really
that's
scared. They clearly don't know how to defend themselves, which is very peculiar.
Sad.
There's not
Yeah,
a single
it's
person.
Sad.
It was very silly because they said that they left the door unlocked, but that would mean that just anybody could have broken in.
Anybody could have broken
the
it.
inn.
Yes.
The door to the inn doesn't lock.
Oh.
You should look into that.
Well, no. People come
Anyone
and go at all hours. It's
Could
an inn.
break into
No,
the
it's
inn.
a 24/7 establishment.
Oh, I've heard of those.
Well, it wasn't actually 24/7 because there was no greeter at the door when we went in.
Yes, we had
Okay.
to break a window. Well, I don't know if we had to do that, but we did.
Was the door locked?
Didn't
Yes.
Well, no, it can't lock. So the door was just open. You could have just walked in.
For all we know, it was locked, and they may have prepped things properly.
You didn't
against
try the door first?
The window,
Sometimes you have to do what's least expected of you.
and we didn't have time to think. We had to move fast. There was a cat getting
Yes, very fast, cat.
In the inn?
away. We had questions.
Erasmus is
inn.
allergic to cats. I don't think there was a cat in the inn.
Well, is your Asmus allergic to cats?
I just said that he was.
Does he
What I
want the
just
inn?
said.
It seems very illogical for an inn not to have a cat. They could get mice.
Yes, what would they do with the
Walls
rats?
I had built up to resist laughing all crumbled down.
I have no defenses.
I have
Your stress reached maximum.
My armor's broken.
I can't take it anymore.
Can we go home now?
Well,
You might want to
Yes.
take your friend. Tell them that tragedy.
Yeah, we should take Kel up. They kind of like pick his body up, and between the two of them, they like stand up and they're like, how do you get out of here?
Through the
Through the
slit.
slit.
The slit will show
You
you.
keep saying that word.
Yeah, we'll
Well, it's
show
a
you.
little moist, so just watch your footing.
Don't slip.
Don't
It's a little
slip.
dark in there.
Make sure you have a
little
nice
tight.
wide stance
Don't slip in the slit.
when you're pushing through the slit.
To go in one by one.
Okay.
One at a time. It's too
Yeah.
crowded otherwise.
Gentle at first, and then
And as you lead these poor boys out, you make your way back to the beach and back towards town. And you
We'll take them to the inn.
take them to the inn.
boost them through the broken window.
Yes, through the window. We don't even open the door.
We all go through the window.
It's locked, obviously.
Yeah.
You just see Steve literally carrying a dead body walk over and just like open the door and start walking in. And they go in there like, Erasmus?
This is all your fault. There
There's gonna be so much more to this, and everything took so long because I named the guy Erasmus, and it ruined the whole thing.
No, it was perfect.
I love that you named him that so innocently.
It's a cool name. I was like, Erasmus, that's like a cool like innkeeper name in a fantasy setting.
No, I'm so sorry. Never again.
Nothing is
He's
sacred.
at home.
And the
Say
people
the
of the
words out
people of
loud.
Kunkel, they come down the stairs, and you see a couple of women very excited to see their sons alive.
And not maimed.
Yeah, no, not maimed at all.
Yeah.
Except for the one you killed. And
It's not me.
Erasmus comes over and is like, hey, yeah, what happened? What happened to Kel?
It was a very tough and grisly battle against ribbits.
Many ribbits.
Many of them. Hordes.
Yes.
We were almost overwhelmed
Green
before
lines.
a great flurry, a great rally.
No
Ribbits.
orange.
You
Definitely
didn't. But
green.
what? You didn't fight the boys.
Oh no,
No.
they had some kind of infection.
Yeah.
Goo.
They're good now.
Goo.
Coming out of their
they
mouths.
coughed out goo.
They were passed out in a corner, and there was some
Three
sort
boys
of ritual.
went down to the beach, and you found them passed out with goo in their mouths.
Instead of a
No.
slit.
Yes.
No, it was
Slit.
green slime. It was green slime.
Oh.
They're like bluey green.
They were,
Yeah.
So we should have the doctor look at them then.
Absolutely.
they were all
And there were
if there's
rivets
any-
like your people,
not my people. They were not like me.
Yeah, no, they were green,
but they were
not orange.
They were all. Oh, they
Oh,
were also
okay.
all deep into the slit.
Yes.
We
What's
had to
the
go to the
what
end
is
of the
a
slit to
slit?
find where the rivets are.
There's a
And then they just kept coming
We had to
and
penetrate
coming
deep.
and coming.
And they
Yes.
kept coming deep into the slit.
Jesus Christ. I hate us.
Degenerate.
Absolute degenerates. Ellen degenerates, actually.
New team name.
This is not my
New
fault.
team name, the Ellen Degenerates.
I just showed up here.
I want an Ellen Degenerates shirt so bad.
Ellen D's generates.
Okay. And so he just kind of comes over and is like,
Oh, there's a cult, by the way, apparently.
oh, what?
Yes, a cult.
Yeah, it looks like this.
It seemed like they were all serving
Savania.
some bigger
Yes,
power
yeah.
or some sort
Yes,
of
yes.
goddess or queen.
They haven't been. I mean, like, I heard stories about them when I was a kid, but.
Well, good luck with that.
We'll take our gold now.
Yes, of course.
The price is doubled because it was very treacherous.
Roll a.
I don't know if these people have.
Roll a fucking, what is it called,
Look
check?
at them.
Roll a presence check for me.
I would like to add +1 for my known criminal for this one.
I will allow it if you burn a hope.
Oh, I will.
Oh my god.
What is it? It's presence?
Yes.
Oh, that's my worst one.
Incredible.
That is a 20 +1 but -1, so it's just 20.
Just 20.
Ooh.
Oh, with hope.
I mean, yeah, you they seem to be okay. You brought him back alive, so sure. And he goes
Mostly alive.
behind the bar, and he like you hear him like fiddling with a chest, and he cracks open the lid, and he pulls out what is equivalent of 8 handfuls of gold. You each get 2 handfuls of gold
Hell yeah.
for saving the boys from the slit. This has been such a mess.
I think it's been a hoot.
Daggerheart's very fun though. For like
Very
learning a new system, I feel like we got through all the skills.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a few questions that I definitely have now, but and
Such
as
as, why did you choose the words that you chose?
Erasmus. Please.
I really thought Erasmus was a good name.
It was until you
Well-
brought it to this table.
Yeah. Anywhere else, you might have gotten away
I
with
feel like
it.
if I hadn't done the
most
Piston Bandits,
tables
I thought the
would've-
whole Piston Bandits thing was funny, but it kind of like set the tone in a bad way.
The
No, great
minute-
way.
the
No
minute
stakes.
Earlier today, when I asked you, is this serious tone or comedic tone? You set what this was going to be.
I said comedy.
Yeah.
You did.
You're welcome.
You brought this upon yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he gives you your gold and he just kind of is like, hey, like, I know it's early in the day and you might want to hang out, but I think we have to bury a kid, so I think it might be best if you guys head on.
Yeah, we're
Aren't-
happy to leave.
Great.
Yeah, I don't
It might
wanna
be a weird
bury that
reminder for
kid with
people.
you.
Yeah, no, we have no idea who that is. So very awkward.
His name's Kel. He
Was a Pispin boy.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of the Piston boy. And you can hear Steve be like, it was, you gotta stop. This is why we left. This is why we left the town, okay?
It seems you might have a rift in the community.
Yeah, I'm starting to think this. Well, I mean, it's mostly the cult who kidnapped the kids' fault and gooed them.
Yes. Cool. Yes. Yes.
We hope you figure that out sometime. If you have more gold, and we're around,
We'll take it.
we'll take it.
This
Yes.
should be a lesson for cults to not
Are you
kidnap
robbing me?
children. They should kidnap adults.
No.
No, we're not robbing you. No.
No.
Okay.
Not this time.
I just, if you wanted to get rid of gold, I hear that it
At
could be
least
exchanged for
19
goods and
gold,
services.
not
At
18.
least
That's
19.
a good
Some
idea.
sort of life
I like shiny
experience.
things.
Yes.
Also, the gold
One's
is
a
shiny.
good-
Gold is
Okay,
also
okay, yeah, no, just please leave. Just get out. I appreciate whatever it is that you did. I'm very confused about the rivets and the cult, but we'll figure that out next time, I guess.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
gold.
You're
Next
welcome.
time.
Next time on what did
The penultimate.
Penultimate.
The Ellen Degenerates.
Yeah.
Well, that was wild.
That was something.
honestly,
You guys leave the at high noon. You were barely in town for an
Barely
hour.
there. Yeah. Yeah.
But you-
in and out. That slip.
You don't
real
even
quick.
know if you got the truth out of any of this because you never asked anybody any
but we
relevant
got
questions.
gold, which is
Yeah.
You got 2 handfuls of gold for
That's-
murdering a
that's
child
what
and a few
matters.
rivets.
Yeah.
We learned that
Wow.
Limey has no problem killing his own people.
Yep, Limey does not care.
No fucks given.
Never trust a conquistador.
To be fair, and to be very, very fair, I did not. That ribbit was casting a spell. As far as I know.
Truly do not know what he was doing.
Truly, but I had a strong feeling, a gut
You went
feeling.
with your gut.
I had my
instinct.
mouth opened up to cast some detect thoughts, and
And
mid word.
Die.
all you got was, what the fuck?
Huh?
How do you guys feel about the initiative-less combat?
I kind of liked it. I felt way more engaged because I was like, listen, I was really feeling out what everyone was doing. I felt the pressure and the like. Because like I felt like myself being like, okay, well, I defaulted D&D rules, and I was like, let's wait till everyone goes.
Yeah.
But then once we got there, like I think there was like that moment when they were running away. I went to search the bodies, and you were like right on. I'm gonna do an ice spike because it felt like the combat. It was seamless between the role play and the combat. That's what I mean to say.
Yeah.
Whereas when we role play, we kind of just take our initiative wherever to do a thing.
Yeah.
The combat felt the same. It was like we're just taking the initiative
Yeah.
to do the thing we're gonna do.
I also think it encourages better active listening at the table
Yes.
for the people who are taking their turns because of the mechanics of the tag team type stuff.
Yeah.
Right? You want to make sure like if there's a way for you to help out, make something succeed, like that kind of thing, that's always a bonus. And then also on top of that, I'm not waiting for a certain order in the turn before I go. Because we've all, I think we have all played in that game where it gets to somebody's turn and they're like, oh yeah. And then they figure out what they're going to do. Whereas,
Or they ask, wait, what just happened?
yes.
Yeah.
And this kind of almost breaks down that structure in a way that I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this.
Yeah.
And I think that it may not work at every table.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to find the right group. for
Group
this.
of people, and definitely people who are role play first and forward. But I think that it kept me more engaged, and I think that might be a huge plus of this system. So.
Plus, having abilities like the rally, which literally gives
I
us
have
the
to pay
thing that-
attention to every single roll of everyone.
Yeah. You have to clock it as much as you, because I feel like there's a lot of work put on the DM in this system. In terms of like all the like keeping track of the tokens and the fear and like all of that, but maybe I just haven't done it.
Part of that is because of our setup. You guys are supposed to put up a token when you do something.
Oh,
But
okay.
for the way that we sit, there's no way like that element of the action tracker is set up for a much smaller table.
Right.
But because we have mics and all of the shit,
we got to do like a thumbs up.
so like I was keeping
Maybe
track.
if you do like a spin
of
down
stuff.
dice or something, and then like count it up or like.
Yeah,
a
I was
D6
just
or
marking
something.
fears and stuff
Yeah.
on paper, but
I actually really love the experiences. Is that it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I find,
Yeah.
it gives like a personal connection to your, like rather than just a proficiency. It's like, oh no, I have this thing that I've done that gives me the thing. Like, I took known criminal with the mindset of intimidation.
Yeah.
Like, so that I could be like, oh, if somebody has recognized me from a wanted poster, they're gonna be like, or like, you know, what was the other one I took? Like, self-taught, I thought could be like, anything that's like I've never done before, I could like maybe like get a little thing or like
Yeah.
I don't know. That one's a bit. I'll say it's a bit broad. It's a bit vague.
But like you workshop it and you're like, do you think it applies here? And it's like, well, yes, well, no, like.
But I also think that's part of like it being a beta is like trying to figure out because even the rulebook itself, like they want you to spend more time on the session 0 to like make sure that I know what all of your experiences are and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we just didn't have time to do that tonight because I didn't want the character creation. I wanted to do some of combat, which is why like the story for tonight was super simple.
Yeah.
Was so that we could kind of just like experience some soft skills, experience some combat skills, play
Actually
around
get
with a
to-
couple of things.
Yeah.
You know, there were a couple of things in like other houses that you could have explored. You could have talked to a cat, but you did talk to a tree. Like we played with some of the abilities.
Yeah, there we go.
So like we kind of got a lot of that stuff in. One of the things I think for me as a DM that I'm a little bit unsure of how to do is using the fear outside of combat is a difficult prospect for me right now. I think
it'll
that
have
like
to come in with travel and such, right?
yeah, like I don't know how to like
Yeah, it feels like with all of the role play, like it's going to add up significantly.
well, I had 10
so,
fear.
like,
I stopped counting fear because I had max fear when we entered into combat.
Okay.
And so now granted, like I was making you guys roll for jokes and stuff, but you guys wanted to accomplish those jokes. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like one of those things where I don't know how to manage that. Like I don't know how to I couldn't really think of things to use fear on. Because it's not like you were being hunted. It's not like your like
We
stealth
weren't
checks on
long
the beach
resting.
mattered.
Like like we
Yeah.
weren't like in a like I don't know like a political scenario, right? Like we weren't really in like danger until we were in the combat. So
at the end of the slit, yeah.
Yeah, so I think
exactly.
that I think that if we play this again, I'm gonna want to like I think I'm gonna want to sit down and brainstorm some like things that I can do with fear other than just attack.
Yeah.
Now, granted, in the fight, I actually got to like attack a lot, which was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was using fear to like have all of my minions attack,
Yeah.
and because like they don't really have armor or things like that, like I never even came close to downing any of you, but I thought that like having 5 of them was going to be a lot, and I think that it wasn't. Like I would maybe go more powerful enemies for you guys at level 2, which is surprising me considering, you know.
I mean, I think that it takes like a little bit of like tuning and learning for all of us as well. I mean, there's things like with some of the beast form, like when it like when I went into, I was a boar. I wasn't sure
Oh, you were very interesting.
if I must leave now.
My time is up here.
When I turned into a boar, the large pig, I wasn't sure because it says like AC 6 on the like little description on there, but then also at the very bottom it gives you a +2 to your AC. So I wasn't really
To your AC
to your
evasion.
evasion, or it was 6 armor and then +2 to your armor.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is some like fine-tuning things that they have to go through and clarify wording.
Yeah, there's definitely some things that like either I didn't see when I was going through the book, like I don't know how to like do fall damage. I just don't know how you would calculate that right now.
Yeah.
There's some of those like little things, but like there's a lot more coming. Like the battle wheelchair is not yet in the book yet. There's some elements of like accessibility that they're still working on.
Yeah.
And, among other things, right? So I think there's a lot of stuff that's coming, but it's fun. Like I feel like that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
a
had
lot
a
of
blast.
fun.
I do wonder about having like 5 spells at a time and like for a long campaign.
Higher levels, like switching out your stuff, having
Yeah.
to like decide on a loadout.
I also like love physically having this loadout in front of me as well.
Same.
Yeah.
Like, and
I'm
think
a big
that,
fan of the cards.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have potential huge sales when they do release the game, is like doing like different card styles
Yep.
as well.
Well,
and,
we were
like,
talking about like if they're, because they've said like don't make anything ancillary to the game yet because we're going to change the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we don't want people to buy stuff that's beautiful and well made, but that doesn't work with the game when it comes out in a year.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
once the game's out, you guys can make like modules and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, if there are artists out there who are willing to put in the time to make a
make
deck
every
of cards
card?
that you can buy,
Oh, yeah.
like, you know, I people would pay to have like a cool pixel deck or a cool.
Like I
Yeah.
can even like very clearly imagine like somebody doing like just like a little set thing that's
Yeah.
like how many armor points you have, how many stress
Buying
points,
your
how many
tokens
hit
and stuff.
points,
Yeah.
what's your
A
hope
physical
at.
tracker
Yeah.
would be
Oh
so
my
nice
God,
because there's
those-
so much.
Or just,
There's
like,
a lot of
something
marking
to
in
like
this.
count.
Yeah,
Those
erasing
ones that are
and-
like made of wood and magnets that you can like
Yeah.
drag around
Yes.
and slide.
Yeah.
It would feel so nice.
something
Yes.
tactile like that, I would love to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that like it lends itself to like having
Merchandising.
Merchandise, yeah.
Merchandising.
We love moist.
visual thing here also lends to like physically wanting to like see, like when you had rally, I was setting dice aside so that I could see that,
Yeah.
and like I can see them like really capitalizing.
100%. People love like collecting dice, and now you not only have dice, but you potentially have cards and trackers and tokens and all of these things. Like people are gonna fucking eat that up. Like,
Yeah. No, 100%. I definitely think I think that the stuff that works really well right now.
yeah,
And for a beta test, that's kind of what you want. Like,
Yeah.
if there's stuff about the system that you're like, wow, this clearly doesn't work,
that's tough.
when the game comes out in a year, that thing might not be there. You know what I mean? So I think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
people are there are some people already on Twitter, and granted, look, I know it's a Critical Role, they're the biggest, so there's going to be haters, but there are some people that are like, well, they fucked it up, the game's bad, and I'm like, the game's not out.
Yeah.
We're trying it. And
Yeah.
I like, this was, in terms of a role play experience, that was fun. And that's what
Yeah.
I want to have, right? Like, I was never bored tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
the goal.
that's what kills games to me. When I'm sitting there being like, fuck, what math are we doing next? Or, you know.
And
Yeah.
the reality is, like, sometimes I get that with D&D. I'm like, okay, fucking hell, let's go.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
when there's, like, a long turn or, you know, just a lot
You even
going
get that
on.
with Baldur's Gate of like when the 20 enemies have to go, you're just like,
Oh,
Yeah.
the Goblin Camp when you accidentally piss somebody off. You're
Yeah.
oh my
like,
god, yeah. The initiative bar
gonna
goes
wait
off the
10 minutes
screen.
And you're like,
before
this
I
is why
can
you grab
go.
Lump's Horn, because, like, fuck, I'm not fighting that whole thing with just 4 people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I've used Lump's Horn almost every time there. 'Cause I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah,
This is-
yeah.
It's just because it's so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unless you do it, because I did it at like level 6 one time, and I had enough AoE that it wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
When you're like level 4, that's rough.
Yeah.
You know, Fireball.
Yeah.
Well, it is one of those trade-off things, I think, where I think we kind of think initiative is kind of interesting in that sense. Like, we're all, like, engaged with it, but you have to have people at the table who are willing to share the
Yeah.
spotlight, right? Because if...
And also interject as I interject.
No, that is actually true because, like, yeah, having equal footing for everybody at a table is a tough dynamic to accomplish. And yeah, if there's one person who's like always jumping in, then they always get to do things, and that can end up being frustrating. And then if there's one person that doesn't like is not as
Is it a
able to
little
take
more
that
shy?
initiative, yeah, like they don't want to interject or whatever it is, then they might find themselves being like, well, I never get to go. And I think that it's really going to be on every single individual at the table to be pulling their weight in a sense. I don't mean that in a negative sense.
Yeah.
But like being present, pulling their weight, and communicating.
It takes a certain amount of social grace. I think
Yeah.
the game could actually encourage that by adding more ways to be additive instead of subtractive from other people's experiences. Things like the tag team. It's
Yeah.
like if someone were to ever interject with that, like nobody could take it personally because it's a fun thing of like, hey, let's do this together.
Yes,
Here's
yes.
how we
Let's
can
make
it
this
cooler.
thing bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that like even like if you have a table as a DM who there is like people who are a little bit more reticent, a little bit more careful when they as to when and how they speak up, is like nerf the cost a little bit. Just like decide, be like, hey guys, we're gonna do it. It's just 2 hope as opposed to 3 hope.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's fun.
Although there are abilities in the game that do that, so you want to be careful a little bit.
Yeah,
Because there are abilities that specifically are only there to do the tag teams.
yeah,
Yeah.
true,
But-
But it
But
is
it's
very
family table, yeah.
customizable.
yeah, and I think
is
that
great.
it is a game that will attract people who already have that like deep level of trust at
Yeah.
the table
For
as
sure.
well.
Yeah, for sure.
I genuinely think, and I think the best thing about this all for me is this is a very unique experience to D&D in comparison.
Yeah.
And I think what you really want is you don't want D&D again. You want something that's different, unique, and fun in its own way. Like there are pros that I can list for D&D, and there are cons, and there are pros and cons to this as well. It's really, but I very much feel like I could play a campaign with this and have fun.
Definitely. Definitely. Even
Yeah.
the way it is as now. I know it's beta, but like I think that you could absolutely make something work.
I think one of the things that, one of the things about it that I think is detrimental to fun, honestly, it's slight criticism, but there's no real failure unless the DM makes it a failure, right? Because there's no critical fail.
Yeah.
There is a critical success, but there's no critical fail.
There is well, and when you fail, it's like, well, you fail with fear, so the DM has to do something bad to you. And I did feel in a lot of the situations that we were in that incurring some penalty, especially like incurring a penalty on investigating something when you guys have to solve it for the plot to move forward, becomes tricky. Because there's a point where it's like, I'm at the point where I'm giving you hints, not at the point where I'm like gonna be like, well, you didn't solve it because you failed. I guess the one shot's over. You know what I mean? And I think that
Right.
it in a lot of ways it's fun because it pushes the DM to be more creative.
Yeah. But I
Which
think it
I
does.
was not. I want to be clear. I wasn't tonight. You guys, you didn't want to solve anything. You wanted to kill things, and so that was the
Yeah.
plot.
Hey, I also wanted to solve what was happening to these kids. We found them. We sorted it out in a
We got the
to-do
good
We
route.
you
Yeah.
rapiered him out actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we dealt.
Sworded it
You
out.
scooped it out of him, basically. But you know, I do think that in a way you're right. This system, while the book says like they're really trying to give more agency to players and to like, I also think that it does put a lot of work on the DM.
I think so. Yeah, for sure.
I think it's not. In some ways, it is rules lighter than D&D, but it is also feature lighter. Like I think that like it is rules lighter in that classes are capable of fewer things.
Yeah.
I maybe because I almost never play level 1 or level 2 characters. And we've got level 1 and level 2 here, which is fine, right? There's only 10 levels total. So I guess technically we kind of were like, if you were to compare it, maybe like level 4.
Yeah.
But still, that is lower on the like abilities track. So I do want to see how this works at like higher levels. Definitely.
Well, it's
I wonder what a
also,
level 10 campaign would feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, you get 2 more subclass features as you go.
You have to choose them.
You choose them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to choose one of the. If you look at the bottom of your level up sheet, you can take a specialization and then you can take a mastery in your subclass.
Right.
But you don't get those inherently.
Yeah.
So you have to take one of your level up, one of your options on your level up to do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can multi. Yeah.
One of the things that I do find interesting about the level ups is there isn't anything that you get really for free.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have to choose.
Yeah.
Which is fun because it encourages creativity and like your character's gonna be very different. You can play the same class twice.
Yeah.
Well, and there's
And have
also
a different experience.
like some D&D classes at certain levels you get nothing and it's like cool. Like doesn't matter. I roll my HP die and
one
that's it.
new spell slot.
Sure. Yeah. Something
Or
like that.
I don't get a new spell slot. I get another spell I get to add to my list.
Sure,
I
yeah.
already am using all the spells that I care about.
But you're already you're fully prepared, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 5 feature, they're called features, right?
sure, yeah.
I think.
Your domain deck.
Yes. The 5 things you get to pick in your domain deck.
Your loadout, sorry.
Yes, the loadout that you have I think is so fun because I was like, oh, only 5. That's really low. We kind of chatted about that. We're like, at higher levels, how is that going to feel? But I think where the real strength of it is at higher levels, you just have higher capacity for stress.
Yeah.
And so, I swapped that out. This one's 0. This one's 1. It doesn't matter. I'm at a high level. That's like water off my back, right?
I love the cost benefit analysis of like leveling up and being like, what do I take? Do I take the ability to take more stress? Do
What
I
have I been struggling with this
hit
campaign
points.
so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which gives it kind of like that roguelike feel of adapting as you go.
Yeah.
Or
the,
like
the
I'm-
adaptability and the versatility of just like even just having like 2 subclasses options right now as well.
I also think like, oh hey, like I really want to take this spell, but I don't have a lot of stress because that's not the way I've been playing. But now at level 3, I want to have this spell, so I'm gonna add a stress so that I can like
look
you
ahead.
can kind of like choose for that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can fine tune it.
I also think that having 5 is almost necessary for the style of play, because one thing that I've noticed with D&D is some of those turns get longer because you have so many things you can do on your turn, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, I've always been, because I'm a nightmare when I'm the same with board games, is like my turn is planned before my current turn. Like I am 3 turns ahead because I'm just too much of a.
No,
But
it's
also
good,
like
it's
I do that just not just because I'm like that, but because I don't want to waste time when it's my turn.
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I really like wizards who just can't choose what fucking spell to cast, man. I'm like, you're gonna cast fireball. Just cast fire. You know what I mean? Like I'm like
I'm not in any way shaming that. Like I know some people, sometimes you're paying attention, then you get to your turn like, oh yeah, what? Or something happens in the turn before that changes your
the
plan.
board. Yeah.
But in this, because it's so fast, and if you like, you're not given the pot to shit in. Like it's like you gotta take the pot.
Yeah,
So like
sure.
you gotta take the piss bin. So so like when you're ready and you know what you're gonna do, you just do it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to do it. There's no pressure to take a turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's like do it.
But it's that active listening.
But it's also if you're a member of this combat and you're not participating, then your team might suffer.
Yeah.
And if you're a member of this combat and you're over participating, your team will suffer because guess what's going to happen?
You're
They're
gonna
not
get
gonna
stressed
turned,
and
they're going to get killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm really curious to see what changes over the next year.
Yeah.
Because I think that's going to be a fun part of like this is version
See
we're
how they
playing on
change.
version 1.2.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious. I think there's a lot of fun here. I think that a lot of it really works.
Are they going to be continuing to roll out like
I don't know.
1.3, 1.4,
No,
etc.?
they're going to keep rolling d12s.
They're definitely going to spike the sale of dice sets that have 2d10s and 2d12s.
Yes. It is almost 11:30.
Yeah. No, let's
I
go.
just wanted to give
I have to drive people
anyone
home.
a chance if there was anything else that we think was missed in terms of either the character creation or how it worked. If anyone,
Levels are dense. This level 2 campaign felt like a level 5 campaign in D&D almost.
Yeah.
Just because of the variety we get to pick and how complex our characters are just from being fleshed out. And with the experience, it's like all these little things working together to make an interesting web.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really like
no, I agree with that. I think it's fun. I'm excited. I want to do more. I don't know how we're going to fit it in, but I would like to play some more Daggerheart if we can.
we'll figure that
This is a
out.
good time.
I'd be down.
Agreed.
All right. Well, the penultimates might be back. Who knows?
Everyone's favorite renegades.
The Chaos Campaign.
Yeah.
Time skip. Now we're level 10.
Yeah.
Next time we show
We're
up.
like the villains.
The feather in my
It's our
people's
villain
blood.
arc.
Boys.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is I'm curious to read through the spells and see how many spells there are that are non-combat spells.
That is fair. Yeah.
Because like things like friends or guidance or like those kinds of spells are so fun for me in D&D. And so I am curious to see what kinds of like non-combat stuff is in this deck of the levels 3 through 10.
Yeah. There's a lot of cards, so gonna be a lot of reading.
But like this
yeah.
one, right on top. Like this is once per long rest when a character has failed an action they were attempting, you can console them or inspire them. You both clear 2 stress.
Oh, that's sick.
That's a great
amazing.
spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's some good
Half
shit.
of mine are
I
spells.
definitely want to try this at higher levels to just kind of play around with the different abilities.
Yeah.
Because it's all weirdly like I like reading rules and games like board games or TTRPGs is very hard for me. I like need an applicable scenario for me to feel like I actually
Feel it and
get
get
it.
it.
Like,
Yes.
I love learning on my feet. I love
Yes,
like
yes.
it being a
It's a good
discussion.
feeling.
Yeah. And be
I'm like,
that
oh, I
clicks in.
get it.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what that means.
This one is interesting. Resurrection at level 10.
That I think that's the only way to like
It's the only way to bring people back from the dead.
Yeah.
You can only use it once.
once ever.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
It goes into your vault permanently
There-
if you use it.
There
And
are
you have
things that are
to-
like one time ever uses. Yeah.
You oh actually no, it's not a one use ever.
Oh.
You have to roll a 20 to succeed. If you
Oh wow.
after you do it, whether you fail or succeed, you roll a d6, and on a 1 to 5 you lose it forever, and on a 6 you can use it again.
Yes. Okay. So
wow.
basically, lose it.
Oh no! You can if you fail and roll a 6, you still have to wait a week before you can use it again.
That's brutal. That
And
corpse is gonna start.
They don't come back as perfectly as they were.
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's no like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
I'm in dust. Yeah.
Well, with that, I would like to thank Fariha, Brian, Clarus, and Shale. All of their links are in the bio down below for joining me for this beta test of Daggerheart. The penultimates
Daggerheart.
maybe saved. It's hard to say that they succeeded, but they did technically succeed.
We got money.
We got money.
We got paid.
On the
Capitalism.
money
thinnest
from
of
Erasmus.
technicalities. They succeeded. If you like this video, like, subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave mean comments down below because the algorithm god is hungry and we must feed her. This episode, that algorithm goddess is, I don't know,
Fluttershy.
Fluttershy.
Yeah.
Hit on that tree.
Yeah. It's very hungry.
If you want to follow us on the internet, you can. Links down below. And as always, do something nerdy tonight. Bye.
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 Goodbye.